This is the mattress that fits that hole.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Wishing everyone a very, very good morning. It is 26th of April 2026. The sun hasn't risen yet, but it is going to be rising very, very shortly. How is everyone doing? I hope you all are having a wonderful start to the day. Is everything okay at your end? How are things? Hoping it's been a nice and smooth start. For all of you who are still in Saturday, I hope you're having a wonderful time. Very, very shortly. Very, very shortly. So how is everyone? We are waiting for the first arrival. In fact, the first arrival has already taken place at 5:45. British Airways has already come in from Singapore. I hope you all are having a wonderful weekend. It is Saturday in the United States. In Europe, over here in Sydney, it is Sunday morning. I hope you all are having a wonderful weekend. It is Saturday in the United States. right, everyone. Wishing everyone a very good morning. We are live from Sydney Airport. We have zoomed in quite a bit, and you can see the video is grainy because we do not have as much light. However, we are pleased to be welcoming all of you to this live stream. How is everyone doing? The first flight has already arrived, British Airways, at 5:45 a.m. So, whilst we were setting up the stream and tripod and things like that, we already got the first arrival. Hey, Oliver, hello. The LA Lakers won again against Houston. Oh, how good is that? Congratulations to LA. Congratulations. I'm pretty sure it would have been one hell of a game. I am glad. I am really glad to know that. How is everyone doing? The light you see out there, that is a plane coming in. That is QF44 Denpasar to Sydney service on the A330-200. QF44. Behind that is QF74 San Francisco to Sydney on the Boeing 787-9. You all can see that one too. I hope you all will be enjoying our stream. Alrighty, we are getting that. Let us try a bit with the zoom. Okay, I think we will zoom out and leave it at here for now, maybe. But hopefully we get stuff later. Alright, there's quite a lot of planes coming, but at this zoom level, we may not be able to see much. So we will zoom in fully, and whenever the sun rises, which is not too long from now, 26 minutes from now, and we should be having some really good light out there. How is everyone doing? I hope you all are having a wonderful time. It's already 13 minutes since we started streaming, but you all haven't missed any action apart from the early action of British Airways that came in. And here we go, QF44 Denpasar to Sydney, 5:59 a.m. right now. Look at that. What a wonderful timing. Not everywhere in the world do you see that timing. And there as the clock turns 6, hardly seconds after it turns 6, we have our first arrival, QF44 from Denpasar, Indonesia to Sydney. We are glad we can capture the first touchdown for you all. And there you go, the first touchdown, Airbus A330-200. The first touchdown after the end of the night curfew here in Sydney. Welcome to everyone. It's great to start with the home carrier after the night curfew, the first arrival of the day. Technically not first, but British Airways did land at 5:45 a.m. that came in from Singapore. All right, that was it. Let us now turn to another one. Oh, where is it? There you are. And what is that? QF74 San Francisco to Sydney. Okay, I think we should be getting the sun soon. Let us just pan around whilst that plane arrives. This is Port Botany, where all the cargo ships come. They get loaded and unloaded. I can't really see a ship, but probably just because it's as dark as we could expect it to be. But we should be getting the sun soon. The sun rises about 6:26 a.m. this morning. It is 6:01, so another 25 minutes, and I think we should be having a wonderful light then. What do we see here? QF74 San Francisco to Sydney on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. Registered as VHZNA. For those of you who don't know, VHZNA was Qantas's first Boeing 787-9 delivered in 2017. Hoping everything is going well with all of you, and it's a great start to the weekend. We are awaiting our first arrival of the A380, which is not too far away, but for now let us capture this Boeing 787-9 arrival. Look at the reflection of the lights in the water. All right, let's capture that touchdown. Whilst it's not as clear because we don't have as much light, that's going to change in the next few minutes, because once the sun rises, we will be having some nice, great clarity. Do you all hear that sound? Oh yes, the first 787-9 arrival of the day, after the curfew I would say, because we did have British Airways that came in, which is also a 787. And whilst we wait for this aircraft that is Darwin to Sydney on the Airbus A320 of Jetstar, let me just show you all the place. As you can see, no cars as such for now. Later on in the day, it does get a bit busy over here. As a lot of people love to come over here, spend their time, stay for fishing. I do see a plane that would have taken off from runway 16L, and that is Sydney to Melbourne service, JQ501. Wow. So I would say that's the first departure out of Sydney on any runway post-curfew. So yes, as that has gone away, but let us have a look at this one. Okay, we have quite a bit of traffic coming in. Darwin to Sydney, then CX111, Hong Kong to Sydney, following the Darwin service. Hope everything is going well. Okay, Darwin to Sydney service, JQ671 on the Airbus A320. And you see in the background another plane would have taken off. But we are concentrating on this one. The plane that took off is Sydney to Brisbane service. And this one is Darwin to Sydney service on the Airbus A320 of Jetstar. Okay, we do see the ATC tower. And you see the top part of the ATC tower, it's slightly transparent, and that's because we can see through the glass on the other side. As the sun rises and it gets much more brighter, that's not something we will able to see. But Yeah, that's the usual phenomenon, and I did mention it yesterday as well whilst we were streaming yesterday. Though yesterday we finished off our stream quite early, in just about 4 hours, I think a little after 10. For today we do plan to stay here quite longer, but it all depends on how things work out. CX 111 Hong Kong to Sydney. Let's go for it. Hong Kong to Sydney service, CX 111 on Cathay Pacific Airbus A350-900. And there you are, the first A350 arrival of the day, Cathay Pacific CX 111. All right, we're done with that. 3 arrivals already done for the day. The fourth one, the king of the skies, SQ221 Airbus A380 of Singapore Airlines, which departs from Singapore Changi International Airport every night at 8:20 p.m. from there and arrives here about this time. Usually the arrival time could be billed anywhere as 5:55 on the ticket up to about 6:20. That is right now during standard time. Of course, during daylight time, the arrival does move quite ahead. I think 7:20, but that is how everything works out. So we are glad, we've already had 3 arrivals. We do see Fiji Airways Boeing 737. Oh, where is it? We can't see it on camera. Okay, there you go. We caught it. So that's the Boeing 737. Alrighty, let us capture. Oh, sorry, I did forget to mention the Boeing 737 of Fiji Airways is making its way to Nadi, Fiji. Alright, let's capture King of the Skies, Airbus A380 of Singapore Airlines on SQ221. Woohoo! The first A380 arrival of the day, as usual, always starts with Singapore Airlines. At times it does mean Emirates too, but for today it is Singapore Airlines SQ221 from Singapore Changi International Airport. Yeah, that's the touchdown, registered as 9V SKT. I have personally been on this very airplane very many times, 9V SKT. Memories there. Can you all even listen to the thrust reverser sound? Take a listen. Super lovely. Welcome to Sydney. Superb. All right, what do we have next? Just as I mentioned, Dubai to Sydney, the next A380 arrival. They probably were fighting to be the first. You never know. But as long as safety is maintained, who even cares? Who even bothers, right? We just need the safety. We are here to get all of the aviation action from Sydney Airport. EK 412 Dubai to Sydney service on the A380, registered as A6EUS. Let's capture that one. I'm really excited. You know, when I see A380s, I always feel quite excited. I am very happy because what happens is the A380 is very close to my heart. I will go out of the way to capture an A380. Just recently, I was in Tokyo about 2 months ago, and I walked the whole length of Terminal 1 of Tokyo Narita Airport only to capture the flying, the rare orange color of flying turtle livery. We haven't posted it yet on our channel. It is still left for editing. As you all know, we could get quite busy. However, we will be posting that shortly, perhaps the beginning of May. Maybe next weekend, or you never know, maybe it could be even tonight. But stay tuned with us. We will be posting and getting a lot of that action for you all. And Emirates A380, the service from Dubai, welcome. Very special welcome to Emirates, because we all know what has happened in the Middle East, and you know, still keeps happening, ceasefire and all in place, yes, but to always see Emirates come in from there, you know, it has been part of Sydney Airport, and to have them coming back again on their A380s is a joy to be enjoyed. It's something to be cherished. And yes, I do have quite a lot of connections in UAE, especially Dubai. So the country, the city, and the airline, it means a lot to me, and I believe it may mean a lot to us Australians, considering the fact that Qantas has a partnership with Emirates, and you know, you can use a lot of your Qantas points on Emirates and vice versa. So yes, I hope you all you know, have that good feeling for Emirates. And you know, of course, we do like all the different type of airlines. We do not distinguish or things like that. You know, we have no preferences as such, but of course we do have preferences for some great liveries, and you know, we will never complain if we get to see some special liveries. Hello Basil, hello. Thank you very much. How are you doing, Basil? I'm sorry, I'm not too sure how to pronounce your first name, so please correct me if I'm wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I would pronounce it as Giuseppe. I'm not too sure, but if I'm wrong, please correct me. And yeah, thank you very much for joining us. I hope you're having a great start to the weekend. We have just started streaming. It's already 28 minutes since we started streaming, but we didn't get much of the action. Had we to start streaming just a few minutes prior than what we did, we would have captured the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner of British Airways that came in from Singapore. It landed at 5:45 a.m. As you all know, Sydney Airport has a curfew and planes cannot land or take off until about 6. But you know, that does mean that those heavy aircraft which are noisy, but you do have some other aircraft like a B388 or something that way. Those smaller aircraft, they do take off and land ever so often, going to regional cities, because they are quiet. They are literally quiet, and you know, they don't make as much noise. As well as during the curfew time, there are certain exceptions that can be made for flights, and I think British Airways did use one of those exceptions. Those exceptions are provided every single day, but not for regular services. Like I don't mean to say I think regular services would be incorrect. What I mean to say is perhaps, you know, not for all planes just departing and arriving all together. So just like 1 or 2 planes as such. All right, QF42 Jakarta to Sydney on the Airbus A330-200. Where is the sun? We need the sun. We need the sun for the brightness. Come on. Alrighty, there you go. We do see One World livery out there. Yeah, we do need the sun to get a bit of brightness, and that should really help us. This zoom is, I think we'll leave it as such. This should be much more clearer for now, and then let us see as the day progresses and it gets much more brighter, we will be capturing more of that action for you all. Oh, thank you very much, mate. Thank you. Giuseppe. Okay, thank you very much. How are you doing though? Are you having a great weekend? How is everything? I hope, it's been a great start to April for all of us, and I hope you're doing very well too. We streamed yesterday, but we streamed yesterday for just about 4 hours. The internet was super bad yesterday. Today, it still seems to be a bit okay, but I wouldn't say the internet is the best. We are still having buffering issues. We are having the frames dropping. So yeah, it is a bit of an issue, but we will still continue streaming because, we promised all of you that we would be streaming. All right, MH251 from Kuala Lumpur coming in. Hello, Bella. Hello. Wishing you a very good morning. How are you doing, Bella? Thank you very much for joining us on our stream from here at Sydney Airport. It's great to be back filming at Sydney Airport. 2 months ago, we were filming at Tokyo Haneda. We filmed 1 or 2 streams from Tokyo Narita. In fact, we streamed one from inside the terminal capturing the A380, the flying turtle. That's the orange color A380 of All Nippon Airways. So yes, it's been nice. Malaysia Airlines. A330-900. There will be another arrival of the A330-900 later in the day, and perhaps that one will be much better. We'll get to have a very good look of it then. Okay, done with that arrival. Let us see what more we can capture today. Okay, JQ38 Denpasar to Sydney on the Airbus A321 coming in. After that is Korean Air, Seoul Engine to Sydney, KE401 on the Boeing 787-10. I have to stress -10 because usually most of the 787s that we see are the -9, and the Boeing 787-9 is one of the most sold variants of the Dreamliner. We do have quite a lot of 787-8s owned by Jetstar. We do see Qantas has all of the 787-9s. Korean Air has -10. Singapore Airlines has a -10, but they don't use it over here because they work quite well with the A350s out here. But to a lot of Asian destinations, they do use the 787-10. So I do recollect someone did ask us what's the difference between -9 and 10, and was a -10 better? So not really, and we did say that it's not about it being better or worse off. The 787-10 is usually used where there's a high demand, but the distance isn't as long. So I do know Singapore Airlines uses it quite well between Mumbai, India and Singapore. And the reason for it is earlier they used to use the A350 for very many years, and then they changed it to the 787-10, and that is because the journey time between Singapore to Mumbai, India is not far. It's just about 4 hours and 40 minutes, and let's say 5 hours, sometimes if you do have a bit of wind and you've got to slow down a bit. But yes, that's the thing. So the A350 wasn't able to handle as many passengers. So, just to get a few more extra passengers every single day, Singapore Airlines uses one of their 787-10s out there. And of course, the second aircraft that is being used is the Airbus A380, because great demand out of Mumbai, as well as a lot of people in Singapore do work a lot of Indians out there, as well as, it's a tourist destination. A lot of Indian tourists prefer visiting Singapore. Hey Bella, yes, the sun's out. The sun's out, and we are just waiting for the sun to go slightly higher, and we should get some really good visuals. Then it will be lovely. And as we look at this, look at the silhouette of the ATC tower. How beautiful is that? Look at those colors. It's like pinkish, bluish, purplish color. Perhaps whatever color it is, if I go into colors, I'm pretty sure there'll be someone correcting me and telling me, oh no, that's not purple, that is some maybe weird names, something sounding very posh sort of a thing, those type of conversations. But it's pretty simple for us. It's like whatever we see, we say it, and that's about it. I don't really know what else I could use, but probably maybe I could go home, watch this video, get a screenshot, and then ask AI, and then AI will come to me saying some crazy sort of a name, some posh name, sounding posh and, very clean, something that the plebeians don't use. But anyway, yes, it's sort of a small joke. But anyway, KE401 coming in from Seoul Incheon. On the Boeing 787-10. Oh, there's a mozzie over here, come on. I saved my blood by getting away from the mozzie. But what doesn't get away from you is the aviation action here at Sydney Airport. KE401 on the Boeing 787-10 of Korean Air. Once again is the previous livery, which very many of us like. It's also called the Pepsi livery because you see the icon on the tail, the logo. How good is that, right? I do know I saw quite a lot of people complaining about the new Korean Air livery, which seemed to be quite simple. But I think it's growing on me now. When the new livery came out, it's not that I was against it, but I was like, looks too simple, because you don't see that Pepsi color thing and whatnot, different colors. It looked too simple, but eventually I think it's growing on me. But I still prefer looking at these old liveries, Eventually, when all of the planes do get painted in the new livery, that's going to be history, and I'm glad we can capture that history. But having said that, if we talk more about liveries, more about company logos and things like that, if you see all around the world, there are so many brands that are trying to get that logo, their brand, in a very simple format. And the reason is, I was reading one day, and the reason is because they want their brand to resonate with a lot of people. So usually earlier what companies used to do is go to these marketing agencies and things like that all across the world, okay, not only here in Australia, not anywhere else, so not singling out a particular country or a particular company as such, but they used to get and spend a lot of money on these nice logos looking very nice and great, and don't get me wrong, everyone loved it, okay, but what happens is a significant part of the population, a significant percentage, especially the ones who would be elderly, who would be aged, they can't resonate with that modern logos and all. So what has happened is the world is now moving to logos where it is a bit more simpler, but at the same time it captures the essence of the brand as such, and you would see that very well done in Korean Air's new livery. Though a lot of people have complained, though a lot of av geeks, aviation fans have complained, saying that that's not something that they like because it's way too simple. But if you actually read through it, you get to know how they are trying to resonate with the brand, with the font, compared to the previous liveries, to the previous logo, I would say, not the livery. So that is what is happening. Even if you see Qantas's Airbus A330s, you will see quite a lot of them in the old logos, but in the old logos and the old script, the old font. But you see the newer one, it has changed quite a bit, right? And the same thing with Emirates as well. If you all know, Emirates earlier had the flag of the UAE on the tail of their plane, but right now it's more of a flying thing. So, it brings out that patriotism to a lot of people, especially in UAE. And it's just shows like that that's their flag flying sort of a thing. So that's how it is. All right, JQ 989 Perth to Sydney on the Airbus A320. That is what we see on screen here. Okay, in the background is Qantas's aircraft. Wow. And that's the new livery. When I say new, it's been quite some time now, okay? So please don't get me wrong, because I think it's been years since they did change the livery. So yeah, it's been one hell of a time. Okay, let's capture another heavy arrival here at Sydney Airport. What is it? Santiago to Sydney on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. Yeah, I stressed on -9 because it's nothing special when we see a -9 because we don't see as many -10s. So that's why I stressed more on the -10. The -9 is a pretty great flight, The 787-8-9. Okay, so we see a man-made bird behind landing and a human, not human, a natural bird there. Wow, yeah, at least got to see it fly. LATAM Airlines. All right, done with that. We've zoomed out quite a bit, as you can see, because it doesn't seem to be we are getting the sun, but we can actually, because if you see, you'll be able to see a bit of that yellowish color. That's the sun just rising up. So maybe once it does go behind the clouds and then up and over the clouds, it's going to be nice. All right, you see quite a lot of people already in here. When we came in this morning, that is just about a little over an hour ago, it was dark. There was no daylight whatsoever. We reached here, I think, about 5:24, 5:25 a.m. We had British Airways Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner arrive at 5:45 a.m. I wish we could have captured that. But, once again, having said all of this, now capturing planes early in the morning, like even today that we are doing, is going to be a bit hard, because as we enter the winter season, we will be getting daylight only later, as late as about 50 minutes past 6, which means you can understand, it's going to be a bit too hard. Hey El, hello, where are the viewers? Oh, the viewers don't really come in so early, to be very honest. They come in quite late, about 10, 11 and things like that. So yeah, Sydney has a long weekend because of Anzac Day. Yesterday was Anzac Day, just like you mentioned, El, in your email, that you all went for a veteran service as such. And same thing over here, we commemorate the fallen soldiers who landed in Gallipoli very many years ago. So, because of that, usually it is on the 25th of April, which is Anzac Day. But Anzac Day being on Saturday, yesterday, 25th April, we have the public holiday tomorrow, Monday. So it's a long weekend, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people have gone out, enjoying themselves. So we do expect the viewer count today to be quite low compared to the usual weekend viewer count that we get, because a lot of people have moved out and they'll be enjoying their long weekend. In fact, I know one of my friend, and he has got out with his family to Bathurst, which is not too far from Sydney. Of course, it's a bit of a drive, but it's not too far, I would say. But yes, we do expect viewer count to be quite low. Even yesterday it was low, considering the fact that people left on Friday evening and yesterday was Saturday morning. So we don't expect the viewer count to be high either today or even tomorrow as such. So it's actually going to be low, yes. And yeah, lazy people. Okay, El, you will be surprised that sometimes even I am lazy. I don't even feel like waking up. But for today, yes, we did wake up quite early. We woke up at 3:30, got ready, and left home just before 5, and we came in here. We left home just before 5, I think 8 minutes before 5, and we reached at 24 minutes past 5. Oh, y'all have the kingdom's birthday this weekend. How good is that? Happy birthday to the whole kingdom. I hope y'all are having a great time, and I hope y'all have had a great time at the veteran service too. Alrighty, QF24 Bangkok to Sydney service on the A330-300. And what I have realized is we don't get the Finnair aircraft anymore. If you all know, we did get the Finnair aircraft for quite some time, which was operating under the Qantas number. But that is no more the case because the dry lease is completed. Warners. Yes, we are happy with that, but come on, give us the sunlight. We need the sunlight. Okay, I do see the sunlight up and over the clouds. The sun does have to rise from below the clouds though, so it's going to take a bit more time. But no complaints, no complaints. We should be getting it. So El, anyway, how are you doing? It's been a long time coming for us streaming here at Sydney Airport. I do know we didn't stream for 2 months from February to April. As you all know that we were away. We went to Japan, Tokyo Haneda, Tokyo Narita. We streamed there. The people went total bonkers. They went total crazy with our streams because there was so much more aviation action happening out there, and rightly so. If we look at the geographical location and the positioning, Japan is more like reachable by airlines from the west, from the east. Over here in Australia, yes, we do have Air Canada, American, Delta coming in, but Australia seems to be at one end of the world, and because of that, we couldn't really. Because of that, we couldn't really get much of the planes out here. Yeah, you do say young people 3 days drink a lot. Okay, yeah, I do understand that because even over here the Australian government is trying to discourage people from drinking and then driving, because it's been quite strict. We do have double demerit points at this point in time. Usually during long weekends we have that in New South Wales, which is the state in which Sydney is, and even right now there's double demerits points. So anyone who fails a drinking test will be slapped with a hefty fine as well as demerit points, and that's going to be double the points. So yeah. Oh yes, thank you very much, El. We really appreciate it. So what really happened is in February we did stream. We went total crazy streaming from Tokyo Haneda, Tokyo Narita. I even streamed from Tokyo Narita from my hotel room because the hotel room had a wonderful view of the planes landing. We did stream in the night. We didn't want to stream because we were not getting much views, but it seems to be the viewers still wanted us to continue. All that we could see is just the plane's tail as such, which was lit up. So yes, that was a good thing. But yeah, after that, I went to Singapore. From Singapore, I went to India, went to a few other places, came back again to Singapore. from Singapore, came to Sydney. And when I came in March, the second week of March, I did plan to get done with a lot of live streams, but what really happened is it was either raining or it was very windy. And one day I do recollect I dressed up, carried my tripod, put it into the bag and everything, and then I thought, okay, let me check what's happening with the runways. All right, we'll just talk about that. We have QF 128 coming in from Hong Kong. Yes, and then what happened is one day the east-west runway was being used. So the east-west runway, when it's being used at Sydney, if I come to this place, I wouldn't get a good view. In fact, I wouldn't get a view of the planes at all, either taking off or landing. So what happens is, as we pan to this aircraft, I will stick to one place and then I'll show you what I'm exactly talking about, okay? So yes, this is Qantas. Okay, so you see the ATC tower in the background, right? At the base of the ATC tower is another viewpoint where you get a very good view of planes too. But then you get a good view of planes just using this runway and the runway from the other side. Now the thing is, when the east-west runway is being used, I'll just point out, okay, the planes come in from that side and then they land behind all those trees because it's, you know, east-west, it intersects the main runway. So we couldn't get anything. So I was pretty sad, and then I thought there's no point in going to the airport. And after that, I thought maybe I will stream on the Easter long weekend. But Easter long weekend, once again, you know, we moved out overseas and then we came back. And yeah, after coming back first week of April, the second week of April, yet again, we tried streaming, but it was very windy one weekend. Again, the runways were changed. One of the weekends it was raining, and yes, nothing was working out. And then eventually, you know, this long weekend, I thought I'm going to do it. We did plan to stream last Sunday, but last Sunday what happened is we were getting a very special livery of China Southern Airlines, the Bay livery, the Vital Bay livery. So I thought I might as well film that rather than streaming, because, you know, right now we are almost entering winter season and we get the daylight quite late, so we wouldn't get very good view of it. And yes, so here we are today. I am also planning to stream in the night, like evening today, perhaps from Shep's Mound, that is at the base over there. It's called Shep's Mound. I'm not too sure if I will, but let us see, because if I stream in the night, there's not much of the view we get, but, you know, still if we don't zoom in, we still get, you know, slightly good view. Hey, yes, from Narita Airport, I filmed from inside Narita Airport, Terminal 1. And that was on the 9th. Okay, let us capture this one. The Haneda service, Japan Airlines from Tokyo Haneda, Boeing 777-300ER, registered as JA738J. Wow, it's always a pleasure to watch any airline come in from Japan Airlines, and ANA. Okay, the sun is out now, and we will get the nice silhouette effect. Yeah, look at the sun. Oh yes, so as I was mentioning to you, we did stream from Narita. So on the 8th evening from Tokyo Narita, we did stream. We started the stream at about 4 o'clock, and we were supposed to end the stream about I would say 6 o'clock, because by 6 we lost all daylight, and it was a very snowy day that morning. That morning we were very upset because we planned to stream from Tokyo Haneda. Tokyo Haneda has super great views, and as we woke up in the morning, we were supposed to stream from like before sunrise. And what happened is, as I look out of the window, it was snowing very heavily. And I still thought, let's just go get some views. And as I go to the airport, I see the observation deck was closed because of safety reasons. You know, snow makes things slippery out there. The observation deck, as you know, the observation deck is open. It's not covered, as well as, you know, you get great views. So in the interest of safety, the observation deck was closed. So I was quite upset, and that very afternoon I traveled to Tokyo Narita, because the following morning I had my flight from Tokyo Narita to Singapore. And I was lucky to get a hotel room with a view of the airport, and then I started streaming, let's say about 4:30, and at about 6 we thought we will finish it off. But what really happened is all the viewers were after us to continue the stream, even though it was dark. And I mentioned it that it's going to be way too dark to even spot anything as such. But, you know, they were quite excited to see the action, and that's why we continued. And then another one that we did do, okay, this is DL41, Los Angeles to Sydney on the Airbus A350-900, registered as N524DN. All right, another thing that we did do is the next morning, as we check in for our flight and things like that, as I check in, as I pass security, I see through the terminal gates and we see the orange flying turtle livery of ANA. So we walked the whole terminal and we did a very short stream of, let's say, I think it was about 4 or 5 minutes, where we just capture the great view of the A380. So it was wonderful that time. So yes, if you may have seen something like that, it would be me. Yes, we did stream from Tokyo Narita. But yeah, I appreciate your concern, L. JL was the first flight from Amsterdam to Australia, stop in Tokyo. Ooh, holiday. Yes, I did go for a holiday, but to be quite honest, you know, we have been streaming for quite some time now, since October. We never used to stream earlier, and a lot of our viewers, you know, they were excited, and we did tell them that when we started off our aviation journey on this channel. So this channel was just a general channel earlier. I used to post reviews of food and places that I used to go, my driving videos. I used to drive my car and film videos as such. But then when we went to Los Angeles last year, and we posted a few of the planes that we captured just outside In-N-Out Burger at Westchester, people went crazy over it. And then last June, we posted a few videos from out here and Shep's Mound that I just told you earlier about, which is by the base of the ATC tower. And people went crazy about it. So then we thought we might as well just get a very serious approach to this and see how it works out. And indeed, it seems to be people love it. So I wouldn't say it's a holiday. We actually specifically went just to stream at Tokyo Haneda. You know, I went to Tokyo for the first time ever in my life, but I didn't really want to move out anyway. I did go to Shibuya Sky, have a look at the Shibuya crossing and all, which is, you know, world famous. But apart from that, we were living at the very close to the airport, and in fact the airport hotel that we were living in is connected directly to Haneda Terminal 3, so 7-8 minute walk from the hotel would get us to the Terminal 3 of Tokyo Haneda, right to the observation deck. QF82 Singapore to Sydney on the Airbus A330-300. So yes, I do consider it more of a business trip because we just did that for YouTube as such. So it's more of a business trip, not a holiday. But you know, we enjoyed it. It sounded more like a holiday. All right, it's a bit strange to me that they had to use the reversers so much. Perhaps I guess that's a full flight and it would have a lot of passengers in there. Alrighty, let's get more of that action. QF20 coming in from Manila to Sydney, again Airbus A330-300. Okay, that's fully zoomed out. Let us zoom in. QF20 coming in from Manila. I believe it's going to be a long day today. We see a lot more aircraft today than yesterday at this very stage, just 6:47 a.m. But yesterday was a much quieter day. Today seems to be quite busy. Because as you all know, whatever aircraft come in the next few hours, they are going to be out and about. So there we have QF20, Manila to Sydney service. Alright guys, as you all know, we have actually zoomed out because it seems to be we are having issues with the lighting and we don't really want to spoil the visuals for all of you. So, you know, this is a much more respectable lighting condition compared to the earlier one when we started streaming, but still, you know, we would love to have that zoom in. Probably when the sun gets even much more brighter and things like that, we can get it. But yeah, this seems more reasonable, much more better than the old one. Alrighty. As we are awaiting the planes, let me just use some sunscreen because now the sun is out and about. It's going to make us dark. I don't know if you all know this, especially for our viewers not from Australia. The sun is usually quite brutal over here, so it can get a bit too much. Alright, we have applied sunscreen. Now we've got to get a cap ready. Getting a cap ready is another thing because, you know, we've got to affix the neck part of it so that we don't burn our neck. As you all know, in the month of October when we were streaming, we actually burnt the neck. It's like I actually got sunburned and I didn't realize until next morning when I woke up and I felt maybe a bed bug bit me, but no, it wasn't a bed bug. It was just the sun that you know, literally went crazy. Oh, what's that? A Qantas freight aircraft this early in the morning. Wow. That's nice to see, the Qantas freight aircraft. Cool. Let us get ready for more action. We still have Qantas's aircraft to come in from Los Angeles. So there's quite a lot of services that's still out there that need to arrive. We do have Singapore Airlines A380, another A380 that will arrive about, let's say 10:30. I think the arrival time usually is billed on the ticket as 10:25 or 10:15, something that way. But usually they do arrive a bit early unless, you know, they would have had exceptionally long taxi times at Singapore Changi Airport. As you all know, it all depends on the gate. If you get gates something like A16 to 21, A16 to 21 is right at the end of Terminal 3. So they can just push back and get a very short taxi time, considering they are using the runway which is just behind them, or even if they have to taxi the other way around, I would say a maximum taxi time of 5 minutes. But if it's anywhere else, then yes, you end up spending much more time. So L, what's the time out there? I believe it is 10:51 p.m. for you. Ooh, that's going to be, I think it's going to be warm right now. Or maybe just getting warm, I would say, because summer hasn't yet begun, right? So yes, what do we have? Let us check flight radar. QF7524 Christchurch to Sydney service. Okay, as you all know from our stream, I have always mentioned there's a departure of EK413, I believe. Not 413, I think it would have been 414 or something that way. There would always be a departure of Emirates A380 early morning. It used to be one of the first departures from Sydney Airport as the curfew is lifted. But we haven't seen that yesterday, we haven't seen it today. And that's one of the capacity things that have happened with Emirates, where they have discontinued that service temporarily because of the Middle East war, but hopefully it does change as time passes. All right, it's 6:53, just 1 hour 7 minutes since we started streaming, since the show began, and I am hungry. I should have gone to McDonald's earlier today for breakfast, because usually we will start our stream with breakfast and then come over here, but no problem. Tomorrow I think we'll make it even much more earlier. Today we were scared that we may end up being late and miss out on the aircraft, and yeah, we didn't miss out, but we were not expecting the 787-9 Dreamliner of British Airways to land at 5:45 a.m. But we should have expected that, because we do know that there are exceptions to that curfew where 1 or 2 planes are allowed to land. So hopefully tomorrow, we will come much more earlier and capture all of that too. All right, UA 863 United Airlines from San Francisco on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, registered as N17963. Let's get going, guys. All right, wow, seems to be a nice quiet touchdown, and as they use the thrust reversals, we do hear a bit of sound, but it is not as much sound as we usually would hear. That probably means that they would be quite light, or maybe they use the lower speed setting. Regardless, it's nice to see it here. You see, because earlier we had another 787-9 come in and it was quite noisy. This one doesn't seem to be such. So it's good in a way. All right, what more do we have? I'm wondering if we have any special liveries. I did check yesterday, we didn't see any, but I didn't check quite late in the night, because as you know, most of the aircraft that have about 8-9 hours of flight time, they would have been updated a little before the flight. But when I did check yesterday evening, early evening, most of them had not even been assigned a flight registration and things like that. So, we didn't get it. But anyway, we have VA68 Virgin Australia coming in from Denpasar on the Boeing 737 MAX 8. Woohoo, 737. And that's like a 5.5 hour flight. I don't think I would ever do a 737 flight for the duration, 5 hours. But you never know. Sometimes we are so crazy, we love to do such things. Oh, almost night, 10:55 p.m. Okay, yeah, cool, cool. I hope you had your dinner, El, and I hope you're just relaxing now, watching us stream. And yeah, we plan to stream for the next 5 hours as such, okay? But I'm not promising you all, because I do know yesterday we did think the same. We started streaming just about 6:30, slightly before 6:30 in the morning, and we thought we would stream all morning long, but we then stopped the stream because the internet connectivity was super bad. When I say super bad, means super bad. We had frames dropping and stuff. Even today, the internet connectivity is not as good. Like, believe me, it is not good. It is pathetic. And it is not good. And that's why it's pathetic, actually. But like I said, today we plan to continue streaming because the internet connectivity is much better compared to yesterday, but as per usual, we aren't getting the speeds, we aren't getting the frames as such. So it's just one of those weekends, I believe, but hopefully everything goes well. All right, let's capture those planes out there. Do we see anything here on this side? No. Yes, so okay, there's one plane moving up, from up, yes. Look, the one moving from up is American Airline, Los Angeles to Sydney. We should be able to see it in 5 minutes, so it's just going to take a big long turn out there from the ocean, turn around again, and then line up for finals out here. Okay. Virgin Australia service from Denpasar on the Boeing 737 MAX 8. And then we are going to get the star of the show. Of course, we have very many stars, but we have the Los Angeles to Sydney service that we have just spotted that's coming in. Let us pan around and show you all shortly. Alrighty, do you all see on the center of the screen? That's the Airbus A380 QF12 of Qantas. That is QF8 of Qantas. Whoa. Okay, I definitely messed up. Apologies. That is QF8 from Dallas Fort Worth. Yeah, apologies for that. Apologies. So Dallas Fort Worth service. Let us see how that one goes. It's going to be a nice big sound when the thrust reversers are being used. So let's enjoy that one. 6:59 p.m. here in Sydney, Australia on 26th April 2026. It is a Sunday. So yes, would you like to have a look at a night stream? But when I ask this question, I would want to pre-position you all. When we do the night stream, it would be quite dark, just like how it was in Tokyo Narita. I did mention that, but in Tokyo Narita, our hotel room was a bit too far from the view that we were getting of Sydney, of Narita Airport, planes landing. But when if I stream tonight from Shep's Mound, it's going to be much more closer, but it would still be dark. So if you all would prefer having a look at that stream, just comment and let me know, and we will be happy to do it. QF8 from Dallas Fort Worth. They say everything is big in Texas, and the plane service on Qantas is big too. Dallas Fort Worth service. QF8, registered as VHOQC. So yesterday we happened to see VHOQB. Let us see if this very same plane VHOQC is the same one that goes to Johannesburg later today. As you all know, there's a Johannesburg service of Qantas on the Airbus A380. So let us see if this A380 service is going to be put out there on VHOQC. I wish I could get one of the VHOQA landings out here someday. We have captured VHOQA on our YouTube shorts and I think even long form videos, but I don't believe we may have captured it on our live stream. Hopefully we can capture it, you know, someday. So it's going to be a good one for us. All right, what do we have? Christchurch service, and take care. Okay, you would have heard me saying take care. So that's one of our viewers. He usually comes here in the morning for a walk, and you know, we were having a great chat with him back in December, January, and he did come in earlier this morning. But he didn't walk, he was just having a look at the planes, probably just passing his time. And yeah, right now he is gone back. So appreciate it, mate. Thank you very much. Thanks for the wave. And we hope to see you on our show once again. So yeah, as we progress to the live stream, there is quite a lot of work that we need to do. Okay, I also wanted to mention it to you all that yesterday we did have an incident whilst we were streaming. So we use a big huge power bank, 27,000 mAh to be very, very precise, which is if I have to speak in terms of watt hours, it's 99.9. I'll come back later to that number, 99.9. So what happened is we usually keep this big power bank on our tripod stand, you know, the 3 bars that join each other at the center, and we realized the tripod wasn't set up correctly. So we tried adjusting, and we didn't really pay much attention, and the power bank fell to the ground, and the ground is just asphalt because, you know, it's the road out here. So it fell, which was fine. I picked it up, and then I see there were like big cuts onto that power bank. So we and you know, because the road has so much of dust, we wiped it off with a sanitizing wipe, but we were scared that probably there could be a risk of fire. So yeah, we were lucky enough. It wasn't a fire as such, because after we started using, we were constantly checking it for heat or any abnormalities as such. Even yesterday, once we went home, we put it to charge, but we were constantly watching it. As you all know, power banks are not even allowed to be used during a flight as such because of all of these things surrounding power banks, lithium-ion batteries and stuff like that. So we were being quite cautious, and even right now I'm being quite cautious just to see, because today seems to be a pretty long stream, and today we are streaming in 4K quality. If you see, usually we stream about 1080, that is full HD, or 1440, that is 2K. But today it's like, I think just for the second or third time once again that we have started streaming in 4K quality. And when we stream in 4K quality, you know, there's a lot more power that's being used. So we are literally testing the limits of everything. We are streaming from our phone, and we will continue streaming from our phone, I believe, because streaming from the camera does add up a lot more complexities, especially considering now, you know, Sydney could be very windy at times and things like that. So we prefer doing it right now just from our phone. But you never know, you know, we do plan to buy a new lens and those sort of things. Those are going to take time, you know, because we actually operate YouTube and Sydney Airport Aviation as a business. So there are a lot of cost considerations and all. Not that the camera is way too expensive, but yes, it is. Sorry, not the camera, I mean the lens. But apart from that, the thing is we do need to consider how to put it the best to use as such. So, you know, after considering all that is when we may go ahead with the purchase. So let us see. I will let you all know, but please comment and let us know if you all would like to see a night stream in total darkness today. Of course, it's not going to be streamed from here. I will show you all the place for our Australian viewers, for viewers from Sydney as well. You all would know Shep's Mound, and I would probably want to stream from there, but definitely it wouldn't be a zoomed in stream. And if this current runway is being used, we have Garuda Indonesia landing. GA714 from Denpasar on the A330-300, registered as PK-GPU. Wow, GPU reminds me of, you know, AI and all that thing, because literally these days on the news, you just hear GPU and things like that. Okay, yeah, coming back to the topic, this is Garuda Indonesia, Airbus A330. Okay, thrust reversers have been switched off, And yes, so you'll see the ATC tower by the base. I would be over there, so you don't get a view of the planes landing right now how we get it, but you do get a view of the terminal building. However, considering it's night and things like that, we would be, if we ever streamed, it is going to be more of a stream where we don't zoom in, because the moment we zoom in, the zoom cameras use higher aperture, and a higher aperture, which means less light comes in, and you all know if less light comes in, that means we aren't getting the great visuals. So if we use the normal camera, we would be quite zoomed out, but as you all know, in the Shep's Mound that we can see, you get a very good view of the terminal as well as of the taxiways. So if that is something you all are excited about, if that is something you all would really want to see, please comment and let us know, and maybe we can try doing that one for all of you. All right, what do we have? There you go, AA-73 American Airline Los Angeles to Sydney service on the Boeing 777-300ER, registered as N728AN. Finally, a 777. Yay! Very nice, very nice. Yes, we are pleased with that. We are pleased with that landing. So like I said, the night streams, if that is something you all are keen to watch, please let me know. But I would want to always pre-position it to you all that it's going to be a dark stream. It's going to be nice. There is action until about 11 o'clock in the night at Sydney Airport. But I would just pre-position you all that it's going to be dark. We aren't going to get the great visuals like now. We are happy to do it, but yes, because it may not be of much help if y'all don't really like the visuals. I do know people went crazy over a night stream at Tokyo Narita, considering the fact that it was on that day a cloudy day, and the following day we were flying out of Tokyo to Singapore. So I do know that people would have been a bit emotional as well to miss our streams and things like that, but that's fine. So if y'all don't want it, totally fine, because night streams is not something we do regularly as well, if y'all would have noticed. But hey everyone, welcome to the stream. I hope y'all are having a great morning. Today is the 26th of April 2026 and it's 9 minutes past 7. It's a great day, great morning to start with. We captured the first arrival after the curfew. Before the curfew, there was the 787-9 of British Airways that arrived, and tomorrow we are going to go even much more crazy. We are going to capture even the aircraft that arrived before the curfew ends. Of course, that means that we need to be quite early, very early, which means we can't be late. Yeah, you see, it means the same thing that I'm talking. But yes. What else do we have? JQ 500 Melbourne to Sydney service. Yes. Then QF 140 Auckland to Sydney service. Gold Coast to Sydney service. Okay, seems to be a lull for now. No heavy arrivals, at least at this very moment. Melbourne to Sydney service. QF 402. We do have Los Angeles to Sydney service coming in, UA 839, but that is in about 7 minutes from now. So yes, I hope you all are having a great time and a great day. Okay, we'll leave the view as such until we get more of those heavy arrivals. In the background, just center right, you would have seen a plane, a tiny dot. It has taken off from runway 34L. But that does bring the question, are we going to have a runway change? Because we have planes landing from over the water, but the runway behind this active runway that you see, the planes are taking off from the other side. So I am not too sure if we do have a runway change. However, we should be quite covered, especially with the runway change, considering the fact most of the heavy arrivals would take place on this side. A few of them would take place on the other side as well, but most of the heavy arrivals that take place from this side would end up coming up to about here and then turning to Terminal 1. So we should still get a good view of them. Let us still see then how everything works out. Whoa, it's been quite a lot of planes that we've captured today, and it's just 1 hour 25 minutes since we started streaming, but more like an hour and 12 minutes since we started getting the planes, because we started the show early. However, we didn't see most of the commercial arrivals until exactly after 6, just a few seconds after 6 a.m. is when we saw planes landing, with Garuda Indonesia being the first, with Qantas being the first one coming in from Indonesia. So like I said, when we said a few seconds after 6, we saw the planes lining up on finals, and it's not that, after 6 they get to finals and things like that. Let us pan till this aircraft, is out of sight, out of mind, and then we'll show you what really we are talking about. Okay, so that was done. So you'll see the beginning of the runway, and the plane was, let's just say, about 300 feet above the ground when the clock struck 6. So you can see that precision timing of how things are done here at Sydney Airport, and rightly so, considering it's a busy airport. A lot of work needs to be done every single day. In fact, the Southern Hemisphere's most busiest airport is Sydney, not only in Australia, in fact the whole of the Southern Hemisphere. So you can understand how busy Sydney Airport is, and considering the fact that there's already a curfew between 11 and 6 in the morning. However, the new Western Sydney Airport is not going to have any curfew. It's going to be a 24-hour airport. We all know Singapore Airlines has already committed to a daily A350 service, departing I think about 10:45 something in the night, every night, arriving in the morning at Singapore somewhere around 5. So that means a lot of people taking the aircraft from Sydney and having to spend time at Singapore Changi. That is something they can reduce. Of course, traveling is another issue from over here Sydney, but like I did mention it in one of our videos, that I think I mentioned it on the other channel. I did mention that things like that would be done, like transport, the rail line, the metro will be connected. So yes, hopefully that's one of the things that goes well. All right, we do have the Gold Coast service and then the Melbourne service. Gold Coast services from Virgin Australia. Hello Hanslova, hello. Thank you very much for the like and welcome back to our stream. Been a long time, a very, very long time. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm pleased to see you, Hanslova. Thank you very much for the like. Thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate your presence. We always appreciate people coming to our stream because we love to live stream. But as you all know, we didn't live stream for the last 2 months. How ironic is that? I say I love to live stream and then we don't. And rightly so, the weather and crazy stuff. I do recollect one of the days we dressed up, had our tripod and all the other gear in the car. We just checked the runways that's being used on Flight Radar 24, and we get to know it's the East-West runway, which doesn't offer any of the great viewpoints that we have currently. So yeah, that's another thing. But apart from that, Hanslova, yes, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate your presence. It's very nice that you join us from so far off in the world. Like, y'all are in total darkness. It's night out there, and over here it is sunny morning. It is sunny morning. It's slightly cool. It is getting It is getting colder. I think by next month we should be beginning with winter. Let us see if we can capture the sun on camera. Oh, what's that? Is that a sun? That's not a sun, I guess. I think that's just the reflection, I guess. Yeah, that's not the sun. Okay, yeah, cool. Now we get the sun. Okay, let us pan. Let's get back to aviation once again. The Melbourne service. Melbourne to Sydney service, QF402. For those of you who don't know, I have mentioned it many times before and mentioning it again. Melbourne to Sydney and Sydney to Melbourne is Australia's most busiest route. You have very many planes of these, especially in the evening. You will see quite a lot of them. Yeah, Boeing 737. Alrighty, what do we have next then? Okay, seems to be a bit of a lull with the heavy arrivals, but it's not going to be too long. We do have Air Canada coming in from Vancouver, and this is one of those older planes where you see the white color with red color thing, red color lettering. So there's no black tinge to it, and you have the maple leaf on the tail of the plane. That's going to be a good one. The aircraft that's coming in is 18 years old, delivered to Air Canada in July 2007. Registered as CFIUF, and it's a Boeing 777-200 LR, not an ER, LR. AC-33 from Vancouver. Good morning to all of our Canadian people, all of our Canadian viewers, all of our Canadian lovers. Thank you very much. You know, we have received quite a lot of love from Canada, from our viewers. We appreciate it to the core. How is everyone doing? How are you doing, Hansela? Hoping you're doing well, having a great Saturday night, the weekend. We have a long weekend, which means we are streaming tomorrow as well. We are not sure if we will be streaming tonight, but if we do get a good response, if our viewers do want us to be streaming tonight, we will be streaming from Shep's Mound. All right, AC-33 just about to land. Hoping we get to see the smoke of the tires. And there you are, AC-33 Air Canada from Vancouver. You know, usually the 787-9 and -10, you see quite a lot of difference in the length. With the 777, you can literally make out the difference. You know, it seems to be there's much more difference between a 777-200 and a 777-300. I'm not too sure if it's just because, you know, I'm so used to seeing the 777-300s, and then when we see the 777-200, just like we saw now, it makes a difference. But yes, if I'm wrong, please comment and let me know. You know, I'm always happy to be corrected, because this is something I just noticed yesterday. So I will be going back home and reading quite a lot about it. Hopefully, you know, Wikipedia is going to give us a good length comparisons. They usually have the dimensions mentioned out there. All right, I was just about to check flight radar to see SQ212, which is the daily morning departure of the Boeing 777-300ER, and here we see Singapore Airlines is just taxiing about here And yes, it's going to be a good one. I don't know, Michelle. Michelle, if you're on this flight, I wish you a very happy flight. So everyone, Michelle is one of the lead flight attendants. In fact, she is the lead steward on Singapore Airlines, rated to work on the Boeing 777, the Airbus A350, as well as the Boeing 787 Dreamliner. And when I arrived on SQ211 in the month of March, she was very kind enough to come and have a talk with me for, let's say, about 15-20 minutes prior, just before the landing preparations would begin. And it was wonderful talking to her. She is also following our channel, Sydney Airport Aviation. She's following our Instagram. So it's really nice, you know, to have a wonderful person like her come have a chat and stuff like that. And I did ask her when she was returning. I arrived on Sunday night, and she told me that she would be departing on Tuesday morning, and that's SQ211-212 is one of her regular routes. So Michelle, if you're watching, if you are on that flight, I wish you a happy and safe flight. Alrighty, let us capture the other one. UA839. Hey mate, yes, I am an Australian citizen, I am, but yeah, maybe I sound Indian, but you know, I'm a mix of everything, I would say. I'm a mix of Indian, Portugal, and you know, childhood being all around different places, and you know, mixing with different people, different relatives as such. So yeah, I am a mix of I would say everything, but currently, yes, I am an Australian citizen. However, I would say, you know, mix of everything. It's like childhood spent in India, a few other countries here and there. In fact, my ancestry itself is from Portugal. So the thing is, I'm a mix of everything. I don't really know how to answer that, because yes, in terms of citizenship, in terms of nationality, currently I am Australian. But if I have to speak in terms of ancestry, I am from Portugal, and I grew up a bit in India, UAE, and met relatives from everywhere, Australia and things like that. So it's a big mess, I would say. So that's how I would, you know, answer. Yes, in terms of nationality, I'm Australian. In terms of ancestry, I am from Portugal, because my ancestors, my great-grandmother, great-grandfather, yeah, they are from Portugal. And yes, we do have that Portugal spice and everything else that we eat with and whatnot. And that's one of the reasons I visit the state of Goa in India. You know, Goa is a place which was a colony of Portugal until about 1961, which is way too recent, right? And yes, maybe that's the reason I sound Indian, because I would have been, you know, interacting with quite a lot of Indians. But in terms of food, in terms of culture, things like that, yes, it is a Portugal ancestry. All right, SQ211. Michelle, if you're on that flight, we wish you a great and safe flight. We hope to see you again soon. Super lovely. So, you know, SQ211, this is the plane that came in last night. It arrives about 7 o'clock, 7:15 odd. Soon he will talk Russian. Okay, I don't think we should be using such words, please. Yeah, if you're not happy watching the channel, you know, always free Adele for you to not watch. And like I said, you know, I don't speak Portuguese because I have never been to Portugal. You know, I have never interacted with anyone, so I don't speak Portuguese. I don't. Like I said, you know, I just have my ancestors from Portugal. It's pretty similar to how we have a lot of Brits, a lot of English people living here in Australia. Not every one of them, have started their ancestry from here, but there are a lot of Brits. Hey Adele, I don't think we should be getting into this conversation where you are being so aggressive because, like I said, I don't speak Portuguese. I don't even speak the Indian language of Hindi. I don't. So even though I have been there in India, I grew up a bit over there, yeah, I don't speak that. So yeah, I really don't think we should be getting into that conversation. It would be great if you could be respectful, Adele, and if you don't really want to watch this channel, all good, we don't really mind. I do know there are better channels out there that have better content and things like that. But yeah, if you feel that I'm not a citizen of Portugal, I am not, because I don't have citizenship. Yeah, I'm not. So yeah, that's how it is. But I would just want to say that if you don't want to be part of this channel, this our videos, our live stream and all, totally fine with that. It's like, yeah, it's not going to hurt us as such, but yeah, Adele, that's okay, no problem. And it's totally fine, we treat everyone with respect, regardless of nationality, age, gender and whatnot. So totally fine. It's like, yeah, I don't know to speak Portuguese, I just know to speak English. That's the only language that I know. So even if you're going to say that I am Indian, I don't know how you would prove it that I'm an Indian, considering the fact that I don't know an Indian language. So that's all that I'm going to say in my defense. But yeah, apart from that, no, I'm not saying anything else. I'm not going to get aggressive or anything, because it's none of our thing, because we come here just to capture aviation from here in Sydney. And like I mentioned many times before to all our viewers, we would be streaming from Tokyo Haneda, and we did that. We also went to Los Angeles. Alrighty, okay, it seems to be you're getting a bit aggressive, Adele, so let me read through your comment again. Okay, so you're saying to be honest, right? So I have been honest. I don't think I can be any more honest with you, Adele, because Adele, see, this is what I told you, my ancestors. So you see my grandfather, my grandmother, and my great-grandfather, great-grandmother, they were all born in Portugal. Now, like I also mentioned that Portugal, if you just go online and you read about the state of Goa, right? The Portuguese had colonized Goa. So the British had colonized the whole of India. The British left India, and India got independent in, I don't know what, maybe about 75, 80 years ago, something that way. But the state of Goa is a very small state, and it was colonized by the Portuguese. And I believe my great-grandfather and great-grandmother, on both sides, mother and father's side, they would have come back then during the colonization in India, and they were living there. And yeah, that's how, we do have the Portuguese ancestry. My great-grandfather's birth certificates, my grandmother's certificates, they all show place of birth as Portugal. So I do believe that, they would have been traveling quite a bit, and they were into that trade sort of a thing. And yes, that's how it is. So my mother, her birth is registered in the Portugal birth records. My dad, the very same thing. My grandfather and grandmother, very same thing. So it's registered in Portugal birth records. And yes, I do have that ancestry. Whenever I am in Goa, which, like I said, was a former Portuguese colony, there was a lot of, influence on the food and all. We do have that the Portuguese food, that influence, especially if you see the Spanish curries and things like that with the spices and all. We have the very same thing. So that's the thing. But yeah, that is all that I would want to say is I don't know to speak the Indian language. All I know to speak is English. But like I said, I have been quite honest. I did grow up quite a bit when I was a kid in India, and then we were in Dubai. There were a few other places as well. We have relatives all over. We have relatives even now in India, so I do visit them. So yeah, as we speak, I do say that I could be possibly having that Indian accent, but yes, that's the truth, I'm not an Indian citizen. I have an Australian passport. I'm an Australian citizen. The ancestry comes from Portugal, and that is what it is. Yes, but you know, like you said, please be honest. I don't really know how to be any more honest with you, Adele. In fact, if you're actually not quite happy with my stream, my voice and all, I really apologize. I would really not want to make anyone sad or, you know, trigger anyone. If you do not like me, I totally understand, and you know, I'm really sorry for that. But you know, I've been honest. I've said it. I've said it that I grew up in India quite a bit, then grew up a few other places, have relatives in India, but I'm not an Indian citizen. I'm an Australian citizen. I don't know any Indian language for that matter. So that's how it is. Adele, I was in Tokyo Haneda in February. So if you know, we commented about going to Tokyo Haneda in the month of November. So we went over there. We went to the observation deck, Tokyo Haneda Terminal 3. If you check our old live streams, you'll be able to see our live streams out there that we filmed at Tokyo Haneda in the month of February. We also filmed from Tokyo Narita. It's out there. So yes, if you're upset with us, if you're upset with me, totally understand. But you know, we don't really want to say anything else. Oh hell, thank you. Thanks for saying that. Okay, Adele, I do get it that you speak a lot of languages. I would also want to say that I've been to Dubai as well. I don't know to speak Arabic. I really don't know. Because, you know, in Dubai, they speak English for the most part. Yes, government documentation, and a lot of people, they speak Arabic. But, you know, I don't really speak Arabic as well. I've been to a lot of places. I went to Tokyo. I have friends in Tokyo, and I have friends in Hiroshima. I didn't meet my friends in Hiroshima because as I went to Tokyo, that's the only place I stayed, but hopefully someday may be able to meet them. But again, you know, I didn't meet them, and I don't really know even Japanese, just a few words here and there, you know, because you keep listening to them. And then a lot of my friends here at work, they do visit Japan. So that's all, you know, I would say that I know. Hey Adele, yeah, it's good you speak German, because I do believe German is a nice language. I watched the flight reviewer Josh Cahill, and you know, he was born in Germany. He said he is an Australian citizen, but you know, he did say that he's from Germany. And yeah, German people are great. They're nice, and yeah. I do believe that, you know, a German language, learning a German language, like the whole of the German language, is nice. And rightly so, you know, I love Lufthansa. I plan to go to Germany later this year just because I want to fly on the Boeing 747-400. And we do plan to do that from Singapore Changi to, I think it's Frankfurt. It usually departs about 12:20 a.m., just past midnight. Oh yes, I was actually focusing on the flights, Adele, but I think, you know, I just didn't want you to get triggered or, you know, feel bad about anything about me being about my ancestry or something. So yeah, once again, you know, if there's anything like that, I totally apologize. You know, you know, I can't control, you know, my ancestry and all. Whatever it is, it is. So yeah, if you still don't like our channel, you don't like our videos, totally fine, you know. We won't complain. We have no issues whatsoever. Oh, okay. So your homeland is Canada, is it? Okay, that's nice. That's nice. I wish to go to Canada. So you said Montreal. I have one of my friend who is in Toronto, but yeah. I have never ever visited Canada. Of course, he loves snow, and he always told me that, you know, he would want to live over there, and yeah, rightly so. So yeah, I think he probably enjoys the snow quite a bit, and I always see him posting stuff on Instagram, you know, the snowy adventures and things like that. So it's great. It's great. Oh yes, I do understand. You know, if you know the local languages, definitely it's going to be a lot more easier. And yeah, in terms of respect as well, I totally understand, and I'm pretty sure you you do not respect me for not knowing the Indian language or maybe even Arabic for the very fact. But that's how it is. I've always just spoken English because whichever place I've been, like, even in India, I do know they don't speak much of English, but they do understand what you want to speak. So, the basic words and things like that. So I've always been like, okay, fine, if it's working, it's working. So that's how it is. Adele, I'm not too old. I'll just say that I'm not yet married. That is what I'll say. So that's the thing. But yeah, pretty not old. Okay, thanks Adele for saying you don't have any bad feelings for me. But I did feel like, okay, probably maybe that's something, maybe you didn't like me talking, or maybe, just because I do have the fact that I would have been born, not born, like brought up in India, and, because I have that Indian accent sort of a thing, maybe you wouldn't like it. But yeah, once again, really, really sorry. Oh, really? Thank you. Thanks for your kind words, Adele. That's really surprising. Thank you. Thanks for saying that you call me an interesting person, because usually when I'm at work, I always tell my friends that I could be one of the most boring people out there, because how it is this way. A lot of my friends and all, Friday evening, they are like calling me out for drinks and parties, or just going for hot pot and things like that, and getting some nice food. And I'm literally so tired by let's say midweek, Wednesday evening, I'm so tired. So by Friday, I just want to rest. And then they ask me what I do on the weekends, and all I tell them is, what I'm doing is I may just go to the airport and spot planes and stuff like that. And they feel I'm boring because they think all planes are same, They don't really even know the difference between quite a lot of models. And rightly so, because a lot of people, they don't like flying. I have seen this, my manager has spoken to me, and, sometimes when we discuss, they do say that they don't like flying. For them, flying is just a necessity to reach from point A to B sort of a thing. Just like, how a lot of people don't love cars. There are a lot of people who love cars, but there are quite a lot who don't. They'll just buy a car for the very sake that they want to travel from one place to another. So yeah, I totally understand that. But a lot of people, they do think I'm boring. So yeah, for you to say I'm interesting, yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yes, Adele, I don't think I could be any more honest, right? Yeah, thanks for saying that you value honesty. But like I said, I did grow up in India, and I mentioned it earlier as well. I did grow up for quite a bit. Then in the UAE and things like that. Again, in the UAE, in Dubai, right? You have a lot of Indians. Indians constitute a major proportion of the population out there as well. So yes, I think it may be a lot of my dealings with Indians as such that does bring that Indian accent to me. But in terms of languages, yeah, I wouldn't really able to even speak the Indian language, sadly. And I don't really know. I do know that Hindi is the national language of India, but there are so many regional languages. Like I said, Goa, the state which was colonized by the Portuguese, and it's like they do have one of those regional languages that they don't speak elsewhere in India. And likewise, I do know the northern side of India speaks a different dialect of Hindi compared to the southern side. In fact, the southern side, they don't even like speaking Hindi. They do have their regional languages, and then I can't even read through most of their languages. So that's how it is. It's like it's super crazy. So I've just been getting around speaking whatever I can, and if I go to the shop, the grocery store and stuff, just get whatever I can. Based on what I speak and what they understand. Yes, sometimes it could be an issue because not everyone knows even a bit of English. So most people do, but there are sometimes some people who wouldn't understand, and it could be an issue as such. Hey Rahul, yes. You rightly said, right? Like, these people are lost. And I do know a lot, I see it from my colleagues as well. They don't like flying. They usually call a 5-hour flight, a long haul flight, okay? And I literally tell them that I love long flights. And Los Angeles to Dubai, when I flew last year January, I was excited about it because that was the longest flight I ever took. That was 16 hours. But yeah, that's how it is. And, you know, rightly so. You can't expect everyone to love aviation and things like that. But yes, I do get it that a lot of people find it uncomfortable. But if you think about it regularly, about it, you know, little more in deeper thought, yes, a lot of people don't like it for the very fact that, you know, you're in a cramped space and all, which I get. And that is the reason, you know, why airlines come up with all of these things, entertainment options, some type of food. They just want you to be hooked onto one of those things where you could be excited about the flight. And then, you know, it's just going to make your flight slightly more comfortable. I wouldn't say it's going to be extra comfortable, slightly, you know, just that 1 or 2 points to make your flight comfortable. All righty. Oh, I thought that was going to be a go around. Yeah, cool. Lovely. VJ85 Vietjet Air Airbus A330-300. Alrighty, Vietjet Air, we did film it yesterday, arriving on our live stream, but whilst it was departing, we just filmed it on our camera because we had ended the live stream because of some crazy internet issues, but happy to capture it today once again. And wishing everyone a very warm welcome on our live stream today. We hope you all are having a great time and a great day and a great long weekend here in Sydney. Oh yes, Adele, thank you very much. Yes, I'm an Australian citizen. Love Australia, love Sydney. Sydney gives us a great way of, you know, sharing the love of aviation with all of you aviation fans. So thank you very much. Thanks for your kind words, Adele. Yes, Adele, Air Canada just arrived. I think I would say about 20 minutes ago. It arrived from Vancouver, and we had the old delivery plane, the one that is 18 years old, I think delivered in July of 2008 or something, as I was checking flight radar. Yes, it did arrive. That's the Boeing 777-200. I think you may have just missed the Air Canada arrival. We did capture it actually on the channel just before Singapore Airlines would be taxing past us. We captured the arrival. But don't worry, if you're going to stick long enough on our stream, we will be able to see the departure of Air Canada as AC-34 later in the day. I think it departs about, I don't know what, 10:30, 11, somewhere around there. Oh, Rahul, thank you very much. I didn't know that India doesn't have an official language. Okay, thanks for letting me know. I did think that probably they have an official language as such. But thank you very much. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. It's always great to, you know, learn a lot of different things. There are so many things in the world that we probably would not know. And, you know, like I say, we are maintaining this channel, Sydney Airport Aviation. But there's quite a lot of things in aviation that I still don't know, we don't know. And, you know, it's through sharing. I remember one of our previous streams I mentioned, should have been in January, like the landing lights, and someone mentioned that it is a requirement that landing lights be on aircraft when they land on a cloudy day or things like that, or maybe even sometimes almost always. That is something I didn't know. You know, I've been into aviation since I was a kid. I always wanted, you know, planes and this and that, would listen to stories and things like that. But that is something I didn't know. So yes, thank you very much for sharing. It's always great to, you know, get that knowledge and things like that. Okay, Adele, you're going to fly to Tokyo from Montreal in September and will be around, 13-hour flight. Wow, 13 hours. Do you like long flights, Adele? How is it? I hope it's not going to be too burdensome for you. Hopefully, you know, it's going to be nice and easy, a 13-hour flight. I do understand, you know, once you cross a certain threshold, I do know a lot of people, even who don't like flying, at about 8 hours, 9 hours, they are like, that's the limit. So 13 hours, yeah, you definitely need to be prepared for that flight. in terms of, you know, sleep patterns, food, waking up the previous day, sleeping well the previous day or perhaps previous few days. So yeah, I hope you have a great flight in September. In September, I am planning to go to Tokyo Haneda again to film planes, but I'm not too sure when, because the current situation is, usually I prefer booking flight tickets way well in advance, but with the current situation, the flight prices, you know, being so high because of the Middle East war, I have just held for now, so nothing, not doing anything. Thank you very much, Adele. Thank you very much. We would have had a much better view had it not to be the sun as such. And we have actually zoomed out because the software that we are using today seems to be not giving us the proper zoom. We are actually filming from the phone. We used to stream from a camera, which we used to do earlier, but the phone works quite well. The camera introduces a lot of lag. So I do know a lot of people, whilst they watch our stream, they also check flight radar 24. And, you know, a certain lag, I think up to 30 seconds is fine. But I do recollect there were a couple of streams that had about a 2-minute lag. So could you understand, like 2 minutes? That's super crazy for a live stream. So yeah, we are slowly and steadily moving away from the camera as such. So we are trying to stream directly from the phone so that we don't have that much of that latency and lag. Alrighty, we have an Airbus A380 QF12. There you go. I had mentioned incorrectly earlier when the Dallas-Fort Worth service came as VHOQC. That was the Dallas-Fort Worth service. This is QF12 from Los Angeles and registered as VHOQJ. The service that came from Dallas-Fort Worth is VHOQC. So let us see which aircraft makes it to the Johannesburg service today. Alrighty. Yeah, touchdown. Let us see if we can listen to, I mean, we can't see, we can listen to the sound of the thrust reversers. Oh, I think I panned too fast. Easy. Super lovely. Welcome to Australia. Welcome to the land down under from to everyone who have come from Los Angeles, California. And I think I see another plane there. So yeah, it's still far. So we should be getting it in sometime. So won't be too long. So let us see. Whoa, okay, so they're going to buy the A350. Wow, that's nice. So then that's really a good decision, right? Adele, I'm not too sure if you know this. If you the next time you go on an Airbus A350, you know, any of your journeys, just try noticing the ceiling height of the A350. You will notice the A350 has a higher ceiling compared to a Boeing 777 or any other Airbus for that matter. So just compare that. This is just one of the observations that I made. And then, you know, once I was reading through online about this very same thing, and it did say that the A350 was designed in such a way to have that high ceiling so that it makes you feel quite spacious, considering, you know, especially if you're flying economy class, you're so cramped up with your fellow passengers. So you don't really feel that sense of space. But when you look up, which, you know, we obviously do as we enter the plane, we exit the plane, and you see that high ceiling, that gives you a sense of space. So maybe next time if you're going, just notice that this very small quirk of the A350. Ooh, okay, you love the 13-hour flight? Great. I wish you, Adele, a very safe flight. So you will fly from Montreal to Narita by Air Canada, and then you'll go to Okinawa by flying with ANA. Okay, I have never flown ANA. I hope to fly ANA. They say it's a wonderful airline. My Japanese friends have told me it's a wonderful airline. I did plan to fly ANA from Tokyo Haneda to, what's the thing called? Hiroshima. But I couldn't because eventually It just like I had a slightly bit of hand injury as such. I had a fall back in February and things like that. But, you know, it's all good right now. But hopefully next time when I do fly, I can take the ANA service. Oh yes, Adele, it would be great. It would be great to see your flight experience and the filming of your flight from Montreal. How great that would be. Please let us know about your YouTube channel and we will subscribe to your channel and we will be on the lookout for that video. You know, Montreal to Tokyo Narita would be super great. Hey Rahul, no, we won't be filming from Tokyo Narita because you would know very well that Tokyo Narita and Tokyo Haneda are quite spread out far apart. You know, Tokyo Narita is way far away from the city in Chiba Prefecture. Tokyo Haneda Airport is so much closer to the city. And another thing with Tokyo Narita is I do recollect when I was there, they did mention that Tokyo Narita, the observation deck was being renovated. I think they would have completed the renovation by now because they did say it will be completed by end of March, which is just about a month now. So probably they would have completed. But the thing with Tokyo Narita is you don't really see much of that action as you see in Tokyo Haneda. Now, please don't get me wrong with that, because what happens is you see a lot of planes. You see them at Tokyo Narita, you see them at Tokyo Haneda, but in terms of, you know, that varied international presence, you happen to see a lot more of them at Tokyo Haneda. Again, with the domestic flights as well, you see them at Tokyo Haneda. And then the main point for us is, okay, let us capture this Cathay Pacific A350. So the main point for us with Tokyo Haneda is the Terminal 3 observation deck that is on level 5, I believe, level 4 or 5, I think it is level 5. That observation deck is open 24 hours, okay? It's always open except for when you have adverse weather, like how we faced with the heavy snowfall and sleet on the 9th of February. So unless it's like crazy weather or something, that observation deck is always open. However, the observation deck at Tokyo Narita, it closes, I think, 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the evening. So, you know, just for that very fact, we want to be at Tokyo Haneda so we can film at whatever time, because I do recollect the first and second live stream that we had from Tokyo Haneda was way after 9 o'clock, because we reached Tokyo Haneda at I think about 3 o'clock or something in the afternoon, and then we go to the hotel. So the hotel is very close and connected through the interior building of Terminal 3. So, you know, it's hardly like 7-8 minute walk. And, you know, we went to the hotel, got fresh, and then came back to the terminal, had our lunch, and then go out to the observation deck. So we were able to spot quite late in the night. I remember we finished off one of our second live streams, I think about 1 a.m. in the night, you know. So then that's something we will not get at Tokyo Narita airports. And that's the reason, you know, why we want to stick to Tokyo Haneda. However, considering all of the A380s, especially of ANA, they actually are based at Tokyo Narita. You know, it's a very hard decision for us because we love the A380s. We go out of our way to capture things like that. When we flew from Tokyo Narita to Singapore, we did see one of the orange turtle livery of ANA, and we walked the whole length of the terminal just to capture that. So, you know, yeah, it's a hard decision, but to get all of that action at any time of the day and night, yes, we prefer Tokyo Haneda. Wow, Adele. So 300 people watching us. Thank you very much. Thanks, Adele, for introducing our channel to all of your employees. It's really very heartening to see that. We are humbled, you know. To be very honest, Adele, I don't think we are a channel that is huge. I don't think we bring the best content on aviation. There are very many other aviation channels that bring some really good content. You know, when I say really good, it's like exceptional. The type of overlays they use, the type of professionalism that they use, the professional gear that they use, their cameras, their mics and stuff like that. I consider our channel to be more of a growing channel because, as you see, you know, our number of subscribers as well. We aren't a huge channel, and rightly so. We just aren't. So we just behave the way we are. But yes, to have 300 people watching us, thanks to each and every one of you. We bow down and we say thank you. We appreciate it. We appreciate you watching us. Hopefully we can turn into a big channel as we learn and grow and things like that. But, you know, we really appreciate it. China Eastern from Nanjing on the Airbus A330-200. Let us see whether this is a smaller size compared to the 300. Oh yeah, definitely it looks smaller. And thank you very much, Adele. Thanks for subscribing to our channel. We really appreciate it. We appreciate your presence on this channel. We appreciate your presence on this live stream. And thanks for the subscribe. It really means quite a lot to us. I'm not too sure about the thing, but I do prefer always putting the women first, regardless of, you know, wherever. It's always it's always, I think, just ingrained in us right now that, you know, you put in women first, then men. Thank you very much, Adele. Really like it. So you prefer Haneda because the scenery when you land, but Narita is a bit different. But from Montreal, the only flights to Air Canada is Narita. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I really didn't know that, Adele. I thought that probably Air Canada flies to both the airports, Tokyo Narita and Tokyo Haneda. That's quite a surprise for me. Wow, thanks for letting me know. But I do think ANA and Japan Airlines flies from Montreal to Haneda, if I'm not wrong. I could be, or do they fly from Toronto to Haneda? There is something like that. I do recollect I may have seen something like that in one of those, you know, huge airline schedules as such. But correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, but even the thing is like with the scenery, what you say, right? Wow, super lovely. So we captured that Cathay Pacific coming in this morning, and now we see it going as well. Yes, with the scenery, the first time I ever saw Mount Fuji was through my window seat when we were just about to land at Tokyo Haneda. So I would totally agree with you, Adele, that, you know, it's a wonderful scenery as such. Hey Adele, so Cathay Pacific just took off, and we will be having an other Cathay Pacific coming in later today as well. So currently what we see on screen is China Southern Airlines from Guangzhou to Sydney on the A350-900. So last Sunday when this plane arrived, it wasn't this plane, when the service arrived, I would say, it was the Vital Bay livery, the People's Republic of China 15th National Games livery. How wonderful was that? We posted a YouTube short on our channel. We will also be posting the takeoff of the plane, but you know, the takeoff roll isn't as impressive, I would say, because the runway operations were changed and then we went to the other side of the airport. Wow, look at that nose. I always like when the nose is mismatched. So you see that A350, the nose is like totally white color. They probably will be painting it later or something, because I do recollect I've seen some of the noses that does have the blue color stripe all across. So yeah, good on us to capture that A350. I believe any aircraft that I see which is an A350, they have wonderful liveries, let alone the 80th anniversary livery of Cathay Pacific. That is like on a totally next level. That's gold. All right, Adele, thank you very much once again. So is it like Saturday afternoon for you, I believe? I hope you and your employees have a great time. And once again, thank you very much, Adele, and thanks to your employees. You know, it really brings us, you know, down to our knees for the very fact that such a thing is happening. Because like I said, we don't really think we are one of the best channels at all. You know, we just consider ourselves a channel that's growing, and we are sharing our love and passion for aviation as such. But to have 300 people watching us on a big screen, thank you very much. But yeah, just one thing to ask from all the 300 people, please subscribe to the channel. That's all we can ask. But yeah, thank you very much, Adele. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. All right, 8 a.m. right now in Sydney on 26th April 2026. Oh, okay. I'm very sorry to know that. I'm very sorry to know that the other channel was nasty and racist. Yes, I can understand what you would say, Adele. So yeah, I'm very sorry for that experience that you had. But thank you very much for joining us on our channel. Yeah, we prefer, like, you know, just being normal with everyone, because you know, as we think a lot more, deeper, you do understand. OZ601 Asiana Airlines on the Boeing 777-300. So hopefully we get Asiana Airlines as the A380 service from October. That's around the summertime of Australia. Currently it's going to be, it just got replaced by the A380 beginning of April, so hopefully we get the A380 later on this year. So Adele, you say Air Canada flight from Montreal to Tokyo to Narita, but from Toronto they fly. Oh yes, okay, cool. Yeah, quite understandable. Yeah, but I hope, you know, your connecting flight on ANA and your big long 13-hour flight goes well. Hopefully everything, you know, is like very normal. Yeah, to Tokyo, Haneda. Adele, hope next year you will visit Australia, Sydney, Melbourne and Alice Springs. Oh, wow. Yeah, please do visit, Adele. I hope you are able to visit, let's say in January, February, when the sun is shining nice and bright and, you know, it's not too cold whatsoever. But having said that, you know, when it's summer, it's so hot. Just this past summer, in the month of January, one weekend, it was so hot, 43 degrees where I live, and I don't live even too far from the airport, just about 25 minutes. And we have wooden flooring at home, and the wooden flooring was hot. Come on, it's like if you're having the wood hot, I don't know what else could be. So yeah, Australian summers can be brutal, but I wish you a very, very happy trip out here. You know, I personally haven't been to Alice Springs. I do want to. I want to go have a look at that giant rock. I think it's called the Uluru. So hopefully that is something we can do. But yeah, I wish you a very great trip to Australia. Wow, so it's 6 p.m. Saturday. Lovely, super lovely. And thanks very much. I hope everyone in the cafeteria enjoys their food whilst watching us. We are just trying to get as much of the planes as possible. We will try to film until about 12:30 p.m. That is when most of the morning departure action is complete. As you can see right now, and you can even tell, we are just having most of the arrivals, because Sydney in the morning is all about the arrivals. And Philippine Airlines PR211 on the Airbus A330 with the thrust reversers deployed. Wow, I think after a certain stage, after a certain number of live streams, and you know, certain time of spotting planes, you don't even need to watch flight radar, because you just know it by the flight number. Of course, you've got to see which airline it is, but yeah, for the most part, you do know it. But thanks, Adele. Thank you very much. We hope to stream, and we will be streaming tomorrow morning as well, about the same time. That is 2 hours prior. So that means we will stream about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We start about 4 o'clock in the afternoon for you tomorrow, Adele. Your trip to Australia will be around June next year. Wow, so you're going to come in peak winter. It's going to be nice and cold. Yes, wonderful. But I think the weather in Alice Springs will be much better than the one in Sydney and Melbourne. Sydney, again, it gets cold, but not as cold as Melbourne. Melbourne could be on a totally different level when you compare when you compare the weather. So yeah, please get your jacket. Please just carry your jacket and be nice and warm. Alrighty, what more? Oh, Adele, thanks so much for saying I'm kind. My name is Sheldon. My name is Sheldon De Silva. My name is Sheldon, and yeah, I do introduce myself many times on the stream as Sheldon. And yeah, the last few times I haven't introduced myself because, you know, when I was in Tokyo, I was a bit too scared because when we were streaming from Tokyo Haneda, there were so many people. You know, Tokyo Haneda is a totally different aviation world altogether. There's a lot of these aviation fans that they come and they you know, like filming planes. But you know, I was a bit too scared because, as we all know, a lot of people obviously, you know, they like being very quiet on the train in Tokyo or anywhere in Japan, on the bus, on public transport. So I was a bit too scared to start off the stream that way. So, you know, I just gave up for that very time, and I think it just continued. But yeah, my name is Sheldon De Silva. Oh, okay. Again, with my last name De Silva, it again comes from, you know, the Portugal thing. So my mom's last name, a maiden name before she got married, was Da Costa. That's D-A, then apostrophe C-O-S-T-A. And yeah, my last name is De Silva. That's, of course, my dad's last name, D Silva. So it's D apostrophe S-I-L-V-A. Yes, PR211 Philippine Airlines, that's from Manila. Adele, I have visited Melbourne only once, and that is when I was transiting through Melbourne. I had a Sydney flight, and this is just after COVID, when Australian borders reopened, and you know, it was total crazy. Qantas, the airline that it is, as good as it is, it was very bad when they just started with the flights soon after COVID. You know, I'll be fair, Qantas is a great airline when you've got to travel domestically, but internationally, when the borders just opened in Australia, Qantas was in a real mess. You know, they didn't have as many planes. I can totally understand and I can be fair with them, but then at the same time, it was like literally very bad. And instead of our flight to Sydney, they just put all of us on a flight to Melbourne. And you know, it was a transiting flight, so I was there in Melbourne for quite some time. So yes, that was the only time I visited Melbourne. I do want to visit because a lot of people, a lot of my friends, my colleagues, they say Melbourne has some great culture, great coffee, and some very nice food. They say if you compare Sydney and Melbourne with the food, with the coffee, with the culture, they say Sydney will lose out every single time. And you know, I can understand. I have seen quite a lot of these reels on Instagram. I have seen a lot of people where they'll totally skip visiting Sydney, you know, even though Sydney has the world famous Sydney Harbour Bridge, the Sydney Opera House, and that is something that a lot of people have it on their bucket list to visit and, you know, have a look, click pictures and things like that. I do see a lot of people, they just skip Sydney for the very fact that, you know, you get better food, better quality and things like that, and even coffee in Melbourne. I haven't tried it, so what do I know? But yes, I would really love to spend some time and, you know, get to know Melbourne more. I have not visited Melbourne. Oh yes, Adele. So the thing is, like I said, you know, being brought up as a kid in India, and then the thing is, my mom knows Portuguese. My mom knows to speak Portuguese. My dad knows to speak. But the thing is, like I said, as the Portuguese left India in 1961, and then, you know, slowly it's the Indian culture that comes in and people talking the local language. I don't think they had as many people to speak to in Portuguese, and then, you know, in the first few years of school and all, we don't really even have that language. But yes, we do have the churches and all of those things, you know, they still have that Portuguese architecture and things like that. So there's quite a lot of that Portuguese influence. But yeah, sadly, I don't know to speak. My mom knows to speak Portuguese. So when she does speak to her relatives and all, yes, that's one of the times when you would able to listen to something like that. Oh, really, Rahul? Yes, I do know Melbourne gets cold because a lot of my friends, when they work and they go there and then be like, oh, it was so cold out there. At one point, it was nice and sunny, it was nice and warm, and the very next moment, just a light shower and stuff like that. And then it gets literally cold. So yeah, I think I can relate to that, Rahul. So I I hope I can experience the cold at least for once. I would love to. I've never really been there to see that change in the weather and all, but I would really love to. Sydney is better for spotting. Okay, cool. I didn't know that, Rahul, because I always thought that maybe Melbourne has better views, considering the fact that you all have Tullamarine as well as Avalon Airport. So yeah, I mean, in a way, yes. If that is the case, then yeah, I'm happy to be here in Sydney. We do see another aviation channel, Melbourne Aviation HD. Wonderful videos, wonderful and splendid, I would say. Splendid to say the least. They have great collection of videos. They've been doing it quite some time, and I'm really happy to know that Sydney has much better spotting locations. Adele, I think you would have to look at the price because Qantas and Air Canada, I do know Air Canada has better service than Qantas on this route. Like, let's be very honest, Qantas has great services on certain routes, like let's say Sydney to Singapore. Sydney to Singapore, again, we have Singapore Airlines flying 4 aircraft daily between Sydney and Singapore. But Qantas gives Singapore Airlines a very tough competition. Usually Qantas ends up missing out only because of the prices, because Singapore Airlines is like super crazy, super aggressive with their pricing. Qantas is not so aggressive with their pricing, but their services do make up for it. So there are certain routes that are really, really good with Qantas. So let's say Sydney to Singapore, Sydney to Los Angeles. Of course, they do a really good job with that. So yes, I don't really know what to say, but considering the overall fact that Air Canada has been operating for quite some time, I do believe that Air Canada as a whole, I've always heard that Air Canada services the soft product, the welcome, the food, the everything else. I'm not talking about the seats and all. If we are talking about seats, I would say Qantas would be a better choice. But in terms of Air Canada, like I said, Vancouver to Sydney was on the Boeing 777-200. The 777-200 is an aging aircraft. They have refurbished it. Okay, we'll give it to Air Canada. We will be very fair with Air Canada. They have refurbished it. But on that aging aircraft, you're going to hear a lot of engine noise compared to the modern aircraft that Qantas has. So I would actually say that, yes, you could probably do Qantas, but on any given day, I do see there could be quite a lot of difference with prices. You may see prices ranging, like, the difference in prices between 300 and 500 Australian dollars, which is, I think, pretty similar to the Canadian dollar as such, if I'm not wrong. Maybe just a bit up and down as such. So maybe if price is totally not a concern for you, if price doesn't matter, everything else matters, just blindly go for Air Canada. But if I think you want that modern seat, that's slightly more comfort and things like that, you just want to be more comfortable on this long 14.5-hour flight between Vancouver and Sydney, yeah, just go for Qantas. Like in terms of comfort, yes, because Qantas just has a better aircraft as such, because it's modern, we'll be honest. Again, once Air Canada gets its A350s, they'll be replacing the 777-200s that flies to Sydney. Then when they fly the A350, of course, I would say Air Canada any day. So it's like, just that slight thing where you'll have to look at your preference. So yeah, just make an informed decision, because I think most of the time Air Canada would be much better overall, I would say. Oh yes, Rahul, come on. Yes, I think you've totally hit it. Because so many of my friends say Melbourne coffee is better. I've seen it on TV, seen it on YouTube, seen it on Instagram Reels. I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to argue. I'm just going to say, yes, Melbourne coffee is the best. Let's go with it. Yes, because you need to give it to Melbourne. You know, Melbourne has that culture. People all over the world right now, they come from different places in the world to Melbourne just to experience that coffee culture. Can you even imagine? So yes, I totally give it to Melbourne. Wow, the Air Asia. I was missing this livery for quite some time. The last few times I came to the airport, that is last Sunday, yesterday, we didn't get this one. We just got the plain white plane with the Air Asia X written on it. So glad that we can capture this one from Kuala Lumpur service, airasia.com. Super lovely. Yeah, so Rahul, totally giving it to you for that. Melbourne, definitely better coffee. I think Sydney should not even be in the picture, you know, like Sydney should not even try competing with Melbourne. It's like, oh yeah, we all know who's going to be the winner. We all know who's going to get better value for the money. We all know who's going to get the better taste, the better brewing, the better aroma of the coffee. So yeah, let's just give it to Melbourne any day. Thank you very much, Adele. Thanks for saying that you feel that way about me. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh yes, and you know, likewise, I just think being kind to everyone is really good. And yeah, it's like it's nice, you know, you get that good vibes and all when you're really kind. But yeah, unfortunately sometimes I do know, and I've seen it happening at work actually, that you know, I shouldn't be revealing this, but I do see it sometimes that at work, when you're way too kind, some people try taking an advantage of you. And sometimes you know about it and you don't really want to do much because, you know, that's your nature. You want to be nice and kind. But sometimes some people take you for granted. They take undue advantage of you, I would say. But yes, the world definitely needs more kind people. And for you to say that to me, thank you. I appreciate it, Adele. Original Claw, will you be showing a Korean Airbus departing in a moment? Korean Airbus? Wow. Which plane is that, Original Claw? I'm not too sure. Would you be talking about the Korean Air Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner to Seoul Incheon? If you're talking about that, yes, we are going to be capturing that departing from Sydney Airport. But I'm not sure if Korean did send an Airbus out here, because since morning we are filming, we didn't see any of the Airbus coming in. Good morning, Habs. Good morning. How are you doing? You're waiting for a morning meal. Yes, it's 7:17 a.m. in Japan. I hope you're having a great start to the Japanese day. Did you get to have a look at the sakuras this time? Considering the fact that you just had a neck surgery, Habs. I hope your recovery is going well. How is everything? I hope you're not having any of the pain or any of those things. But yeah, Haps, thank you very much. And I hope you get a nice morning meal. Okay, A350-1000. Wow, the A350-1000 is my favorite. You know, it's like super long. I love to see it. The other day when we came to the airport, just end of January, we happened to miss out on that. Okay, this is EK412 service from Sydney to Christchurch. For those of you who don't know, EK412 is a service that comes in from Dubai. So this aircraft arrived earlier today from Dubai. It gets a fresh set of crew. The aircraft is clean. Passengers, in fact, a lot of passengers plane. And then let's move onward to Christchurch in New Zealand. Now this aircraft will reach about afternoon time in New Zealand, stay there for a couple of hours, and then depart New Zealand, I think about 5 o'clock something, New Zealand time, Christchurch time, and it arrives local time here in Sydney at 6:40. And it's going to be here for quite some time, and then later on in the evening about 8:40, it departs to Dubai on its 12,000 long kilometer journey. Maybe if we stream tonight, we end up catching this very same Emirates landing once again. So let us see how everything works out. Yeah, so Adele, like I was saying, A350-1000, waiting 3 years. Yeah, that's the sad reality of planes. You know, you order them, you're not getting anything anytime soon. They have massive orders and massive backlogs. As we speak, you know, we see Emirates on the screen. How many times have you seen the Emirates president Tim Clark going crazy after Boeing? They are literally holding Boeing's feet to the fire with the Boeing 777X. They have been waiting for quite some time. They should have had about at least 40 Boeing 777X in service right now, Emirates, but they have none. And I think it's only going to be certified by 2027, early 2027. So we expect to see the Boeing 777X later next year. So yes, with the A350-1000, I will be waiting for it. Hopefully we get a very good view and some great liveries on the A350-1000. All right, Rahul, take care of yourself. Have a wonderful day and thank you very much. Thanks for liking our stream. Please subscribe to our channel. We will be streaming even tomorrow and I hope you have a great day. I do see you're working on a Sunday, so hopefully it's good with whatever you do. Have a great time. Have a great day. And yeah, if we do stream in the night, it's going to be a dark one. But if you like something like that, feel free to watch. If not, yeah, don't worry. Maybe you can watch us tomorrow or any other stream on one of the other weekends. Oh, okay. Original claw, no problem. So Korean Air, apologies. Flying, your brother's flying overseas for the first time. Okay, we will be capturing. Yes. So now I get it. So you're saying Korean Air? Yes, that's the Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner. We will be capturing that. Don't worry. We will be doing that. So your brother is flying to Seoul Incheon, is it? Is your brother going to be transiting through Seoul Incheon or will he be living in Seoul Incheon? What is it? Is it like a holiday? Is it just a trip with friends, maybe studies, work? Hopefully wherever he's off to, I wish your brother a very great flight. Alrighty, getting that arrival, but we are awaiting departure. Departure is what we need. Okay, KE402 Sydney to Seoul Incheon on the Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner has just begun its taxi. We were able to see it taxiing past through us and then we will capture the whole takeoff roll. Hopefully the Korean Air is able to rotate somewhere around here because I believe you see Emirates is now just turning off the runway. Turning off the taxiway onto the runway and lining up. I do believe they will be rotating somewhere around here. But with Emirates, we have to give it to them. Christchurch is a very short distance, which means they aren't carrying as much fuel as they would carry to Dubai. So I'm guessing less than quarter of the fuel that they usually carry to Dubai is what they will be carrying now, which means they will be carrying considerably less weight. And at the same time, I don't think that aircraft is full because usually Sydney to Christchurch service on Emirates EK412 is not always full, I would say. Probably Christmas time and all is a different story, but not for now. But yeah, let's see where we can get this rotation of Emirates EK412 Sydney to Christchurch. This is the aircraft that's going to be landing once again in Sydney later today and then going to be taking off as well for its flight to Dubai International Airport, Terminal 3. All right, we hear the engines. Yeah, rotation. Positive climb. Gear up. Of course, by the time the gear is up, they'll be very far away from us, you know, the speed of the planes as such. But yes, we should be able to see Korean Air right now in the next few seconds. Let us see if we can capture that landing. But no, I don't think we can because we will be focusing our attention on Korean Air and just see the Korean Air emerging from behind those trees. Korean Air K402 Seoul service, Seoul engine. Korean Air Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner registered as HL8538. And our viewer Original Claw. Original Claw's brother is up there. Hello, brother of Original Claw. Wishing you a very safe trip and a very happy one. I'm sure you're in safe and very happy hands. They are going to take good care of you on this flight. Wishing you a very great and safe flight. The brother of Original Claw. And in fact, Original Claw, I'm happy for your brother to be traveling on this aircraft because it's the old livery. I do know a lot of people complained quite a bit about this aircraft, being this aircraft being so much better, with the livery being so much better. The aircraft are usually the same, with the livery being so much better than the newer livery. So yes, I'm glad your brother is traveling on this one. All right, 25 minutes past 8 on Sunday, 8:25 a.m. in Sydney. It's not too hot, it's not too cold, but it is wonderful. Wow, I feel so hungry now. I should have gone to McDonald's before our live stream today. I thought I would get late and I just hurried up, but that's okay. We can always have lunch after we are done with the stream, but we won't be done with the stream until about 4 hours from now, I believe. It's just 2 hours and 40 minutes since we started streaming, so we have lot of that action to come through. And wishing everyone a very good morning. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls watching us from everywhere in the world. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presence and we hope you are liking the stream. It's been one hell of a start with this live stream today. It's like we captured the first arrival post-curfew at Sydney Airport. We did miss out on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner of British Airways that landed at 5:45 a.m. We were not ready for it. We didn't know they would be coming in that early. But regardless, I'm glad we can capture all of this action now. All right, Korean Air just about to turn onto the active runway. I'm not too sure whether they'll get takeoff clearance because we do see another plane far off in the distance, but not too sure whether they will clear it for takeoff. I believe most likely they wouldn't because that's Air New Zealand NZ101 coming on the A321. So yes, like we see Korean Air just standing by, should be taking off later after the arrival of New Zealand NZ101. Between NZ101 and the takeoff, I think we will also be having Vietnam Airlines coming in from Ho Chi Minh City, but yes, that's still far off. Maybe soon after the runway is cleared, after the arrival of NZ101 in New Zealand, that's when Korean Air will be taking off. All right, HAP says Perth, Adelaide, Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, via Honda, Yamaha, Kawasaki, Suzuki. I love that, HAPs, I love it. And yes, literally, I tell you, I have had an experience with all of these brands. My car is a Honda, Yamaha. I have seen most of those Yamaha keyboards, those musical keyboards, as well as my uncle. He had a Yamaha bike. Can you even imagine that? Kawasaki, again, one of my other uncles had a Kawasaki bike back in India. Back then, of course, Kawasaki was not operating independently in India, but what they did is they partnered with a local two-wheeler company for a bike. So yeah, I've experienced Kawasaki. And Suzuki, tell me about it, mates. Tell me. Suzuki is anywhere and everywhere and wonderful, cheap, reliable, value for money cars. They do the job. They never break down. I've had Suzuki experiences everywhere. Here in Australia, in the United Arab Emirates, Dubai. I've seen Suzuki in Japan. And else in the world I go to. So yeah, I only hope that Suzuki would have still stayed selling cars in the United States of America. I was going to say United Arab Emirates, but yes, Suzuki has pulled out of USA for quite some time. I think about 9 years, but people do miss the Suzuki cars, especially the Suzuki Jimny. Tell me about how people miss the Suzuki Jimny in the United States. It's like crazy. So yes, I really appreciate. And you know what? Perhaps we have 3 Canon cameras. Out of that, 2 of our Canon cameras are made in Japan. And just a small quirk, or just a small thing to share. When we were in Japan at Tokyo Haneda, our hotel room at Tokyo Haneda at Villa Fontaine Grand, the view was towards the other side, and I think it was Yodobashi cameras or something. If I'm pronouncing it right. If I'm pronouncing it wrong, apologies. Please forgive me for that. But yes, that's how it usually is. We did see that Yodobashi camera whole structure, the whole building. So yes, we love Japanese technology. I think the world over, everyone loves Japanese technology for what it is. It is so reliable, it can outlast the owner, right? So yeah, I really appreciate it. Really appreciate your message, Haps. Hope you're having a nice meal. All right, KE402, just pulling up the engines. We can see some movement when we will able to see it roll. Can you all listen to the engines? Let us see if we get the rotation out there. Original Claw, your brothers on this flight. Have a safe flight, brother of Original Claw. Have a safe one. And thank you very much, Original Claw, for your message. Once again, you are in safe hands, and wishing you a very happy trip to Seoul Ancient. K402. Maybe just, okay, seems to be rotated, but sadly, we didn't get a view of it. All right, let's go get Vietnam Airlines landing from Ho Chi Minh City. The Ho Chi Minh City service on the Airbus A350-900 of Vietnam Airlines. Another great livery, this livery is perfect. It's like they don't really need to bother about getting special liveries on their aircraft. They just have, all their liveries are just special with the A350-900. Yeah, it looks nice and wonderful. And yeah, touchdown. Super lovely, super lovely. Yeah, the sun is causing a slightly silhouette effect for us whilst we are streaming, but hopefully that's not going to be too much of an issue later on in the day when the sun is right above us and behind us. So that'll be nice. So Original Claw, I hope you're happy that we could capture Korean Air KE402 having departed Sydney Airport. It's going to be a pretty long flight, I believe, about 10 hours or so, if I'm not wrong. Let us check. Okay, 9 hours and 38 minutes. Yeah, not too long, just about 10 hours. So hopefully it's going to be a very nice and safe flight. And Yeah, hopefully it's not going to be too turbulent as such, because I do know when the weather changes, there could be that slight turbulence as such, which they don't even consider it turbulence. It's just that normal shaking thing, and we are so getting used to it right now that it's not considered turbulence. It's considered more of that bouncy effect sort of a thing. So hopefully it's not too bouncy for your brother, and yeah, he's going to get some great food, some great leg room on Korean Air Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner. So yeah, wishing him all the very best. All right, we will get China Eastern Airlines Airbus A350 coming in from Shanghai, MU561. Alrighty, we also have Cathay Pacific CX161 coming in from Hong Kong, of course, on the Airbus A350-900. Adele, I do recollect you asked me about Cathay Pacific, whether it was landing or taking off back then. And yeah, back then we did have a takeoff of Cathay Pacific, but soon after China Southern Airlines, we will be having... Sorry, not China Southern, I meant China Eastern. Soon after this aircraft, China Eastern Airlines, we will be having Cathay Pacific, one of its second arrivals on the A350. All right, let us capture the touchdown. Hopefully it is a nice and not a bumpy landing, but I believe it is going to be a nice one anyway, because it's not windy today at all whatsoever. Yes, there you go, touchdown. And thrust reversers have been deployed. Alrighty, done with that. We'll just wait till it's out of view, or we can just pan a bit more. And a bit more. And I think that's about it. Cool, and let's get ready for Cathay Pacific's second arrival of the day. We do have another Cathay Pacific arrival after this one, not immediately after this one, that is in about the next 2 hours or so. That's going to be on a Boeing 777. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Is it Kayin? Or Kayin? Okay. Kayin, good morning everyone. I'm new to this live stream from Adelaide. Good morning, very morning, Kayin. I hope you're having a great start to the day. And yeah, hopefully you're enjoying the weekend. How are you feeling? Did you just wake up? Are you having breakfast? Are you out and about? What's really happening, and what's your plan for the day? I hope you're going to have a great Sunday today. We plan to stream over here all morning long. I was going to say all day long, but yeah, literally all day long is going to be quite taxing, considering the fact we literally be standing for about 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours during the stream. But you know, right now, considering that Eastern Australia is not in daylight saving, we are in standard daylight, so a lot of the departure action gets completed by, let's say, 12:30. So there's not much of action after that, especially with the international arrivals and departures. So, you know, we will stream until then. But usually during summertime, we stream until about 1:30, because that time the departures are pushed out much further away. And, you know, obviously so, just because of the time difference. So the thing is, our airlines want to have that same arrival time into their place, the place to where they are originally from, their original point of departure. So yes, for right now, that is Cathay Pacific A350. I wish it was that special livery, 80th anniversary livery. We'll still fold our hands, our fingers, and cross our fingers and toes so that we can get the special livery of Cathay Pacific tomorrow. We couldn't get it yesterday, we couldn't get it today, but hopefully tomorrow. Yeah, Another A350, super lovely. Right, we do see a Dash 8 waiting to cross the runway. Oh, okay, I believe it's going to be taking off. Let us check flight radar, what it's up to. Oh yes, Sydney to Albury on the de Havilland Canada Dash 8 400. Haha, do you hear that engine sound? I don't think we'll get the rotation because they just started the takeoff roll from here. Yeah, they'll probably take off from a bit ahead, which is totally fine. Wow, has been a crazy busy morning. We do have Sydney to Perth service. They should begin their takeoff roll soon. That's the Airbus A321QF643 Sydney to Perth, registered as VHOGD. That is the fourth aircraft that was delivered in the A321 series. So Qantas usually follows a very simple way. They start off with the first aircraft with the registration ending in A, and then it just goes on. You look at the Boeing 787s, they've done the same thing. It is VH, Z and A, Z and B, Z and C, Z and D, and stuff like that. And same thing also with these aircraft, A321, it's VH, OGA, OGB, OGC, and OGD is what we see taking off right now and rotating. Superb. We just got it above the plans. As well as the A380s of Qantas is the same way. The first one was registered as VHOQA, Nancy Bird Walton, VHOQB, C, D, E, F, G, H, J, and things like that. You know, they just went on with the 12 of the A380s. Not too sure if they still have all the 12, but I believe they have discontinued one of those A380s, if I am not wrong. I could possibly be wrong. Maybe I'm just complicating things at this very moment. Okay, QF60 from Tokyo Haneda. A 9-hour and 25-minute flight. Woohoo! The Tokyo Haneda service on Qantas. Later today, we will also be having ANA, All Nippon Airways, coming in from Tokyo Haneda. We will capture its arrival and departure. Hopefully, everything goes well. All right, earlier this morning, we also spoke about Qantas's old font, and this is the old font on their Airbus A330. They probably won't be changing it, considering the fact that, you know, they are waiting for new aircraft to come in, and then maybe they will just transfer it to Jetstar, or maybe they'll just use, maybe they'll just scrap it. I have really no idea. But if let us check the airline, the plane age. Okay, 22 years. So it was delivered to Qantas in November of 2003, registered as VHQPA. Wow, the QPA rego, we've got it quite many times. I think we've got it on our YouTube shorts and on our long form content. I'm not too sure, but on our YouTube shorts, definitely, yeah, go check it out if you all would love to have a look. But yeah, 22 years, quite a long time. Alrighty, we then just have Melbourne to Sydney service, Canberra to Sydney. Not much happening there. Maybe the lull before the departure storm, I would say. We do have JQ48 Jetstar Seoul to Incheon, Seoul Incheon to Sydney service coming in, but it's going to be arriving in 6 minutes from now. So there's quite some time before that one gets here. Not too long before we get ANA. That is JA898, ANA 879. Should be a while, maybe 20 minutes. Yes, arrival time 9:08, so 24 minutes to be more precise. Cebu Pacific should arrive by 9:45. We are just checking flight radar to see what we can capture. At this very moment, it's silent here at Sydney Airport, so just waiting to capture more of that action. Thai Airways going to be arriving at 10:08, so that's little over an hour and 20 minutes. Singapore Airlines Airbus A380 will arrive at 10:10. Yeah, so we are checking flight radar 24 just to see if there's any special livery out there that we could capture, but it doesn't seem to be there is any. Yeah, hopefully tomorrow can be a wonderful day for us when we get some special liveries. CX-181 will be arriving, that is Cathay Pacific CX-181 will be arriving at 12:05 on the Boeing 777. No special livery. So let us see. I don't think we do have anything that could help us out. So yes, we would have to leave it at such. Let us see with departures what's happening. Maybe there's some departure action. I do know the departure action should start off anytime soon, especially with the international ones. Alrighty, there's Japan Airlines JL52 that is going to depart from Sydney. That's in about like next 10 minutes or so. Alright guys, we are quiet because there's nothing to show you all. When the action happens, we will come back again with more, but yeah, as of now there's literally nothing. So this is literally the calm before the storm. There's few of those small departures and arrivals happening on the other side, and yeah, over here we see Jetstar A321, but yeah, nothing that is going to make everyone go crazy and be in awe. So we will just wait for a few more minutes because we have JL52 that will be pushed back. Alrighty, we are waiting for Japan Airlines. Still a bit of work to be done. They haven't really pushed back. We are checking. Wow, seems to be literally a lull. Usually we don't see the lull at this time, but for those of you who have been regular viewers of our stream, you all would know what happens, right? During especially daylight savings time, this lull usually comes about a little before 10, right? And right now it's 8:50, 50 minutes past 8. And when I say during daylight savings times, it would be little before 10, like 50 minutes past 9. So literally, if you actually see, it's just the timing difference that's causing this. But you know, having said that, the departures do get clogged into the arrival slots as well, so everything is done together. Of course, you know, it's spread out, so that means our streams are going to be much more shorter, because usually we would end up finishing all of the late morning departures and early afternoon departures by around 1 o'clock or 1:30 sometimes on our stream. But considering the fact that right now everything starts a bit early, we expect to finish off the stream by about 12:30. Yeah, like I said, you know, it's not a given. We do see there's a couple of airlines that's delayed. Cathay Pacific CX1, sorry, not CX161. I even forgot the number. So let me check. So it's the Boeing 777-300ER that usually comes in about 12 o'clock odd of Cathay Pacific. That one's a bit delayed, I think about 20 minutes odd or something. Yeah, CX181. Sorry, I was saying CX161. We have already had CX161 for today. So yeah, that one will be delayed 12:05. So let us see. And there's quite a lot of action that is still gonna take place, just that this lull is very well expected. We got this lull even yesterday, nice and quiet time, more sort of a break, and we will get this very similar lull even tomorrow at tomorrow's live stream in the morning. So let us see if there is any special aircraft maybe arriving late in the afternoon. Maybe we'll start off late in the morning and then, you know, continue until about afternoon time. So it's going to be a great stream, especially for everyone watching us from Europe, United States, Canada. It's going to be great because, you know, it's going to be Saturday. It's not Saturday. It's going to be Sunday evening when we stream tomorrow over here for us. And, you know, you all will have a nice, great, relaxing Saturday, relaxing Sunday, I would say, because for rest of the world, it's going to be Monday and, you know, everyone back to work sort of a day. And yeah, tomorrow we are streaming only because we have the public holiday tomorrow. So that's the reason we will be streaming tomorrow. So let us see how everything works out. Hopefully there's some special aircraft that does come in. All right, anyway, we did speak about JQ-48 Jetstar's Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner coming in from Seoul Incheon. We should be able to see it. Alright, what you see on screen, JQ-48 Jetstar, Seoul Incheon to Sydney. Registered as VHVKD. I am a bit curious about the age of the aircraft, so let me just go check it. Alrighty, so the aircraft is 12 years old. No, not too old compared to the 22-year-old aircraft that we just saw from Qantas earlier today. Oh yes, nice. They aren't using full reverse thrust probably because they don't need it, and that does save quite a lot of fuel, wear and tear. So in a way it's good. Yes, that is for you, JQ-48 Seoul Incheon to Sydney service on Jetstar. All right, I think we'll just have to wait now. It's 8:54 a.m. 8:55 is when Japan Airlines JL52 will push back. So hopefully we get a very good view, and hopefully the runways don't change. It's the Boeing 777-300 ER. It's going to be a nice time. We also do expect NH879, which is another service from Tokyo Haneda on ANA, All Nippon Airways. I know a lot of people, they don't really know when we do mention All Nippon Airways. A lot of our viewers and a lot of other people that I talk to, they get quite confused because a lot of people would have never heard of the full name, All Nippon Airways. So yeah, and rightly so. I think even I'm pronouncing it wrong because, as you all know, they pronounce it as Nippon, so it should be All Nippon Airways and not All Nippon Airways. That's like All Nippon Airways, ANA. Hello everyone, wishing you all a very good morning this Sunday morning, 26th of April 2026, 56 minutes past 8 here in Sydney, Australia. It's a nice and sunny day. It's been little over 3 hours since we started streaming. We captured the first arrival of the aircraft seconds after the clock just struck 6, and it was nice to welcome the homegrown carrier Qantas from Denpasar. Currently, it is a slight lull and we are waiting to capture a bit of the departure action. JL52 Japan Airlines service to Tokyo Haneda. We will be capturing the arrival NH879 of ANA, All Nippon Airways from Tokyo Haneda. The Haneda service is close to our heart. Why? We don't know, but it is. I mean, if we've got to be very honest and very frank, and it's like quite frankly, it's because of the culture that we loved in Tokyo. The place has that wonderful old school charm, yet being so modern. It's lovely. So the Tokyo Haneda service is always great. And thanks to all our Japanese viewers, Haps, thank you. We appreciate it. We haven't seen Stubuya for quite a while on our streams, but I do know that Stubuya will be around somewhere waiting for the stream on our other channel. Our other channel is named Live World Stream, where we try streaming every day from our window at home. Of course, today we don't have the streams currently because we are here at the airport. However, once we go home and get fresh, we may stream. And the best part of having the window view is we get to see a lot of the aircraft, especially when they are landing on runway 34. Not that you can see them landing on runway 34, but you can see them high up turning onto the way from their waypoint. Of course, from that waypoint, we can also see them turning when they land on runway 16. So if they turn right from our window, we know that they are landing on runway 16. But if they turn left from the window, then we do know that they are going to arrive on runway 34. And those are just small quirks that we noticed all across, over the years that we've been spotting planes as such. But for now, it's literally what we are waiting for is the departures and arrivals of the aircraft. So hopefully it's going to be a nice one. All right, the Qantas special livery, as you all can see, the greenish color plane over there. I'm always scared to pronounce that because, I want to be quite respectful when I pronounce those names, considering it does have a lot of emotions to the local people. But I will still try pronouncing it. Please correct me if I'm wrong, and apologies. I will try my best to pronounce it right. So it's Minima Kujara Jukapa. If I'm wrong, apologies, but please correct me. If anyone knows the best way to pronounce it, please let us know. I've been asking for this pronunciation for quite some time, and I really haven't got an answer on that one. So if any of you all know how to pronounce it, please let me know. I would really love to learn about that one. Once again, everyone, welcome to Sydney Airport Aviation. I am Sheldon and we are awaiting departure of JL52, which has just pushed back from the gate right on time. Japanese culture, you see, they are following it anywhere in the world they go. So JL52 Sydney to Tokyo Haneda service on the Boeing 777-300ER, registered as JA738J. Mind you, we captured that arrival of the aircraft earlier today. We captured it when it arrived on runway 34, and we've been here long enough to capture it when it departs. Hopefully they don't change the runway, because I don't see any aircraft even far off. If they do change the runway, we will not able to see it taxi past us, but when it's on its takeoff roll, we will able to see it out here, and then, you know, maybe rotation, things like that. But yes, I would prefer the runway still being runway 34. We haven't seen it getting any more windy as such, so hopefully they do turn right where we need them to. That is, after they reach the main taxiway, hopefully they can just turn towards the right. That is based on flight radar information that I see. Okay, let us see JL52 just approaching the taxiway. Alrighty, so it has turned towards the right, so we will see JL52 very shortly. We'll capture the whole of its taxi from when it emerges from behind these trees to the time it taxis, as well as takes off. Of course, if there's a landing in between the taxi and the takeoff phase, we will be capturing those planes too. So let us see, we should be getting JL52 Sydney to Tokyo Haneda. In a way, I'm happy that we got this break, you know, because 3 hours continuously we've been talking, we've been streaming, and we've got quite a lot of things. Whoa! What we see there, that's the Qantas's retro livery VHOZP. But yeah, right now, as promised, we will be capturing JL52 Japan Airlines to Tokyo Haneda. There you are, Boeing 777-300ER. We don't even hear the engines spooled up. They are literally on idle. I would love to be on Japan Airlines one day. If not Japan Airlines, then ANA, All Nippon Airways. Hopefully soon. Japan Airlines, like I said, let us check the age of the aircraft. Delivered to Japan Airlines in May of 2008. Age is 17 years old, with the registration number being JA738J. Serial number, that's the manufacturer serial number, that's 32436. The Boeing 777-300, built in the United States of America. Yeah, we don't see any of the planes coming in for arrival. However, we do see one small plane out there. What's that plane? Let's have a look. Lloyd Aviation Jet Charter, Sydney to Port Moresby. And what is it? Dassault Falcon 900C. Yeah, cool. We'll capture it. Let us see. I think that should rotate quite early, considering the fact that it's like a pretty small plane. Oh, the age is 26 years old. Wow. 26. Cool. Has it begun its takeoff roll? I can't even see it from behind the Boeing 777. Okay, that special livery of Qantas has just taken off. Oh, yes. And where's the Lloyd Aviation charter? Here you are. That was nice for a change. That was truly nice for a change. And now we have Japan Airlines JL52 on runway 34L. Not exactly, it's just gonna be lining up now. And there you see Japan Airlines runway 34. Let's go for it. Wishing all my Japanese viewers a very, very warm wish, a very warm good morning. To Haps, to Stubuya, to you. Wishing you all a very good morning. I hope you all have a great time. And sending special wishes through this Japan Airlines JL52 to Tokyo Haneda and to all the kind people of Japan who supported us earlier this year on our live streams. Our live stream over there were super crazy because people loved it for whatever we did, and we appreciate it. Thank you very much, Japan Airlines. I'm getting a bit emotional, but you know, Japan Airlines is what it is. JL52, we will see another Japan Airlines as JL51 arrive tomorrow morning, and this is JL52. We will capture the departure as well. Wonderful, Japan Airlines, thank you very much. JL52 service to Tokyo Haneda on the Boeing 777-300ER. Oh yes, we captured that rotation, though not much. We were spot on. We were super spot on to capture that. So everyone, wishing you all a very good morning. Just 9:07 a.m. at this very moment. We are literally about half time into the live stream, 3 hours and 7 minutes to be precise. Since we started streaming, we will be streaming all morning long unless we have technical issues with either the internet or maybe the power bank and things like that, else we will continue streaming. Yesterday we had really bad internet for whatever reason it was, and we just didn't want to continue because we need to get decent respected visuals as such, but yesterday was just getting stuck like super crazy. So we thought, nah, we aren't doing that. So here you are today. We have this nice stream going on. Yeah, after Japan Airlines, nothing else that's departing, at least as of now. But let us check flight radar. Maybe we should get some arrivals. And I think it's high time for all Nippon Airways to come in already. Let me check on flight radar where it is. All right, NH879. Whoa. Why is it turning from the other side? I believe they may put it up on runway 34 right, which means we may not get a good view of it landing. Come on. But yes, even if we don't, we will able to see it taxi past us right at this very scene, and even if we pan slightly to the right. So hopefully we do get that one, and hopefully everything goes well. Okay, we do have Hong Kong Airlines coming in with their Airbus A330-300. So yeah, should be a good one. I am a bit skeptical of ANA on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. Okay, but it seems to be more lining up towards runway 34L. So it should be good for us. Yeah, let us see. We do have some small arrivals. QF142 coming in from Auckland. Oh, where's the Auckland service? Okay, we can see it. For a moment, I just saw blue skies and I was thinking, where is it gone? Yeah, but I can see it. It's like nice and a bright day today. So the planes, they usually have that whitish color. They do tend to get camouflaged as such, but we do see it just lower center of the screen. QF142, Auckland to Sydney. Okay, the sound you hear is of the plane registered as VHOZP, that is Qantas's Boeing 737 with the retro livery. Yeah, I couldn't capture that takeoff because that took off from runway 34 right, which is the far off runway. Okay, one thing I would want to point out, and I think we discussed this yesterday, definitely we discussed it this morning. You see, there's not very many cars. It's 11 minutes past 9. Usually around this time, we do see quite a lot more cars, but not to the point that it does get crowded. But later on during the day, like let's say 11:30, most of the cars used to be parked out here, and that's one of the times when we were even streaming. So let us see if the same thing happens. If not, then definitely the reason for that is the long weekend, so a lot of people have moved out just on a holiday and things like that. So hopefully we get to see it. All right, let's capture this Dash 8-400. Where is the Dash 400 off to? Sydney to Canberra service. Okay. Unfortunately, we won't get to capture the rotation because they start off that takeoff roll so late, right? They don't even start off beginning of the runway. They start off somewhere in between. All right. Let us get ready for the arrivals. What do we see on screen? Okay, like I said, everything looks so camouflaged in the screen. Yeah, but I can see two planes just side by side, but they aren't side by side, just because we are zoomed in that much, it looks as such. Okay, so Tokyo Haneda service is actually landing on the other runway, that is runway 34L. And what we see landing out here is VA719. So VA719 is the plane lower, and the one you see, sorry, VA819, sorry. And the other one that you see on the other side is NH879, and that is the Tokyo Haneda service from All Nippon Airways. All right, landing on runway 34L, VA819, coming in from Melbourne on the Boeing 737-800. It is 15 years old, but looks quite new, Virgin Australia. Okay, what we will do is we will still pan our attention to NH879, All Nippon Airways on the other side, and hopefully we get a good view. Though I'm not promising that because the runway 34R is the one which is so far off, right? And like I mentioned earlier today, that we are using this new streaming software and we aren't zoomed into the full level. So that is NH879, All Nippon Airways from Tokyo Haneda. Tokyo Haneda is the place to be. It is where everything begins. And yes, we will end up seeing this aircraft much more when it taxis to Terminal 1. So we do see that. Oh yes, Adele, ANA from Tokyo Haneda. Sadly, you can see it on the screen like far off in the background. It's gone on runway 34R. We thought it would be this side. It's a bit strange, but hopefully, we can get it. We will get it actually when it taxis just past over here near that big round antenna thing. All right, Malaysia Airlines to Kuala Lumpur, the A330-900. The A330-900 looks nice and sleek. It's like the A330-300 was an aging aircraft. We all know that. But still, you know, they had the number of orders and the number of planes that they have delivered. It's mind-boggling to say the least. Okay, in the background, you may be able to see left side of the screen, ANA, All Nippon Airways from Tokyo Haneda. Okay, so Adele, you're saying in Japan, men come first, women second. Okay, good to know that. Thank you very much for letting us know. I literally didn't know this. Cool. Thank you for letting me know. Very luckily, I didn't have any cultural issues out there in Tokyo Haneda when we were there earlier this year. I'm glad. But yes, good to know this. You see, there's so many things we learn apart from aviation when we are over here. I didn't know this. I always thought like anywhere in the world it has to be women first and men second. And I think it's so ingrained in the culture now that you don't even give it a second thought. You just think like, yeah, women first, yeah, you first sort of a thing. But yeah, good to know that. Pretty good to know. Okay, as we are looking at All Nippon Airways, ANA, we will just pan around and we see Hong Kong Airlines, Airbus A330-300, registered as B, LHP. So literally about half an hour ago we had no planes, and right now it just seems to be picking up again. So this one arrival, there was NH879 that just arrived on the other side, that is All Nippon Airways, and then on the far right of the screen you see the A330-900 of Malaysia Airlines. For a moment I just forgot the airline name. Wow. There you go, Hong Kong Airlines, Airbus A330-300. In the background you see All Nippon Airways. Wow, coincidentally, or perhaps surprisingly, this aircraft is just 8 years old. I think it shows through the paint job, at least on the screen. It doesn't really look as good, but I think I've seen another Hong Kong Airlines which literally had patches on its paint, sort of a thing. But this one that we just saw was looking very nice. And there you go, NH879, All Nippon Airways. I'm always happy to get these Japanese carriers, you know. I do know a lot of people say they're quite expensive, and indeed they are. But no complaints, you know, for the type of service that they provide, for the type of everything else they provide, the soft service, the soft product, the hard product. Yeah, it means a lot. Especially with the soft product, it's very hard for a lot of airlines to compete on, right? Because that's something that is not too easy. Okay, it seems to be they will clear off Virgin Australia as well. Okay, Virgin Australia is going that side, so probably it's going to be one to take off. So yeah, here you go, ANA, All Nippon Airways, getting ready. Not getting ready, just taxiing. I was going to say getting ready for takeoff, but nah, it's not going to take off. It's just coming from Tokyo's Haneda International Airport. Most likely Terminal 3, and yes, in fact, Terminal 3, because that's the thing. But yeah, I think I should say most likely, because we do know that some international departures do take place from Tokyo's Terminal 2, from Haneda Airport Terminal 2. Though Terminal 3 is predominantly the international terminal, there are some aircraft that do take off from Terminal 2. And it's even widely announced on the train services, especially when people especially when the trains are arriving at Terminal 3 and Terminal 2 of Haneda Airport. Yeah. Oh, okay. Should have been slightly bit earlier and we would get that good rotation. But anyway, what time is it? 19 minutes past 9 here in the morning at Sydney, when we see All Nippon Airways Boeing 787-9 just taxiing. Let us see what time it takes off. Won't be too long. Yesterday, I think I finished filming. I finished the live stream about 10:30 or something. But we did see the plane, that is Tokyo Haneda, that is NH880, I believe. It's service to Tokyo Haneda, which departed I think a little before 12 or so, somewhere around there. So I could be wrong, I don't really know the exact time, but yeah, we did capture it about that time. So 9:20 a.m. here on 26th April 2026. What are we waiting for? Departures and arrivals. What are we getting? Not very many. QF 418 Melbourne to Sydney. Wow, Chamonix is going to be coming soon. So I believe after this arrival from Melbourne, then it's going to be Sydney to Perth. Virgin Australia that you see is just holding off runway 34L. And once that is done, then we will able to see Xiamen Air's arrival, that is MF801. Yeah, nice and quiet arrival. Not using too much of the thrust reversers. So you see, this is another nice logic that they use. They don't use too much of thrust reversers because, you know, they have that momentum from the flight, right? And as they reach here, they just use as much as they need so that they don't slow off too much, and then they can use the rapid exit taxiway, which is just around here by the base of, yeah, you can see the turn. So by the base of the air traffic control tower. So if we ever spot from the by the base of the air traffic control tower, which is also called Shep's Mound, you can see those planes and you feel they're taxiing way too fast. So, you know, that could be one of the reasons that, you know, they're still using the momentum that they already had from the flight, and they don't really want to lose much of that momentum because, you know, it saves fuel. Anyway, here we are. We have Virgin Australia VA 555 Sydney to Perth on the Boeing 737. And wishing everyone a very warm welcome, a very good morning to all of you joining us on this live stream from anywhere and everywhere in the world. Today we've had like really great people come to the stream. We've had Adele from Canada. We've had Hans Slova from Sweden, I guess. We've had Haps as usual from Japan, and very many more. Of course, we will never forget our Australian viewers. Australian viewers are what makes this channel, what started this channel in the first place. They gave us the likes and the viewership like crazy. I'm not going to forget them no matter what. And here we have MF801 Xiamen Air coming in from Xiamen. Easy peasy. You name the airline just after the place that it comes from, and you don't really have too much to think about. Yeah, there you go, MF801 Xiamen to Sydney. I love their Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. In one of our previous streams, maybe earlier this year or late last year, I did mention that MF801, the Xiamen Air livery, is always so lovely. In fact, I shouldn't have said MF801 because all Xiamen Air aircraft do have that same livery as such. All right, let me pan down to see if I can show you all the vision. Yeah, there you go. Okay, can't pan anymore. You know, tripod limitations as such. Anyway, we did see Qantas taxiing. That's QF67 Sydney to Bengaluru service on A330-200, registered as VHEBN. It is a 16-year-old aircraft. February 2010 is when it was delivered to Qantas. Now, I have mentioned it very many times on the live stream, and I'm mentioning it today as well. Again, it's a one world livery. I've seen this happening quite a lot where most of the times when I spot QF67 or QF68, QF67, as we see on screen, is going to be departing now to Bengaluru, India. But even the one that will be arriving shortly after the departure of this one as QF68, they usually almost always have the one world livery, I would say. I think only twice is when I didn't spot the one world livery on Qantas's aircraft that go to India as such. I don't know whether this is just an operational thing or it's a coincidence, but I do believe it's not going to be a coincidence almost every time. If it was the other way around, I would believe it's a coincidence, but yeah, no complaints whatsoever. I'm always happy to see the special liveries, but yeah, the one world livery for now is what we see on Qantas QF67. I was going to say QF68. QF68 may be somewhere in the sky getting ready for its arrival anyway. It may not be too far, because I do know that once QF67 departs, maybe soon after, in like 15-20 minutes, is when QF68 arrives. So yeah, let's get ready for the takeoff. The takeoff roll has already begun. You all will be able to hear the engine spooling. Hopefully the mic isn't blocking out the engine spooling sound, considering the fact that everything today is just considered noise. But the engine noise is what we want. One world livery of Qantas to to Bengaluru, India. Yeah, another lovely rotation. Of course, could have been slightly bit more earlier, but no complaints. That's how planes operate, and it's going to be a pretty long journey. I think about 11-hour journey, and would be quite a full flight too. As you all know, there's a very high demand for flights to India, China, and a few other Asian countries, but then there's not much of the flights that can be added here in Sydney. So a lot of people flying to India and different parts of Asia, especially China, even though there's a lot of direct flights to China, people prefer taking stopover flights because it gets a bit cheaper and people don't really bother much. If it's a total flight which just takes about 2 hours extra, why would anyone complain, unless you're hell-bent on getting one of those direct flights because you have something to do as soon as you're out of the airport. Yes, in those cases I totally understand, but for the most part, customers aren't complaining. They are totally fine with doing stuff. Hey Haps, yes, so the thing is, we are using a new software to stream. So if I zoom, I will just show you. Okay, let us focus on that aircraft, and you see this is what is happening. And this shouldn't have happened because the streaming software that we were using in Japan as well as over here yesterday, it was the other one, and when we zoom in this much, it's much more clearer. So I do believe that we need to tweak the software, but right now I can't even tweak the software considering the fact that we are in the midst of a live stream. So I don't really know what to be done, but most likely what I'll do is I will be going home and probably having a look at more of these things that can be changed. So let us see if there is something that's in my control. Yes, pretty sure I will be doing it, but yeah, for the most part. Okay, this is the full zoom out. This is the zoomed out view. So you see, with the zoomed out view, everything seems to be clear. We are using the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra to actually stream, which we have always been doing, and everything seems to be fine, but this software for some reason is just Maybe it's a calibration issue, you know, that is something we will have to look at. But for most part, yes, that is the reason, you know, we are leaving it here. But for you, we'll just capture this one on a fully zoomed basis. You see, it's like, let us have a look as the plane gets closer if it's going to get any more clearer for us. Oh, come on, it's close. Yeah. Ah, no way. No way. Wow, this is the closest that we can capture it from. Wow. That's sad. I think we will zoom out a little. Oh, whoa, that was too much. Nope, that is too much again. And I think this should be fine. Let us look at the dustbin. Yeah. Let us zoom in. Okay, that's definitely not clear. Okay, this seems to be perfect. Slightly little over half zoom. But yes, perhaps rest assured, we will try working out something. If it doesn't, maybe we will have to look it up on the internet to see how to make this work. Yeah, we didn't expect this issue to crop up. You know, earlier this morning when we started streaming, we thought just because it was not too sunny, but as the day progressed, we realized that no, that was not the case. Cebu Pacific from Manila. Yeah, this is another airline which I love their livery. You know, their everyday livery, not anything special, but seems to be nice. We've captured Cebu Pacific quite many times on our channel, on live streams, on things like that. All right, what's happening here? Why is Delta DL42, sorry, DL40 waiting? Okay, maybe the smaller aircraft will be getting priority just so that they can avoid the wake turbulence of the bigger A350-900. That is what I believe, but they don't seem to be moving. So let us see what everything is up to. It's quite rare to see a departing aircraft that's taxiing just stops over here. I've seen that happen before, but that is when the smaller aircraft are told to proceed so that, you know, they don't really have to wait, because we already have two aircraft. If they wait any longer for Delta to go ahead, that's going to be adding to the wait time to taxi, as well as that's going to also add up to wait time after Delta's departure to Los Angeles, because you need to avoid the wake turbulence. But yeah, like I said, so this is what happened. Correct. So Qantas is given the way because the Boeing 737, it's a lighter aircraft, so won't be having as much of wake turbulence, and Delta doesn't have to bother much. Alrighty, so they let one Qantas aircraft move in ahead, and Delta has started moving once again on its way to runway 34. Hey Haps, Yodobashi Cam sells a lot of cameras. Yes, right, it's so good. I actually, because, you know, it was my first time in Japan, and I saw that camera company, Yodobashi Camera, right from my hotel room. I felt it so nice. I actually clicked a picture of that building. So yes, I've kept that as memories, and I still hope I can get the very same room the next time I'm in Tokyo Haneda. And you never really know, mates. You never really know. We might as well just come in one day, maybe 1 or 2 days in June. We don't really know. We aren't promising anything yet, because like you know the global situation, the tickets are so expensive and things like that. And considering we operate Sydney Airport Aviation as a YouTube business, we will have to, be a bit too tight on the budget, I would say. because if we are spending so much, we really need to make those 2 days worth it, and hopefully the weather will be right. But don't worry, Haps, we will be streaming now. Maybe even during the weekdays, I will see one of the days when I'm not too busy at work, and maybe drive over here and then have a very short stream. But when I say short, means literally very short, because these days we are losing daylight about 5:40 p.m. and the sun sets about 5:20. I think today it's going to be setting at 5:20. So after work, I won't really have much time to stream. But yeah, I still have this in my mind that I want to do those night streams which are nice and dark from the base of the ATC tower that is over there, because that one is much closer to the taxiway that we can see. And then we also see the international planes coming in and taxiing, and then going to Terminal 1, which is the international terminal here at Sydney. Alrighty, Air Canada, Boeing 777-200. We did see this earlier today. Hey Adele, are you still here? If you're here, this is Air Canada, the service to Vancouver. Nice maple leaf, Boeing 777-200. Look at the size difference with a 777-200 and a Dash 300. The Dash 300 is so much larger, so much longer. This one seems to be quite short. But yeah, so hey Haps, what about Yodobashi? Do they just do they just manufacture cameras and then sell it to different brands with their own branding, or does Yodobashi have a separate brand altogether? I never really thought I'm going to read more about them, but I did go on their website, but since everything was in Japanese, I couldn't really understand much. So yeah, I left it at that. But I would really love to know if there's something more that they do. Do they sell a different brand? Is Yodobashi a brand all in itself, just like, let's say, Canon, Nikon, Sony, Fujifilm and stuff like that? Yeah. Okay, at Kawasaki, Kamata, Yokohama. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I read Kamata somewhere. Yokohama, yes, I know Yokohama from the very fact that the tires on my car are of Yokohama, and I swear by those tires. I'm telling you, never really going to any other tires, really, really good ones. I also want to mention, Haps, that we did see, I did take the train one evening when it was raining. It was raining, so we couldn't stream on that day. I believe it was on the 6th evening in Tokyo. It was raining, 6th of February. And because nothing could be done, I took the train from Tokyo Haneda Terminal 3, went to the, I think it was KQ Kawasaki or something, on the KQ line. And I wanted to spot the old train. So I did spot the 1000 series, which I clicked a picture of. But it was way too late again, because back then Japan was losing daylight at about, let's say, 5:30, plus it was raining. So yes, I did film one of those trains arriving at the station, but I clicked a picture of the 1000 series train, the red one, and we do have it. So yes, I will be posting that on our other YouTube channel. Our other YouTube channel is quite small. It is named as Live World Stream. So we post everything else apart from aviation over there, but recently we did post a few of the aviation videos out there too. Okay, you're asking me, my favorite town was Shinagawa, wasn't it? I don't know if I went to Shinagawa, but probably I passed through it, because I did go to the Shibuya Sky. The Shibuya Sky, where you go upstairs and have a look at the Shibuya crossing and all 360-degree view of the city. Yeah, I do like that. But I believe my favorite town would be Ota City, where Haneda Koko is. So I do believe Haneda is my favorite. Haneda Koko, Ota City, yes, it's so close to Haneda. And tell me about the food. The food at Haneda Airport Garden was lovely. I mean, sometimes some people, they really fall in love with us. The restaurant that I went to at Haneda Airport Garden, which is again, connected through the whole of Haneda Airport precinct, The person serving me was so happy to know that I said that I would be back to Tokyo very shortly for another time, and he was like, oh wow, lovely. And I love the karaoke over there. I'm telling you, mate, I'm telling you, I miss the Japan food, miss everything of Japan. I wish I could be, in Japan filming planes every single day, every single night. I'm never going to complain about the heat. I mentioned it to one of our other viewers out there, I think Stubuya, and Stubuya told me that it's going to be quite hot and humid in DL40. Okay, we see DL40 on its takeoff roll. So yes, Stubuya did mention to me, two American brothers in one frame, as we see United going the other way. Yeah, and Stubuya did tell me that August, September is going to be quite hot and humid, and that's not the best time for me to visit Japan. But the thing is, I want to visit Japan at that time because I will able to make maximum use of that daylight, and that is what I want. So maybe August, September sounds more reasonable, but considering the fact that we do have that war and all still going on. Of course, it's a ceasefire now. Everything seems to be getting back to normal. But yeah, it would be great to meet up with you, Haps. So maybe when we come to Tokyo Haneda, when we visit Tokyo Haneda, come over to Terminal 3, say hi to us. It will be great to have a chat with you. JR or KQ line, TYO monorail to Hamamatsu. Okay, I think it was the JR line. I don't really recollect because, like I said, it was my first time in Japan. So I was literally relying on just Google to show us directions and for the train schedules and things like that. So from the departure terminal, that is, from the departure section, the line that connects the train and the monorail on the other side. So I took the train, and I think in about 10 or 15 minutes I reached that station. Where you reach the station, then you take the staircase down, and then down on the KQ line you have the other trains where the most older ones are. Now this I just read on Google. I do also know that there's this yellow color sunflower train that they say when you see the train you end up being quite happy. You're quite lucky and things. Yeah, I didn't know that until I got back from Japan. But hopefully next time when I'm there, I'm going to be filming a lot of these apart from aviation. And like I said, we did film quite a bit. So a lot of those gacha machines, a lot of those toy planes, the toy aircraft, we did film it as part of YouTube Shorts, and we will be posting it on our other YouTube channel. So if any of you are interested in watching those, that's the Japanese series that will be starting from about mid of May this year. So I think, let's say another 20 days before we start those Japanese series on that other channel. So if you all want to watch it, please subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon over there. It's called Live World Stream. But yeah, for everything aviation, we are always over here on Sydney Airport Aviation. And Haps, do want to let you know that when I was at Haneda Airport, right, where every day going to have a look and stuff, one afternoon I went to one of those shops which is just behind the observation deck, and that shop had quite a lot of those Japanese toy trains, plane models and things like that. And I purchased the ANA Boeing 787 with the green sustainable livery show model. So I purchased that one. I haven't assembled it yet, and it's not with me here right now. I just took it home out there after I went to Singapore, India and things like that, and it is over there. So hopefully I will be getting a good view. Not a good view. Hopefully I will be assembling it later this year whenever I'm free, and we'll take it from there. We will be posting a picture of it perhaps on YouTube as a post, or maybe on Instagram. Follow us on Instagram, Haps. If you're on Instagram, it's the same, Sydney Airport Aviation. We try posting a couple of a couple of reels out there. And yes, if there's any update or whatever, most likely we are going to share it there, especially considering Sydney has some crazy weather, and sometimes because of the weather we may lose out on streaming just maybe an hour or two before. It's happened with us many times that because of weather we have had to cancel our streams. Earlier this year, one day it was so hot that our cameras were overheating even before we started filming. You can imagine, just as we set up stuff, on that day as well, we cancelled our stream and then just filmed, and then we filmed without a mic, which means we had no audio whatsoever, and then that was a total waste of a day because the videos were unusable. Without the audio, it wouldn't really make much of a sense, right? So yes, Haps, that's another thing. Follow us. And yes, as far as I know, I think it was the JR line. But do want to let you know, Haps, when I went to Shibuya Sky, I planned to take the train in the morning from Haneda Airport to Shibuya. But that morning I woke up a bit late, so I just took a taxi, which was fine. But on the way back, after having a look at Shibuya Sky, when I was coming, I took the train. I found it so hard. You know, I had to take the Yamanote line, I believe, if that's how I'm pronouncing, and that's correct, Yamanote. And I couldn't find the entry point, but it seemed to be the entry point was named as something else. And I only used a bit of my brains with the fact that, you know, Yamanote line was denoted in green color, and there was another green color line as well. So perhaps, you know, that was only my saving grace. But wonderful trains, I'm telling you, mate, wonderful trains. I do plan to capture a lot of those trains and buses in Tokyo as well. And welcome everyone joining us on our stream. It's been almost 4 hours, 3 hours and 59 minutes to be precise, since we started streaming. We started streaming before the first arrival of the day. In fact, the first arrival took place even before the curfew ended. That was British Airways aircraft from Singapore. So yes, please stay tuned with us. We were just talking to Haps, and I was letting Haps know that we will be visiting Tokyo Haneda Airport again to capture that really great aviation scenes that we see. I think we already have quite a lot of people over here in Australia telling us to go and visit Tokyo Haneda. We have a lot of our Japanese viewers who want us back out there at Tokyo Haneda, and rightly so, we will be doing it. But we just don't know when, because of the current global situation. The ticket prices are insanely crazy. So yes, I mean, we can't find another superlative word for that. So that is the thing. Yeah, Garuda Indonesia. What? 74th anniversary livery. Wow. Lucky us. I didn't even realize that. We have captured the 74th anniversary livery on our previous videos as well, but it's a pleasure to get the 74th anniversary livery at this very moment. Wow, lovely. Thank you everyone for joining us. And yes, like I said, you know, we are planning to go to Tokyo Haneda about later this year. We don't know whether we are going to do it in June. It's not going to be too long, maybe a day or two, but we will be doing it. So I hope you all join us and provide us the same or much better response compared to last time. You know, last time we got the Boeing 747-8 of Lufthansa with the retro livery, and we had people coming in from all across the world, from Miami, from Japan, Australia, New Zealand, whole of Europe. Yeah, they were crazy over that. But sadly, soon after the departure of the 747-8, we had to end the stream. Though we had planned to stream until evening, we had to end it because the snowfall had already started before the pushback of Lufthansa's retro livery Boeing 747-8. However, we still, you know, just pulled on without caring about the camera too much, because we wanted to get that view of the 747, and luckily we did. But yes, apart from that, I think it's been pretty good, pretty normal for us. And yeah, we hope to repeat same of those things again. Hopefully we get some nice retro liveries out there. Hopefully we capture ANA's Boeing 787-9, the green sustainable livery. That is what we are after. We did see it, but we couldn't film it at that stage when we were there in February. So hopefully, you know, the next time we are in Tokyo Haneda, we can get it. Okay, Haps says Shinjuku, Shibuya is a station in a bustling city. Yes, indeed. And you know, I won't complain. I did film quite a lot of ASMR short videos out there when I was down on the ground, on the road at Shibuya. You know, Shibuya has its own charm, its own nice modern take to it. And yeah, I had a McDonald's lunch over there at Shibuya. So I went to McDonald's. I think it's just by one of those crossings, you know, at the end. And I ordered McDonald's, and you won't believe me, I ordered the food in Japanese because I was too scared to ask one of the attendants to get the English language on the machine. So I just ordered it in Japanese, and I just tried getting a chicken meal, which went fine. I just wanted a large meal because I was way too hungry on that very day, considering the fact I was hungry. I was starving since morning because I was already getting late to go to Shibuya Sky. And then when we did that, I got the chicken meal. It was lovely. It had some nice spice to it, something that we don't get here in Australia as a whole. So yes, I did enjoy the McDonald's meal, just that I didn't know how to change it to English language. But guess what? And then I'm seated, I'm having my meal, and then I see another girl. She comes in, she asks the attendant to change it to English because probably even she didn't know to speak Japanese or understand Japanese. And the attendant just changed it to English for her. Wow, how good is that, right? So that's the thing. Sometimes it just works, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, I'm fine. I'm not complaining about the Japanese language as such, because even though it was Japanese, even though I didn't understand a thing, I'm still happy I could get my lunch. Yeah, it was a small one, couldn't get the bigger meal, but you know, that's not a complaint. As long as I got the great taste that Japan has to offer, I was all good with it. Alrighty, what do we have on screen? Melbourne to Sydney, another service by Virgin Australia, VA823. Wow. Since yesterday, it seems to be we are capturing a lot of those services from Melbourne. We got a few services from Melbourne yesterday, quite a lot. Today again. I think the dynamics and things do change domestically when the time changes. You know, we are in standard time, not daylight saving time. So yeah, that is the thing, I would believe. Alrighty, we have OZ602 Sydney to Incheon service on the Boeing 777-200E coming off Asiana Airlines. We should be able to see it taxiing soon. Yeah, it's been one hell of a great day. 4 hours and 5 minutes since we started streaming, and it's only 9:51, which means we started streaming at, let's say, 5:56, 5:57. Wow. That's nice. But stay with us tuned, because what we plan to do tomorrow is just cross the limits altogether. We plan to start streaming to capture even the aircraft that get approval to land before 6, like today's British Airways. But I'm telling you, it's going to be dark, because right now we end up getting the daylight itself at, let's say, 5:40, 5:45, and the sun rises only at 6:26, which means it's going to be pitch black or almost pitch black, but we're still able to see the lit up tail of the plane. So let us see if that works out tomorrow, and hopefully British Airways is on time or early, like how it was today. All, you know, we take all the effort, and then the plane itself is going to be late, the flight itself is going to be late, and you know, it's not going to be helpful to us. Alrighty, it's been wonderful. Asiana Airlines, for those of you who have been watching our streams, you all would know this aircraft OZ602 is the Boeing 777-200ER. Usually during the summer period we get an Airbus A380 out here. So hoping this year we can capture the A380 again in October. Not too far away, just about 5.5 months. So yeah, hoping that we can get that one to us. Can you all hear the engines? It's nice and idling. Oh, okay, there's a Qantas aircraft that they're allowed to go ahead over there. And it is understandable, because the Boeing 777 wouldn't have to spend much time waiting for the wake turbulence to dissipate from the Boeing 737. But if it was the other way around, the 737 goes first and then the Boeing if the Boeing 777 goes first and then the Boeing 737, then of course the 737 has to wait longer, which affects runway performance, considering the fact that the turbulence from the 777 is going to be much more stronger and heavier than the turbulence from the Boeing 777, which means longer waiting times, which means you're not using the runways as efficiently as you should, and that means bunching up and delaying aircraft either taking off or landing. So wonderful decision by the air traffic control crew. All right, and whilst we are at the topic of that, let me pan around and show you something else. Look at the seagulls. Are they tired? I believe so. Okay, so Haps says you can buy Tim Tam and Vegemite at LD and import goods to LOL. Really? I didn't know that, because usually, just the other day, I think it was on Thursday, that I got Tim Tam from the grocery store over here. Wow, that's crazy. Hey Haps, do you love Tim Tams? Let us know. Maybe we can get you a pack or 3 when we are in Tokyo Haneda the next time. Let us know. We can have a nice catch up at the observation deck. We can share a lot of the aviation stories, and maybe we can hand you over a pack of Tim Tams. I do know that you all do get Tim Tams in Japan, but I think someone else mentioned that you don't really get all of the flavors in Japan that are available here in Australia. Is that true? Or would there be another shop or a store where you all could get all of the flavors of Tim Tam? Yeah. Don't really know that, but happy to get you some nice Australian flavored Tim Tams. It's always going to be nice to have those Tim Tams, nicely enjoying watching planes out there at Tokyo. Okay, Boeing 777-200 OZ602 getting ready. It is just not holding short, it's just short of the runway, and we do see it moving still. And yes, still moving. Yes, it will be on runway 34, because I don't see any arriving aircraft. The sky seems nice and clear, and even you all can see that out there. Okay, wonderful. All right, let's get ready for the other Boeing 777-200 ER. We already had the Boeing 777-200 LR that departed as Air Canada, but this one is the Boeing 777-200 ER extended range. It's not the 28 LR that we just saw of Air Canada. Alright everyone, we are just waiting for the takeoff roll. Maybe the runway isn't clear further down, so that's why they haven't got clearance to take off. No, but won't be too long. Alright, we see them moving. They'll spool up the engines and it should start. Okay, seems to be we are getting a bit of departure action now. Sydney to Bangkok is also has already started taxiing. We have Sydney to Los Angeles service on American Airlines, which is also going to be taxiing. So yes, there's going to be quite a lot. And here we have Asiana Airlines OZ602. Happy journey. And yay, yay, super lovely. Whoa, I thought we wouldn't get that, but yeah, that is super cool. And we have Qantas service to Hong Kong. Hey, Habs, yeah, sure. I would love to go to an izakaya and yakitori, though I don't know much, but yeah, always happy to give it a try. I do remember someone told us about this place that is, more about chicken and things like that. But I am not well versed with all of those things. Yes, I will let you know when we are going to visit Japan. Of course, it's going to be a very nice time, meeting up with a fellow aviation geek, a fellow aviation fan, all the way in Japan. And it's going to be nice to share quite a lot of those aviation stories. So yes, we can do that. It's going to be fun to try out the Japanese food. All right, and as we speak about fun, there's people having fun on their jet ski. Wow, I am hungry, literally hungry. And we still have quite a bit of time to end the stream, but no complaints. I'm happy to stream all day long. But yeah, the only thing is there's nothing much around where we can, just go to the shop and get something to eat and things like that. And again, considering we are near the airport, so this place that we are at, it is not really airport land, but we are still close to the airport and governed by airport security. Because if I pan around, let me show you what I'm talking about. So you see this is the old ATC tower of Sydney Airport. And the thing with this is, it's not that it's abandoned. It is still in use, but it is being used for backup and for training for new ATC candidates as such. So yes, it is like we cannot leave our items left unattended, because it will be treated as a security risk and taken off. So yeah, we don't really want to get into trouble for whatever reason as such. And here you are, Air Asia looks so much better right now compared to the one when it came in the morning, because it was having a silhouette effect. But right now seems to be much better. Right, wow. So we have 3 planes, so 3 man-made birds and 2 birds, natural birds in the scene. Okay, Hong Kong to Sydney service. That's landing. Yeah, we got some action once again. Hello, Robbie. Hello from Northern California. Welcome back to our stream. Been a long time coming, mates. Been a long time coming. How is everything, and how are you, Robbie? How's your Saturday evening going? I believe it is about 5 o'clock in the evening in California, if I'm not wrong. I hope you're having a great time, Robbie. Whoa, what's happening here? China Southern Airlines Airbus A350 out here getting ready for its departure. It is already taxiing. We have Air Asia to Kuala Lumpur. We have Qantas there just getting onto the runway for its service to Bangkok. Wow. Okay, seems like the departure action is picking up now. Okay, senile. Oh, if I pronounce it incorrectly, please forgive me. Senile or senile. You say you're senile Rashid Ahmed Hussain from Victoria Road, Punchbowl suburb. Okay, I'm tuned in right now from Punchbowl suburb, watching on my television right now. Okay, yep, thank you very much, Sinayal. We appreciate your presence. We appreciate you watching on your big screen at home. Thank you very much. It is always a pleasure to bring all of this action from Sydney Airport. We will be bringing the action even tomorrow because, like you know, in Sydney, it is a public holiday even tomorrow, considering it's Anzac Day. Yeah. All right, Robbie. Yes, that's nice. 5:03, 5:04 in the evening. Super lovely. 17-hour difference between California and Sydney. That's quite a long time. Wow. We are 10:04 here in the morning, Sydney Airport. We did have a lot of the aircraft depart to Los Angeles, which is pretty close to you, I believe. Of course, Los Angeles is in Southern California, but still, you know, same state. Yeah, so I think it would be like, you know, we send off our wishes and then about 14 and a half hours later, you will be getting our wishes. Thank you very much, Sunil. Yes, we are doing the plane spotting today. We did it yesterday as well. We thought, and we are still considering, but we are not sure and we are not promising, but we thought that later today we may probably go to Shep's Mound, let's say about 7 o'clock in the evening when it is totally dark, and try streaming from there. But the only thing is, when we stream in complete darkness, you don't really get the view as such, considering we don't really stream from our camera. We stream from our phone using the streaming softwares. So, you know, we are not sure how the visuals will look like. We are pretty sure we'll be able to see a bit of those runway lights, the airport lights, but the plane as such wouldn't be lit up. We will be able to see the tail of the planes, you know, going to be nice and bright and really good, but we don't really know whether we should be doing it. Maybe we can give it a try if we are not too tired after today's stream. So, yeah. Okay, so we have another aircraft coming in. Bangalore to Sydney, QF68. So this is the one I was talking about earlier today. Let us see if that is with a one world livery, because it seems to be most of the QF67 and 68 always almost always have the one world livery. And I believe this one doesn't, because I do see Qantas written up there. Okay, yeah, this one doesn't seem to have the one world livery. Alrighty, Robbie. Here you go, American. The plane from your home country, Robbie. So, hey, American, please say hi to Robbie. And Robbie, American will say hi to you when it's out there. Okay, wonderful. All right, Sinal, you say you're from Fiji Islands. Fiji capital city is Suva. This is Sinal Rashid Ahmed Hussain from Victoria Road. Yes. My birthday is coming up in May, okay? May, which date is your birthday, Sinal? Which day is your birthday and what have you planned for your birthday? Are you doing anything exciting? Are you going out with your friends? Are you going out with your family? What are you doing? Are you spending time at home with your family, considering, you know, it's going to be almost winter and it's going to be nice and cold. It's going to get like real cold and things like that. So what's your plan? What's your plan? Robbie, this service is American Airlines AA72 to Los Angeles. So yes, it's going to be pretty close to you. Not as close as we expect it to be, but you know, pretty close considering it's going to the same state as you. It's going to be there in 14 and a half hours. So maybe by tomorrow morning when you wake up, you will get our wishes, our digital wishes. And we have Air Asia X. And you go, yes, there you go, Air Asia. Super lovely. I'm glad we could capture that livery of Air Asia as well as the departure. And Sinal, yes, to your question, yes, it is. That is what I was talking even earlier on the stream to one of our other esteemed viewers. And yes, that is how it is. My great grandmother, my grandmother were from Portugal. All right, we have departure actions out there, 3 aircraft waiting. We have an arrival, so yeah, 4 aircraft. Going to be nice and super lovely. I hope everyone's enjoying the live stream. If you're enjoying the live stream, you'll know what to do. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and yeah, share it with your mates as well. Tasmanian Avgeek, morning from Hobart. Any interesting aircraft? Good morning, Tasmanian Avgeek. A very good morning. We didn't get any interesting aircraft. Yesterday morning when we streamed, we had Juneao Air with its Chinese Peony livery. This morning we just a couple of minutes ago, we just got the 74th anniversary livery of Garuda Indonesia. We had One World livery going to India on Qantas. Any other livery as such? No, I don't think so. We did have Qantas Link with that green color livery. Like I said, I can't really pronounce it quite well, so I don't really know. But not that I know of that any special liveries have come in today. All right, TG471 from Bangkok. Thai Airways. Thai Airways livery is the one I like, just in its regular colors. Looks nice and bright, especially when the summer sun is shining, even the winter sun. But right now, we would have wanted the sun on this side, on our side behind us, and it would have been nice. Okay, Sanal, you say your birthday is on the 12th of May, and date of birth is 65. Oh, 61 years old. Wow. Very nice. I hope. Whoa, look at that. 2 Thai Airways. Wow. 2 A350s. Wow. Super nice. Super nice. That is super lovely. Oh, you call it the broccoli livery. Did you mention that to me earlier as well on one of our streams? I do recollect it now. Okay. Yes, let's just call it the broccoli livery. That is so much better than spelling out that big long 3 names, right? Of course, I am respectful to the custodians of the land and the name on which it is based on. But yeah, it gets a bit difficult and is a bit mouthful to pronounce. But however, yeah, the broccoli livery as called by the Aviation Avgeek, especially Hugh. Yeah, let's do that. Let's call it. And yes, Sanal, 12th of May is not too far away. Just, I think, about 16 days more. So I hope you have a great time and a great birthday. What are you doing on your birthday though, Sanal? Are you spending time with family? Do you have anything exciting planned? Like, are you all going out for dinner or something like that? Oh, yeah, right. I totally agree. Tasmanian Avgeek. It is actually hard to say. It is literally hard to say. Wow, 50 years in Australia. Wow. So now that is nice to know. 50 years, that's a great achievement. I'm pretty sure Sydney and Australia has treated you well, and that's the reason you are here. And taking life as it comes and goes. So yes, and I'm pretty sure Sydney back then would have been a totally different place than what it is today. And yes, I must salute you for being in this city this long, and taking care of yourselves. Ooh, so you don't eat cake or eggs? Ooh, okay. Yeah, cool. Totally respect that. I do respect your dietary restrictions, and we will keep that in mind. I mean, if we ever meet, yeah, we won't get the eggs or anything else for you. Okay, I believe it's some emergency. I hope everything's well with everyone, because as I turned back behind, it seems to be there were a couple of ambulances. Hopefully everything is okay with everyone. Alrighty, as we mentioned earlier, SQ231, we see it on screen. It's just making its way, arriving the Airbus A380, that is SQ231, which departs Singapore Changi International Airport at 12:45 a.m. local time in Singapore every night, and it arrives here about this time, 10:15 over here. Usually when we are in daylight savings, it is 11:15. But let us quickly pan around. Philippine Airlines PR212 2. It's going to make its way to runway 34, but let's capture this awesome Airbus A330 favorite aircraft, Airbus A380, and we are happy to capture it. It's going to be a nice and smooth landing. And this is the second A380 of Singapore Airlines that we are filming today. Okay, slight bit of wind. Yes. Yeah, touchdown. Lovely, lovely. Welcome to Sydney. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls watching us from everywhere in the world, this is SQ231 of Singapore Airlines that has come in from Singapore Changi International Airport. Mind you, just want to share a quirk. This plane, if it departs from gate number A16 to A21 at Singapore Changi Terminal 3, it tends to reach early, but usually if it departs from, let's say, gate number A3, A4, anything from between A1 and A8 and stuff like that, it tends to reach a bit late because it adds up significantly to the taxi time. And considering A1, A8 is almost at the center of Terminal 3 and 2, you end up spending a lot more time taxiing than at A21. A16 to A21 are at one end of Terminal 3, so if you are departing from the other side of the runway, that's totally acceptable because you've got to take the taxiway. But if you're using the runway just behind the gates between A16 to 21, it's not a taxi at all, just a bit, maybe a couple of 100 meters. So that is the thing. That's just a small quirk, as I have taken that flight very many times whilst arriving over here in Sydney. Okay, Tasmanian Av Geek, how good is that? So Hobart is getting flights to Asia starting around mid-late 26 or 27. The runway is now probably capable of the 747-8 intercontinental Ambo in the back. Wow, that's really good news, mates. That's really good news. I have always wanted Hobart to have that, because as you all know, the thing is with Hobart, everyone who travels out of Hobart, let's say leaving out New Zealand and a few other international places as such, the closer ones. I always wanted Hobart to have those long-haul aircraft, the long-haul journeys, and I'm glad, I'm really happy to see that, Hobart is getting through it. There's another person that I met last week whilst we were spotting, and he told me he went to Hobart and he had such a good view of the aircraft and the planes because you all have such great viewing locations. And then at one point in the evening, he just goes exactly parallel to the runway, and he gets a very nice full view of the Hobart Airport runway. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm jealous of that. I mean, usually that's not something we see, considering today's aviation world is so protected and everything. So with all that protection and with all the cities being built around airports, it's quite hard to get that view. But considering Hobart has one of those natural wonders, and getting that view at Hobart Airport was super lovely. So yeah, really appreciate you, mates. Really appreciate it, and thanks for the subscribe. And yeah, we really appreciate your presence on this live stream. We will be streaming tomorrow as well because tomorrow is a public holiday here in New South Wales, considering the Anzac Day public holiday, which was supposed to be on 25th yesterday, Saturday. It just shifted to Monday because else we would have lost a holiday. So yeah, it's a good one. Okay, so Sinal says it's the 28-year wedding anniversary from 98, in November 98 until today, April 2026. Okay, the last time I visited Fiji Island in Suva was in the year 98. Oh, okay. I went to get married second time in Fiji. Oh, okay. Have you never thought of visiting Suva and Fiji as a whole later? Like since 98 you've not been there back again? Do you have family in Fiji? Do you have relatives? Do you have friends in Fiji? Or are all of your family out, your friends and family? Yes, I do hope that if you want to go back to Fiji, hopefully you can. All right, Tasmanian AvGeek says Hobart has a tiny terminal, but is extremely wrong. Around 2-kilometer runway. Okay, yeah, runway. No, that's fine. That's fine with the typo. But yeah, 2 kilometer runway. Okay, 2 kilometer runway doesn't sound too long, considering we do have about 3.6, 4 kilometers runway at all of the world airports. But to start off with. Tasmanian AvGeek. To start off with, I think 2 kilometers is quite respectable for any of the aircraft. Like, these days we see the Airbus A330 and all. They literally have the capability of flying to, like from Sydney, they literally have the capability of flying to different places in Australia. Let's say, sorry, not to in Australia, to places like, let's say, Singapore, Bali. They look quite small, but they punch about their weight. So I'm pretty sure if there's any of those Airbus A320s, A321s, they can comfortably use that 2 kilometer runway and still, end up going to places like Bali, Denpasar, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, Singapore. It's going to be a game changer, actually. So I'm really glad, that the Asia flights are going to be starting from Hobart. That also gives a lot of the people of Hobart a very critical advantage. What really happens here in Sydney and Melbourne is we are so fighting for space, for slots of planes, that ticket prices almost always remain elevated. Even the ticket prices in the United States is cheaper. Of course, they have a lot more people out there, but considering the airports and stuff, it is quite a lot cheap. But over here, we tend to have very expensive tickets because there's hardly any slots, and airlines to expand is going to be quite a challenge. Of course, there is going to be Western Sydney Airport opening later this year, but by the time we do see the effects, it's going to take about another year or so. So yes, in a way, it can always be that people from Hobart can fly to Asia, and then from Asia onwards to wherever else they want to. It's going to be a lovely one for them. They can really get some good cost savings as such. All right, American Airlines, the flight to Los Angeles. Hey Robbie, if you're still around, wishes for you through this plane. It will be there tomorrow morning for you, let's say about 7:30. Wow, what is happening? Look at that. China Eastern. Oh, that's a lot of planes today. That's a lot. It's getting pretty busy. Usually it gets this busy by around 11:30 when during daylight savings, but right now it's just 10:21 a.m. Okay, Sanal says, I always see Tim and Kurt and Stocko in plane spotting live stream from Sydney Kingsford Smith Airport on plane spotting. Oh yes, all of them are part of Sid Squad, and they are a different channel. We are a different channel. We are just Sydney Airport Aviation. Yes, they are really great at what they do, and yes, they are very good. And like Tasmanian AvGeek says, Kurt is a legend. Indeed, he is. You've got to give it up to them, and they do some really great spotting out here in Sydney. Sinal says, all my family are in Sydney since 1977 until today. In Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne. Very nice. Yeah, so that explains why you wouldn't feel the need to go to Fiji again. So yeah, I'm pretty happy that you live with your family and you have all your family by your side, Sinal. Very nice, very nice. I hope you're going to have a great time with your family on your birthday. Maybe have a nice get-together. Yay! The service to Bangkok on Thai Airways Airbus A350. That is nice. What do we have next? Philippine Airlines A330. Okay, Tasmanian AvGeek says, I think it only started at 1.3 kilometer, big improvement for us. Oh yeah, 1.3 would be literally very small. But yes, considering there are more people moving to Hobart and Tasmania as a whole, that improvement of the runway and the airport was long overdue, and I'm glad, they are doing that. Of course, it's going to take much more longer for the runways to go even much more longer, as well as, didn't develop it. But for the very fact that a Boeing 747-8 Intercontinental can land at Hobart. What else do you want? You know, that literally covers all of the other planes, be it the A330, Boeing 777X, for when it does get into service, perhaps most likely next year. So yes, it's a very good thing, and I'm really pleased to know that. I always felt, you know, Hobart should have had more connections as such, and now is the time, so it's very good. And wishing everyone a very warm welcome to this live stream. Thank you very much for joining us. Okay, Cathay Pacific, Scoot and Singapore Airlines confirmed flights. Alrighty, so yes, that's going to be nice. I think Singapore Airlines may use one of its Boeing 737s. I am not too sure if the Boeing 737 does have the capability of flying onwards from Singapore to Tasmania, but I could be wrong. You know, I've never really paid much attention to the range of Boeing 737, I would say. All right, Vietnam Airlines out here. We are getting quite a lot of action. Oh, it's getting super busy. All right, Philippine Airlines PR 2122 to Manila. Yes, we got the rotation. Very nice. Very, very, very nice. Alrighty, and whilst we wait for the planes to line up, let's read more of the comments. Okay, Sinayal says, mostly from father's side, all his families and close friends from father's side migrated to Australia in 1977. Sinayal's father passed away in May 2015 and mother passed away in June 2022. They had cancer. Oh, I'm very sorry to know. Sending love and strength to you, Sinayal. Hopefully you feel much better now, considering it's a bit of time that's passed. But yeah, I think their memories will always live with you. Your mom's and dad's memories will always live with you. So please stay strong, Sinayal. Sinayal also says she has one brother and his name is Daniel Hussein. Okay, hello Daniel, I hope you're enjoying our stream if you are watching, but if not, I hope Daniel is having a great time. Say hi to your brother from us, Sinayal. 737 Max show, I'm unsure about direct, but it would be close. Okay, Tasmanian AvGeek, that's good to know. Yeah, 737 Max could possibly do it. I'm not too sure also if Singapore Airlines has any of those smaller aircraft on order, or perhaps, you know, they could just lease out or something that way, or maybe just send across Scoot on their Boeing 787-8s. You never know, you know, they could possibly send or maybe lease out the 787-8s. As far as I know, Singapore Airlines has the -10s, the -9s. I don't think they have the 787-8, but considering the fact that Cathay Pacific and all will be flying, I do believe that they may try sending, you know, one of those large capacity aircraft, and it will make a lot of sense actually, I believe, to take one of those aircrafts. Let us see, because I'm just wondering if a 787-9 did come to Hobart, would we be able to fill up that much of the plane, or unless it's not going to be a daily service, or I never really know, you know, I could be totally wrong and, you know, way out of picture from that one, considering the fact that Hobart has been, you know, a place which is growing quite a bit. So maybe they would able to fill up the plane, if not maybe daily, at least thrice weekly, 4 times weekly, 2 times. I don't know. A weekly plane wouldn't really make much sense, a weekly flight, but I am guessing a tri-weekly is a sweet spot, you know, to get that 80% load factor. Because I know usually all airlines prefer that 80% load factor to feel profitable as such, and I do believe that a tri-weekly flight would work quite well. Okay, Singapore Airlines has a handful of Max 8. Yeah, cool. That's something I didn't know. Thanks for letting us know about that one. I just saw Singapore Airlines do have some of their Boeing 737, which they use for their flights to Malaysia. As you know, Malaysia is just about 33 to 35-minute flight from Singapore Changi. So yes, that's another thing, but I didn't know. But it's going to make real good sense if they get their 737 MAX 8s and maybe look at what the range is. I do believe they can fly to Sydney. Sydney itself is about 7.5, 8 hours flight. So to Hobart, let's just say it would be about 9 hours or maybe 8.5 hours, 8 hours 45 minutes. Not too sure if that's going to be at the limits of operation for the Boeing 737 MAX 8. If not, maybe they'll get a specially configured one, considering how Qantas and Singapore Airlines has already configured their A350s, actually A350-900 ULR, ultra long range for Singapore to New York and Newark flights. New York JFK and New York Liberty International Airport. The ones that fly for Singapore Airlines are the A350 ULR, which is specifically designed with just premium economy and business class, no regular economy class out there. And I believe something similar could happen, considering the fact that A350-1000s of Qantas have that extra additional fuel tank as such, which means lesser passenger capacity and lesser luggage would be carried. So yes, that's another thing. So there's quite a lot of consideration. So I'm not too sure if Singapore Airlines would have made some customizations to the fuel tank or things like that. Yeah. Hello, Vinny. Hello. Yes. I have been here, but like I said, after we streamed from Tokyo Haneda, we went crazy filming at Tokyo Haneda, and then we went on a holiday, Singapore here and there. We got back in March. In March, once we got back, the first 2 weekends, sadly, it just rained, specifically on the day we planned to stream, which was a Sunday. Then the third weekend, I do recollect they used the east-west runway, and I was ready to leave the house, and then I thought, nah, if it's the east-west runway, it typically means we won't be getting anything. So that's why we didn't film. But again, come beginning of April, yes, we were quite busy, and that's the reason we couldn't stream. But yes, here we are. We streamed yesterday, we are streaming today right now, as you see, and we will be streaming tomorrow as well, because it is the long weekend here in New South Wales. So yes, Vinny, apologies that we couldn't be streaming as regularly as we had planned to and as we had promised, but trust us, we will be streaming much more often, actually, at least for now. So today and tomorrow's stream is guaranteed. As you see, today's stream, we are 4 hours and 45 minutes into the stream. We will be streaming tomorrow as well, so stay tuned for tomorrow's live stream. Hopefully we get some special livery aircraft, and let us see if we could get anything for next weekend. All right, China Eastern Airlines, Sydney to Nanjing on the Airbus A330-200. Oh yes, Tasmanian AvGeek, yes, probably every 3 days makes it reasonable. They are literally going to fill up that Boeing 787s. And Cathay Pacific, I think they may just send their A350s out there. So yes, in a way, it's going to be nice, with that competition coming in, Singapore Airlines, Cathay Pacific. Definitely, Qantas and Jetstar are not going to take it just seated quietly. They will try pulling some of that action out, and maybe just plug in their A320, A220s of Qantas Link, or maybe A320s of Jetstar, and connect it to somewhere in Indonesia, Denpasar, Bali, or perhaps even Singapore. Maybe Singapore or Kuala Lumpur sounds the better of the other options, considering you can get really good transit options from out there. Winnie Banks, no, not only public holiday weekends, because public holiday weekends come few and far in between. So yes, we plan to stream every weekend, right? So as I see the weather, this morning I also saw the weather that next weekend seems to be a clear weekend. So yes, next weekend as well we will be filming. Actually, our plan is this: we plan to film every weekend. However, at times when the weather is not right, we cannot film. But sometimes the weather is right, it's not raining, nothing's happening, but the east-west runway is being used, and it's happened twice in just a span of 1 month right now. And Yeah, on those days when the east-west runway is being used, we literally won't get any visuals whatsoever, and that is the reason, we just didn't stream. But hopefully everything works well, and we will continue streaming then. Yeah, once again, like I said, apologies that we couldn't, but we will be streaming regularly. But stay tuned. We are thinking of streaming tonight, but tonight from the base of the ATC tower that you see on screen now. Wow, that was Cathay Pacific to Hong Kong. That was CX162. Yeah, so you see this base of the tower, Shep's Mound. We thought we may stream from there. The stream may be like way too dark, but let us see how things work out. If we get a good response, if there's a lot of people who want to still see us stream, of course we will be getting a good view of the aircraft tail as such, but most of the other aircraft may just look dark. The aircraft tail is usually lit up, so it's quite good as such. And welcome everyone joining us on this live stream from Sydney. It's been 4 hours and 48 minutes since we started streaming. That is United Airlines. United Airlines to San Francisco. Earlier this morning it arrived from San Francisco, and now it's taxiing to runway 34 for its departure. Should be a good 14 and a half hour flight. So yeah, I hope everyone has a nice and comfortable flight and not much turbulence, and everything goes well. Okay, so your first marriage was in 93 Senile, yeah, okay. Okay, and your son's name is Rashid Ali. Hello, Rashid Ali, if you're watching, I just want to say hi to you. I hope you're having a great time. All right, we have Vietnam Airlines Boeing Airbus A350-900 on its takeoff roll to Ho Chi Minh City. Tasmania Navgeek says the terminal probably won't like 400 plus passengers. I'm telling you, mates, they won't like the passengers at first, because literally Tasmania Hobart Airport wouldn't have been used to that sort of crowd in the first place, right? So that's a big thing to consider. But I do believe that even when they start their services to Asia, the first few weeks or maybe the first few months will be filled up. We'll be having a lot of hiccups, but then I think that is how they will move forward. So yes, they definitely aren't used to those 400 plus passengers. Hopefully the immigration, the e-gates and all are quite efficient, just like any other airport, and that's going to make things a lot better. All right, we don't see any more heavy aircraft that have been taxiing, so that is it. Okay, we do see quite a lot of cars now, and as the day progresses. 10:37, still lesser than what we thought it would be, but that's okay. Maybe the long weekend does have people moving out and stuff like that. So yes. Alrighty, Garuda Indonesia, Sydney to Denpasar on the Airbus A330. Lovely. All right, I think before the next departure, we will be having an arrival. So let's have a look at that one too. That is Taipei to Sydney on China Airlines A350. Oh yes, I do agree, you know, the sightseeing one and all. Yeah, but with the Qantas 787s, I think they should really make do quite well. So, you know, hopefully that's one of a good thing that the Qantas also has the 787s as well as Jetstar has 787s. Okay, China. Sorry, did I say Air China? It's China Airlines, Airbus A350-900. Okay, super wonderful. We captured that, and now let's get back to Vietjet A. Sydney to Ho Chi Minh City. We just had Sydney to Ho Chi Minh City on Vietnam Airlines, and right now it is Vietjet A again to Ho Chi Minh City. Registered as VN A815 Airbus A330-300. It's a 10-year-old aircraft. Hey, Tasmanian Avgeek. Yes, I do hope they come back, you know, because I do believe that there's quite a lot of revenue for Qantas to earn with those sightseeing aircraft, and you know it's much more much more earnings for them than from an economy class ticket or maybe even a business class ticket, or at specific times, especially, you know, when you have those special days or something, people wanting to celebrate maybe a function or maybe one of those special public holidays. It's going to be good for them. Vietjet Air to Ho Chi Minh City. Let us see if we get the rotation ever so slightly. We got the rotation ever so slightly. All right, and now we just have one more aircraft, that is United to San Francisco. Let us see and check the age of the aircraft. October 2015. Alrighty, so this Dreamliner has been flying like for 10.5 years now. Quite nice. Okay, as you all know, we are waiting for the departure of Singapore Airlines Airbus A380. It usually pushes back by around 11, by 11:20 or something. We will able to see it go past us. Okay, Sunal says, Sheldon, I always have notifications on my mobile phone before Kurt or Tim does plane spotting. That's very nice. That's very nice, Sunal. Yes, I'm not too sure if they are spotting or if they are streaming today, but yeah, we are. So yes, I hope you're enjoying our stream. And if you're enjoying our stream, Sunil, please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We will be streaming tomorrow as well. But yes, I don't think so. Okay, so now this is what I was talking about. No, not really. I thought this was the Johannesburg service, but then it's not the Johannesburg service. It is the Singapore service. QF81 VHOQC. Earlier today we saw this plane nicely landing, and it had come in from Los Angeles, and now it's making its way to Singapore. Sorry, I confused again. I got confused again. No, this one is VHOQC. So this one came in from Dallas. VHOQB is the one which came from Los Angeles, I believe. Hey, Tasmanian F-Geek. Yes, you can't get the A380 out there because, you know, if you have to get the A380 out there, you literally have to uproot your whole runway and then, you know, realign them and things like that. But I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be even accommodating the A380 for whatever reason, because we all know the A380 has been out of production since December of 2021. And the A380 doesn't have a future for too long. You know, there are times when an A380 doesn't get filled up in Sydney. Back in February of 2026, I flew to Tokyo Haneda, and I flew by taking Singapore Airlines flight SQ221, which departs 4 p.m. during daylight savings, 3 p.m. During regular standard time. And okay, let's capture this first, the service to San Francisco on United 787-9 Dreamliner, and then we'll speak about it. And here you are we getting the rotation? Nah, not really. No, we haven't got the rotation, but that's okay. We at least saw the nice takeoff roll. Oh, what's happening there? I think that was go around. Yes, that was literally a go around from Melbourne service. Yeah, no, Tasmanian F-Geek, that's not the Johannesburg service, that is the Singapore service. I did think it was the Johannesburg service, but no, I believe the Johannesburg service may come in a little later, or I don't know whether it's not there for today. I have really no idea, but yeah, hopefully everything. Hey Matt, hello. It's nice to see you out here. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, mate. We've been spotting since like just before 6, I would say. We captured the first arrivals actually soon after the curfew was lifted. And yes, please come over here. It would be lovely to have you around. And everyone watching us on the stream, you'll see Aviation with Matt. Matt is like one of the best out here. Matt was kind enough to show me a spot last Sunday towards runway 16. You get some really good views of planes landing from that side when runway 16 is in operation. So go follow Matt on Instagram, follow Matt on YouTube. He's been very kind. He's been doing some great work. One of the pilots of the flight on Singapore A380 asked Matt to click some pictures of them getting that landing here in Sydney, and Matt did an amazing job. I'm telling you, there's a lot to learn from Matt. Matt has been working on taking out that heat haze. I had a chat with Matt just last week, and we were talking about heat haze, and Matt has been working on it. I'm telling you, look at his Instagram, you will see the difference of the work and things that's being done there. So yeah, please go check out Matt. And Matt, yeah, it would be great to see you. We will be streaming even tomorrow morning. Tomorrow we plan to come here at this place even much more earlier, because today we missed out on the 787 Dreamliner of British Airways that landed at 5:45 a.m. under, you know, that curfew restrictions. There's still a bit of leeway. So yes, that is the thing. So yeah, hopefully tomorrow we can even capture British Airways. It's going to be dark, but at least we'll get the tail of the plane nice and lit. All right, Melbourne to Sydney service QF600 to the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner of Qantas Airways, registered as VHZNK. Hey Acro, you're saying you're on the A380 on the screen. Flight is very empty, is it? Oh, really? Wow, we will be capturing you, mate. We will be capturing you. I hope you're going to have a great time in Singapore or wherever in the world you're off to. But yes, like I was having a chat with Tasmanian Av Geek as well, right? It is hard sometimes for airlines to fill up the A380 to the limit. You know, I do understand that not every month is a holiday month, but when I went to Tokyo Haneda, 4th of February, I went via Singapore. So I took the flight to Singapore SQ221, which departs at 3 p.m. right now, 4 p.m. during daylight savings. And as usual, I booked my seat. There were very many rows that were empty. Okay, I'm not talking about seats, I'm talking about very many rows, and you could see from this end of the plane to the other, and so that's like from left to right and right to left, very many. And whilst I was walking as well, there were quite a lot of planes, so it was a very light load. So you can understand for an airline to have an A380 service to Hobart is really going to be challenging, and the very fact that we know that the A380s won't be around for, like, you know, in the next 15-16 years, we will end up seeing a lot of the airlines retire the A380s, except for Emirates, because, you know, Emirates has been the largest operator, so they really need all that Boeing 777-10s, that is 777X, as well as a lot of those A350s come to them. It's only then. So yeah, realistically, we would assume that Emirates would still have their A380s on, you know, in service, but, you know, even they will be in that phase, the upgrading phase as such. So yes, but again, you know, I took the same plane after February 4th. I took it on April 2nd, which is the Easter long weekend. And mind you, the plane was full, not a single seat empty. So, you know, the A380 does fill up on days when, you know, you have weekends, those holidays, those special occasions, Easter, Christmas, say Chinese New Year and all those sort of things. But yeah, regularly to fill up an A380 on any other ordinary day, any other ordinary weekday could be quite a challenge. Of course, with Singapore Airlines, it works well because they have that many flights during the day, and then a lot of people prefer Singapore Airlines because they have really good connections onwards to Asia and Europe from Singapore. No one really wants to, like, not, I wouldn't say no one really, but maybe most of the people, they wouldn't really want to travel 14 hours on Emirates to Dubai, even if you book a Qantas flight, right? You know, Qantas and Emirates are in partnership, so even if you book a Qantas flight to, let's say, somewhere in Europe, you're going to be put on an Emirates flight 14.5 hours to Dubai, and then from there, let's say 5-6 hours, 7 hours to anywhere in Europe where you are flying off to, or maybe even if you're flying off to Africa or, you know, any other place as such. So what people prefer doing is breaking it up into equal parts. So they would like having that 7.5 hour, 8 hour journey to Singapore, and you know, and then onwards get another 11-12 hour flight to wherever they are off to. Let's say Frankfurt is I think 11 hours and 40 minutes from Singapore. So you see the dynamics. You're trying to break the journey into almost equal parts. Getting exactly equal parts wouldn't be possible, but, you know, when you're trying to break it almost equal parts, that works out quite well. However, if you're going to do 14 hours in Dubai, like to Dubai, and then you take a connecting flight, yes, that makes you tired for the first half of the journey, and then the second half you're literally just pulling along, that sort of a thing. So, you know, it's the time in the air that really makes a difference too. So that's the reason I believe that Singapore Airlines would able to, you know, get stuff done quite well. Okay, cool. Aviation with Matt. Thank you, Matt. Yes, we will meet soon. We hope to catch up maybe on the next weekend or whatever. But yeah, let's hope everything goes well. Oh yes, Haps, it's a beautiful day in Sydney. It's nice, and I hope you all have a great time in Tokyo as well. Just stay tuned, you know, Haps, we will be coming to Tokyo Haneda shortly. Never know, probably in June or maybe August, September, let's see. Yeah, Matt, I totally agree with you. The A350s are much more modern in tech, and yeah, the A380s are old. Like I said, the A380s, a lot of people prefer them, including me, just because the noise levels inside are much lesser, especially when you're flying long haul. I've flown from Los Angeles to Dubai, Dubai to Sydney, Sydney to Dubai, and things like that. I'm telling you, the noise difference is quite noticeable. Actually, it's quite less. But when it comes in terms of fuel efficiency, in terms of tech, yeah, definitely the A350 is like leaps and bounds ahead. Leaps and bounds. So yes, the A350 is my new favorite actually, but yeah, till the time we have the A380s, maybe you just fly more on them. But yeah, I do prefer the A350s more than any other aircraft these days. Hopefully we get to see a lot more of those A350s. Alrighty, seems to be quite a bunch up there waiting for takeoff. But before that, we'll be having the landing of Malaysia Airlines MH123 on the Airbus A330-900. Hey, Sinail. Hey, yes, so you are a Fijian Indian. The language you speak is Hindi. Okay, that's nice. I hope you're able to speak with a lot of your other family members in Hindi, as well as I do know there's a lot of Indians out here in Sydney and Australia as a whole. It seems to be they are the second largest migrant community after the Chinese. So probably you will get very many opportunities to speak to people in Punch Bowl in Hindi. And considering the fact that there are a lot of Indians out there as well in Punch Bowl, yes, it's going to be nice. Yes, and welcome everyone. Welcome to the live stream. I hope you all are having a great day and a great time. We are waiting for a few planes to pass by before we see the A380 depart. We have Sydney to Ayers Rock JQ 660 on the A320. So let us wait for that one. Once that is done, we should be able to see the departure of the Airbus A380 service to Singapore. That is QF81. Okay, we see the takeoff roll has just begun for Sydney to Ayers Rock. And Qantas is actually just at the holding point. They should be lining up pretty shortly. Well, I usually don't watch movies and things like that, but this sound, the takeoff sound of the A320 that just went past by us, that takeoff sound is usually used in movies when they show an aircraft taking off and things like that. And sometimes when I see those stills or maybe a trailer or something of movies, I find it hard to imagine how a very heavy aircraft will be shown on screen, but the takeoff sound is of an Airbus A320. The next time you're watching a movie, the next time you're watching a web series or anything as such, just try noticing it. You will know what I'm talking about. And a very warm welcome to everyone joining the stream. 56 minutes past 10 and 5 hours, 10 minutes since we started streaming this morning. Alrighty. What are the seagulls doing? In the background, we do have the plane landing. And yes, there you go, Jetstar. Launceston to Sydney service. Alrighty, that is done. What else do we have here? Just a few planes here and there crossing active runways. I believe this Qantas should be making its way to runway 34 if I'm not mistaken. Let us see. Okay, seems to be going, oh, okay, it's turned that side, so that means it's going to go to runway 34 like we mentioned earlier. All right, guys, let us get the takeoff roll of the Airbus A380. Seems to be there's some landings that needs to be handled first. All right, that's Melbourne to Sydney JQ508 for the Airbus A330-200 long range. Melbourne to Sydney. Okay, we just captured 2 of Jetstar's. One just took off, one just landed that we featured on the channel, and now we have another one. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's very kind of you, Matt. That's very kind of you. Yeah, thank you very much. And likewise, everyone watching us, please follow Aviation with Matt on Instagram and YouTube. You don't know how great of a person he is and the work that he does. Mate, you'll literally need to be checking him out. If you all want to improve your photography skills, just take a lesson or two from him. Watch his latest reel with the shutter speeds and stuff like that. You all will know what I'm talking about. There's so much of stress and so much of the disappointment that we get with heat haze, especially here in Sydney, especially in summer. You know, at least right now it's not as much, but especially in summer it's super bad. I know when I have been filming planes, about 7:30 in the morning is when I am so disappointed because of that heat haze, and I'm not even clicking pictures, I'm just filming videos. So yeah, just go check him out, and you all will get some really good learnings and some really good bits. You thank me later when you all get to see the difference in your images out there. And once again, Matt, thank you, appreciate it. And once again, you know, thank you very much last week for showing me that place. It is wonderful. The next time the runway 16 will be in use, I'm going to be streaming from there. You never know, maybe it could be tomorrow as well, so let us see. But thank you, Matt. Have a great time and have a great day. Qantas QF82 to Singapore Changi International Airport. That was a nice one. I think they are super heavy considering the fact they just couldn't even rotate out here. Earlier this morning we had the Christchurch service, and rightly so, you know, Christchurch, not very many people on an Airbus A380. They wouldn't be carrying as much fuel compared to what Singapore Airlines, compared to what Qantas would be carrying for its flight to Singapore. I'm pretty sure they would be carrying less than quarter of the flight of the fuel that's carried even for the Singapore flight. Alrighty, so most of our morning departures are complete. We are waiting for NH880, I believe, All Nippon Airways service to Tokyo Haneda. We can't really forget the Tokyo Haneda service. The Tokyo Haneda services are really very close to us. We are awaiting Sydney to Singapore service, though. I think they are just being pushed back, as I see on flight radar 24. Sydney to Singapore service registered as 9V SKT. That's another Airbus A380. It's going to be great to capture that one. I think the Haneda service on All Nippon Airways may come in a bit later, I believe. I think I was expecting it too early. I think so, because even yesterday it was quite good. Hey, Runway Sydney Airport, hello, welcome to the stream. So Runway Sydney Airport, I just wanted to let you know, yesterday whilst we were streaming, we were getting, when we started off the stream, we were getting speeds of 45 Mbps, which was reasonable. It was like super reasonable, and then it dropped to like 180 kbps. Can you even imagine that? It was like real bad. Then it fluctuated during the day for the 4 hours that we streamed, but we did get annoyed at it because it was interrupting the stream quite a bit. So in the end, by the time we finished off, it was about 8 mbps as such. However, this morning we were getting much better speeds of about 25 mbps, but it's still fluctuating. Don't get me wrong. Even today is not good whatsoever, but it is much better compared to yesterday. I think the lowest speed that I've seen today for a brief moment was about 18 mbps, but for the most part we are just hovering about 23, 25 and 30 mbps. Of course, it's still slower than what we would have usually expected and what we are usually used to, but for this speed, I can't really complain, considering yesterday we couldn't even complete our stream, and today seems to be a much respectable 23, 25, 30 mbps. So yeah, I would prefer 40 mbps of minimum speed, or if not 40, I believe 25 mbps constant is the benchmark for any stream as such. If you're streaming in 4K, you do see we are streaming at 4K 30 fps. We are streaming at 30 frames per second rather than 60 frames per second, and yeah, because we usually prefer 60 frames, but sadly that's not the case. And the reason why we dropped the frames is just so that we don't overburden the requirement of getting that extra bit rates and stuff like that. So hopefully tomorrow when we stream, maybe we can get 60 fps, but I wouldn't be surprised if we are still at the same, considering the fact that a lot of people will be home connecting to the same cell tower and things like that, so the frame rates would be dropping. Yeah, I need to give it to them that a lot of people would be somewhere else, not in Sydney, because long weekend, people are moving about, but still it's not the speed that we expected it to be. But it's not something as bad as yesterday, because yesterday was pathetic to say the least. There's no better word to bring about to describe it other than saying that it was pathetic, because that is what it was. It was plain pathetic. It was plain so bad. I'm telling you, you can go home and use a 2G or 3G network, which are not even in operation, and they would be so much better than what we had yesterday. So that is another thing. But yeah, apart from that, I think, pretty respectable speeds today, 25 mbps. I'm not complaining. Yes, we are seeing jitters. We are seeing that frame rate drops. We are seeing quite a lot of, those frame rate dropping for about 2 to 3 seconds in a row, something that shouldn't be happening with, let's say, 40 mbps, but it should be good enough. Okay, hold on, let me see what your message is. Okay, you're saying you're going to stream at 1080p 60 with 6000 kbps. Okay, so at 1080p 60 frames per second, 6000 kbps, that's about 6 MB. I think you should be pretty sorted, but we need to keep a buffer. So yes, I will say yes to your answer. 6000 kbps is totally fine. If you're streaming at 1080 60, 6000 kbps is totally fine, but usually we add a buffer. We add a buffer of up to 25 to 30% additional over about what we need, so that just the slight frame rate that drops, it doesn't really affect the whole stream as such. So I would realistically consider something about let's say 9,000, 10,000. 10,000 is way too of an overkill, but let's say let's get to 8,500, 9,000 kbps, and I think you should be fine, because I think most 4G, 5G networks here in Australia do offer that speed anyway. As long as it's not something like yesterday where we ended up being at 180 kbps, that really didn't make sense to us whatsoever, and it continued for the whole of the morning, and that's the reason we ended our stream after 4 hours. But yeah, with 6,000 kbps, yes, you're going to have a wonderful stream. You're going to have a wonderful stream with 6,000 kbps filming at 1080p with 60 frames per second. But yeah, just be mindful that if in case there is a frame drop, which happens ever so often, when there's a lot of people around and connecting to the same cell tower and all, you will get that jittery thing on your stream. So most likely you should be fine, but just try keeping that buffer. Maybe go for 8,500 to 9,000 and that should be totally good to go. I mean, in the most rare case as well, like, you know, if you want to be very conservative, I think 8,000, just leave it at 8,000 kbps should be totally fine. You know, even 8,500 may be slightly of an overkill, but if you really want your streams to be that much smoother and things like that, yes, I think you should be fine with 8,000. Just go for 6. Yes, you will totally be fine, but you would expect to have some frame rate drops and things like that, you know, because that's how it is. Hey mate, yes, it is 5G full connection bars, but you know, that doesn't really give us the true picture, right? Because even yesterday as we were streaming, we had 5G connection, we had full connection bars, just like how we have today, but the frame rates were dropping. And the reason for that is because I believe, you know, the long weekend was just starting, no one's really gone to work and stuff like that, so most people in and around Mascot and Alexandria and all would have connected to a single tower, of course. And then we have Sydney Airport, a lot of people at the airport as well, they'll be connecting to the single tower, and maybe we all were connected to the very same tower as such. So the frame rates were dropping, the speed was low, though we had the full bars for the network. So the thing is, with the network, it's totally fine, but it depends on how many people are connected to the tower at any one point in time, and at the same time how many active users are there. So you see, we can come like on a Saturday night, let's say about maybe 2 a.m. 3 a.m. over here, and we will be getting exceptional speed, you know, way above 40 Mbps, and we will have no issues whatsoever, even though everyone is connected to the same cell tower, because no one's using as much of the data as we expect it to be during the daytime. So that's another thing you need to consider. Probably you will get better speeds when there are less people using, rather than just the connection bars. But yes, just don't worry about your speed. You know, at 6,000 kbps you are going to be totally fine, just that you may have some drops as such. But I believe when you say 6,000, you're still going to get much better speed, because, you know, 6,000 kbps is what you're thinking of. But with the 4G connection speeds here in Australia, with the 5G connection speeds here in Australia, you could expect anywhere about, say, 10 to 12,000 bare minimum, unless you're having a very bad day like how we had yesterday. But other than that, you should be totally fine. You know, you will be having some really great view of the speed on your phone if you use speed test, and you'll be able to see that for the most part we aren't going below 6,000. Yesterday was an exception. In all these times of us streaming, yesterday was a real exception, but other than that, you know, it's going to be fine. Yes, Runway Sydney Airport, just don't worry too much about the people here, because, you know, I have streamed on days when there were quite many cars. Let me just pan around, we'll come back to the Singapore Airlines later. So you see all of those cars, right? So there's a lot of gap between them. I have streamed on days, on weekends, when there were cars all across, no spaces, they would be lined up until about here, and then from here you can't park, and that side there were a lot more cars. So there were that many, and still we had a great stream. The speed did not reduce. Okay, so the thing is, it just depends on how everything works. We like I mentioned right now, the people connected to the same tower, people using the data and all that thing. But then at the same time, let's think from the network perspective, right? A lot of these networks, they do have backup redundancy. So when they do realize that a lot of people are connected to the same cell tower, and, you know, the machine automatically detects that the speed is lowering, they use up that additional bandwidth. So, you know, there's a lot of back-end things happening. So just don't worry, even if there are a lot of people, maybe you come over here, before you start your stream, just have a speed test or two, and then maybe midstream, if you can view your speed, you can have a look at it. If not, then maybe you will just know from your screen, you know, as it jitters and things like that. So yes, give it a go. Don't worry too much about the people, even if they are there, they are not there. Yes, yeah, it just depends on luck. Sometimes I would say just luck, you know, because let's just say if the system is designed to handle about a million bytes in let's say a minute, right? And if the system is handling about 1.5 million bytes a minute, the systems recognize that automatically, and then maybe they'll use the bandwidth that they aren't using. So let's just say instead of getting that 1.5 million bytes a minute, that additional capacity will release, let's say, about 300,000, which means you're getting 1.3 million bytes in a minute. That means you're just short of 200,000 bytes a minute, which is not too much. And that is where I say, you know, the drop in the speed may occur occasionally. But yes, for the most part, you don't really have to worry. So even if there are many people, just go for it. Just go stream. You're going to enjoy yourself. Unless the internet is very bad like yesterday, like how we had it. Even if you go to our stream right now and check yesterday's one, you will see what I'm talking about. It's like we have been panning, and it literally looks like we have just been, you know, clicking pictures from this end to that end. And it was that bad. So don't worry too much. You should be totally fine with the things happening right now. Today as well, not the best of the speed. Literally almost half of what we expected it to be. 23, 25, 19, 23, 25 kbps is what we are going for. 25,000 kbps what we are getting at the moment. Nothing as 40 what we expected, but we are not complaining. You know, 25 is just going quite well. Yes, Runway Sydney Airport, there is enough actually. I prefer this space just because you know, I've been so used to it, that's why. But yeah, we'll just come back to your question a little later after we have this departure of SQ232 on Singapore Airlines Airbus A380, registered as 9V SKT. Singapore Airlines, I've had great memories with them, and I wish them all the best. Happy journey. Even before we finish our dinner for tonight, these people traveling on Singapore Airlines will be in Singapore. Oh yes, rightly so. We didn't expect it. We didn't expect it to rotate anytime soon, considering that they would be heavy, and indeed they would be heavy. What I'm guessing is they would be full at this stage, of course, with fuel as well as, you know, with the people and luggage. Okay, so you're saying you're planning to go a bit further down the beach than where I am, further south, probably just on the other side of the Cooks River at the Rock Jetty. Is there enough room there for it? Yes, I do know a lot of people go there. In my time that I've been streaming live from here, there are quite a lot of people going out there near the rocks. So you should be having enough time. Yeah, and don't worry too much. You should be fine. You know, there's some great spaces out there. You get great views from there. You know, as you can see, as cars come and go from here, we are getting them in the frame, and of course that is because we are not using the full zoom capability today, considering the fact that at full zoom we are getting a slightly blurred vision, and I think it's more of a technical issue rather than anything else, because other than that we always use the full zoom. But leaving that aside, when you go to the rock side of it, you're not going to get any of that disturbance, so you will do quite well. Just be sure to be a bit extra careful, because there have been times I have been standing at this retaining wall, and this retaining wall is so much higher than the water, but once it was so windy that the water came and splashed on us, on our camera, on the tripod. So yeah, it could get a bit messy. So considering the fact that you may go to the rocks, it may be a bit more, I wouldn't say risky, but then, you know, you're just a bit more exposed to the elements as such, because you can see it's like totally open right there, right? So there's no retaining wall, there is nothing. So you will be getting a lot of that water if in case it is a windy day, or if it's a you know, let's just say it's a high tide or something, there's going to be a lot more to it. But apart from that, you should be totally fine. And yeah, here we have China Eastern. All right, we'll capture China Eastern later. Let us see what's happening out there. Hong Kong Airlines A330-300 to Hong Kong. We saw this aircraft arrive earlier today, and I did mention that it was looking nice and clean, spick and span, and here it is. 8 years of age, nice and shiny. All right, let's go back. And that is China Eastern Airlines. Once again, MU562. We saw it come from Shanghai, and right now it's making its way back to Shanghai, delivered to China Eastern in February 2019. So it's 7 years old as of now. And yeah, we should be able to get that takeoff. There's nothing else, so it's going to be a pretty clear way for it. However, if there's any arriving aircraft, we will have to make way. Cool. Hey, Runway Sydney Airport. Yeah, if the connection is good, right, and if you're filming a video, I believe you don't really need a connection in that case. If you're just going to be filming and posting it online later, yeah, you don't really need a connection for it. Okay, sorry. So you did mention maybe if it's not good enough, right? Okay, let me see. Yeah. If it isn't good enough, yes, just film the videos, get a good view of the place, and yeah. But for the most part, I'm telling you, you're going to have a good connection. So don't stress too much about it. Yesterday was the first time in months that we had a very bad connection that was totally unusable. I'm telling you, even if we would be using 2G connection elsewhere in the world, we would be having much better speeds than what we got yesterday. And that's the reason we ended the stream. We had planned to stream until about 12 p.m. So we started at 6:30, finished off at what, 10:30, 10:40, something that way. Yeah, so it was just a 4-hour stream wherein usually we don't finish off in 4 hours. We usually stream for about 6.5, 7, and I remember we have even streamed for about 8 hours back in November and December. So that's quite like, you know, let's just say half of what we usually stream. So that was a bit too crazy, but you know, that's how it is. Sometimes the internet would just give up, and yeah. And here you go, Chamonix. MF802 Sydney to Xiamen on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, delivered in March 2017 to Chamonix. So it's 9 years old, and flight MU562. All right, we are just having a bit of cloud, so you see the foreground is a bit too dark, but there's sun shining on the plane, and it's soon going to go under those clouds and things, so it's going to get a bit cloudy, but no problem with that. You know, we are still having a wonderful day. It's not going to be rainy, and that is all that we require. You know, the rain is just going to be going a bit crazy. Runway Sydney Airport, we will be streaming until about, you know, most of the departures from the morning are complete. I think it's going to end with United, or I believe it's going to end with United. Usually the departures by around this time have already been taken place. Like you saw, you know, most of the A380s, Singapore Airlines A380s, which is one of the deciding factor with us ending the stream. You know, usually we don't like ending the stream before filming Singapore Airlines A380 service to Singapore, and then, you know, a few others like Cebu Pacific and this and that. But yeah, I think after the morning departure rush, we will be off. That's your flight to Shanghai on China Eastern Airlines. That was the Airbus A330-900. We saw it coming this morning and it's going back. So yes, Runway Sydney Airport, we will be streaming until the peak of the morning departures are complete, which I believe would be in the next 1 hour and 10 minutes odd something. After that, there is not much of the international departures and arrivals. But yeah, having said that, don't get me wrong, there are still international departures and arrivals, but not as much as what we have seen in the morning. If you see in the morning, there's crazy amount of planes coming in and going and things like that. So yeah, in the afternoon, it gets a bit quieter, but then it does pick up somewhere around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So we wouldn't be streaming for that 1 hour, and then to keep the stream continuing for that 1 hour doesn't make sense, right? Because it's just like, what are we going to talk, what are we going to spot? You're literally going to just see Sydney to Melbourne service, Sydney to Gold Coast, Sydney to Brisbane, Sydney to Perth, and vice versa. You'll see those planes coming in, so there's not really much to see as such. But yeah, for now, I think we believe we may stream for another hour or so, but things could change if there's any delay or something like that, or if usually what we notice is, okay, Fiji Airways, I believe. I'm not even checking Flight Radar 24 anymore, considering the fact we just see planes coming all the time. Yeah, Fiji Airways A350 from Nadi. So yeah, what I was saying is, usually we do say that we will be streaming until a certain time, and I recollect I did this once. I said I'm going to end the stream after Singapore Airlines A380 departs, like what we just saw a couple of minutes ago. And after that, there was one by one another aircraft, another heavy, another something, China Eastern, Cebu Pacific, Xiamen Air, and I think there was United at one point, because United actually had a rejected takeoff out here in Sydney. And someone just commented jokingly saying, I might as well just not save, and I'm ending the live stream, because it seems to be each and every aircraft that I get, I just feel, okay, that's the last one, that's the last one, that's the last one, and it goes on. And literally, that's the same thing we did at Tokyo Haneda. We kept saying that after a certain plane we are going to end the stream, but yes, we never really ended the stream until about an hour and a half later, so you can imagine. So yes, for the most part, once the morning peak departures, the late morning peak departures are done, we should be ending the stream. But yes, I wish you all the best, Runway Sydney Airport, on your stream. I hope you're able to get some really good speeds, which you will. Just be aware that there could be that occasional crazy things happening out there. Okay, Xiamen Air, MF. What was the number? I forgot. Was it 802? Yes, MF 802, Xiamen, Sydney to Xiamen Air. Sydney to Xiamen on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner on Xiamen Air. I do recollect Xiamen Air. Once there was a viewer, Jeff, whose mother was traveling on Xiamen Air, and we filmed it live for him, and literally that was the case. It was wonderful. And yeah, I don't see Jeff having been on the stream today. Maybe Jeff is too busy, but that's okay. All right, what do we have? Haneda service on QF59, Sydney to Tokyo Haneda on the Airbus A330-300. I'm pretty sure once Qantas gets a lot of its A350s, this A330 is going to be handed down to maybe Jetstar, or it's just going to be maybe retired altogether. You never know. Because I find it strange that Sydney to Tokyo Haneda, Haneda to Tokyo Sydney, like one of the premium routes over here, and all that Qantas uses is an Airbus A330. Like, why not a 787 or something that way? Of course, I'm not the fleet manager, I'm not the fleet expert, but definitely it raises eyebrows, it raises questions about what's happening out there, because you would literally expect a premium route like Sydney to Tokyo Haneda to have a better plane, a more comfortable plane, to say the least. So let us see. That is one thing, I am closely watching. And yeah, so we did see this plane earlier, as I mentioned, VHOQ QPA. I usually be like OQ because I'm so much into the A380s and Qantas aircraft, which The A380 aircraft, their registrations usually start with VHOQ and whatever. VHOQA is the first aircraft delivered to Qantas, which had an uncontained engine failure at Singapore Changi on 4th of November 2010. We did discuss that yesterday. Yeah, so you can just go read it out. I wouldn't speak about the whole thing, but it was an uncontained engine failure due to an incorrectly manufactured stub pipe by Rolls-Royce, because Rolls-Royce was the engine manufacturer. And then you go on with VHOQB, OQC, and so on and so forth. So yes, but then this one is VHOQPA and registered in November of 2003. So it's like 22 years old plane. So yes, it's been like quite a thing actually, quite some time. Hey Les, hello. How is Brisbane doing? I'm pretty sure it's going to be much more sunnier than in Sydney, right? Usually when we have this type of sun, we are like, oh yes, it's nice and sunny Sydney. But let's talk about Brisbane. How is Brisbane? I'm pretty sure it's going to be much more sunnier in Brisbane, and it's going to be very, very nice. How's the weather out there? Is it nice and warm? Is it a bit balmy? Is it nice and cool? How are things out there? And thank you, Les. I have seen you many times comment on so many of our videos and things like that. So thank you, Les. We appreciate your presence on our channel, you know. Thank you very much. It's like we can't really ask from our subscribers, from our viewers, anything else other than just asking them to subscribe to us and enjoy the live streams, enjoy the shows, enjoy the live streams from the world, I would say, because we do plan to go to San Francisco someday in future, hopefully Los Angeles maybe later this year, but Tokyo Haneda is going to come soon. You know, the amount of love that we received from Tokyo Haneda is mind-blowing. That's not something we least expected. So yeah. Whoa, Les, did you just say rain in Brisbane? I didn't expect that. If anyone tells me they are from Brisbane, if they tell me that they are going to a certain place anywhere in Queensland, I almost always assume that it is a nice sunny day, they're having a great time, a time of their life, and having that sunny day. But heavy rain at the moment, wow. So that does spoil, I think, quite a lot of the weekend plans of people living in Brisbane. Hopefully you didn't have much plans, Les, to go out and stuff like that, because, you know, the rain is not going to be the best to do your work outside. Let's just say you want to go groceries and things like that. Yeah, the rain is not going to be helpful at the least bit. So I do hope that, you know, it's not going to be too rainy and the rain stops. But yeah, thanks for letting me know. Stay dry, Les. And stay dry and enjoy our live stream. Well, for the most part, we are almost done with most of the heavy departures and arrivals here at Sydney Airport. We've been streaming for a little less than 6 hours, 5 hours and 44 minutes to be precise. As you know, Sydney Airport has a night curfew where planes are not allowed to land, especially the big heavy ones. But I did see at 5:45 a.m. British Airways Boeing 787-9 coming in from Singapore that landed. Now, you know, with the curfew, there are exceptions, and as exceptions, I do know that a limited number of planes can arrive from over the sea, and that's what we see right now. So yes, the thing is, we just missed that one because we didn't expect it. But yeah, apart from that, we did get all the other arrivals and departures out here on this runway. So tomorrow we are planning to come in much more earlier so that we can even capture the exceptional planes who get that exception for the night curfew, and hopefully, you know, it's going to be a nice one. So we should be able to capture all of that too. All right, Les, you say very heavy rain at the moment. Yes, I find it strange, you know, that we are having a sunny day and in Brisbane it's raining. Yeah, but stay safe. Hopefully there's no thundering, there's no lightning, and yeah, if you had any plans to go out, groceries, meeting friends, meeting relatives and things like that, hopefully you still stay dry, and hoping it doesn't really affect too much of your plans in whatever reason or capacity that could possibly be. So yes, welcome everyone once again to our live stream here in Sydney. Wow, look at those clouds. Look like one of those cartoons that we see on TV. It's like a picture perfect scenery for us to see all of that. And a bit more cloud cover here, but they are not dark clouds, so it's totally fine. Let us have a look at the ATC tower. I don't know whether we are filming from there tonight, but let us see. Only time will tell, and only the arriving and departing aircraft and their liveries will tell. If there are quite a lot, we will surely do it. If not, we won't. And what else do we see? Yeah, not much. Okay, we do see a plane arriving. Is that Scoot? I do know the big yellow fella that's coming around this time. But let us see. Oh, indeed it is Scoot. Registered as 9VOJI, Boeing 787-9. Wow. Okay, so if you all can see on the screen, it's like just the front part of the plane that we can see, but I just see a slight tinge of yellow and I felt it is Scoot, and indeed it is. It's nice to recognize planes from so far. Of course, the wings are dead giveaway that it's a Dreamliner. As you see the flex, how it's inverted to the top. But yes, it's nice to always know this. But I don't think this is the big yellow fella registration of the Scoot, because I do know one of the 787-9s are named as Big Yellow Fella. But anyway, good to capture another Singapore Airlines group flight. As you all know, Scoot is the low-cost carrier of Singapore Airlines. And I love Scoot just because of their livery. It's nice and bright. Oh, yes. Very nice. Amazing to catch this arrival at this time of the day. The sun is shining nice and bright over our head, and to get this Scoot livery. Wonderful. Okay, we have Jetstar out there. That's just taxiing. It has come in from Adelaide. It will be taxing to the domestic terminal, so not much for us to see with that one. All right, so let me just check flight radar to see if there is anything. I do want to capture the Haneda service on ANA. Usually they fly around this time, so I will check flight radar 24 to see. But before that, let us see what this one is. Okay, Rex, Sydney to Orange. Yeah, you won't get the rotation out here. Okay, let's try capturing that plane. Yeah, a wonderful plane. So let us see what else we can do. I do, like I said, I do want to capture the Haneda service on all Nippon Airways, because we want to do that for our Japanese viewers. Our Japanese viewers have been providing us so much love. Like you saw this morning as well, HAPS has been really cooperative, has been really nice with us, and we want to get that done. So let us see. What we see on screen is a Gulfstream G550. We have no idea where it's off to, but we will just film it anyway because we can. It's going to be taking off. I don't think they need the whole runway as such, but they are still using it regardless. Or maybe they'll just go to one of the points out there and turn onto the runway. Let us see how things work out. Okay, and I did mention that I want to see the Haneda service on all Nippon Airways, and hopefully we are able to see it soon. Oh yes, I do see it. So all Nippon Airways has just pushed back. Ground speed is 3 knots, so which means it's just being pushed back, and things like that. So we should get a good view of that one happening. What else is there? Sydney to Seoul service on Jetstar JQ47. Maybe we should get that one too. And yes, I think maybe those two planes, but in the meanwhile, if we get something else, of course we will capture those two. But apart from that, I don't think there's any more that is left. So let's capture those planes, and then perhaps we go to a static live stream after that. So yeah, good luck to all of us. I don't see any planes coming in from that side. All right, everyone, welcome to our stream. Welcome to the live show. We have been streaming for 5 hours and 52 minutes. We came here quite early and we started our stream. Tomorrow we plan to come even much more earlier. The time currently is 39 minutes past 11 on 26th April 2026. It's a Sunday and it's a long weekend. We will be getting another stream out tomorrow because it is going to be the Anzac Day public holiday weekend. Okay, so we do see that Gulfstream aircraft just lining up on the runway. I'm not sure whether they are heavy or what exactly. Why did they have to use the whole runway? Or maybe just with the aircraft, not the aircraft, the atmospheric temperature. I do know temperature affects quite a bit. As you may know, most aircraft departing from Dubai, Doha, Qatar, Abu Dhabi, Saudi during summer, they use almost the full runway because getting that long runway and that speed is crucial in that hot weather, because that's how it affects the wind, and the wind and the breeze that goes into the engines does affect how you get the output and the thrust. So I'm guessing pretty much something like that for the Gulfstream. So we don't really know where it is going to, but we are still filming it. Hopefully we get the rotation. Let us see how much of the runway they use in the first place. We will know exactly, and maybe we can try gauging what exactly they are up to. Oh yes, you see the rotation from here. Okay, maybe ATC wanted the runway on the other side to be left empty or something. Or maybe they just wanted to have a great margin in case, something happens. So, yeah, no problem, whatever it is. Okay, so Qantas and Virgin coming in from opposite sides. One going for its flight, one that has just come from its flight. Qantas has just finished off its flight. All right, we do see Sydney to Seoul engine service on Jetstar JQ47 taxiing, so we should be able to spot it pretty soon out here. Wow, I think that car deserves to be on the stream. Nice. And yeah, we should be able to see JQ47 pretty shortly. Yes, I do see it in real life, and it should be just behind those leaves. Okay, capture these flock of birds. Hello, Grestin. Oh wow, you're from Costa Rica, Central America. Now it's 7:40 hours in the evening on Saturday. Wow, that is a 16-hour difference. We currently it is 11:43 a.m. here on Sunday. That's a totally different thing, right? I hope you're having a great evening, a great Saturday evening, Grestin. How's your weekend going? Hoping you have had a great start and it's been wonderful. Yes, I don't know what's happening. I think some kids are just honking. But Grestin, thank you very much for joining us on the stream. Central America is like so far, and I'm glad you're watching us from sunny Sydney. It's totally totally a different world out here. It is nice and sunny, but we should soon be entering winter season, and it's going to get very, very cold out here. But for now, this is what it is. Grestin, yeah. Yeah, I hope you have a great time. And Grestin, if you want to enjoy yourself even tomorrow when it is going to be Sunday evening for you, just join our stream, because even tomorrow we will be streaming about the same time. Of course, we will start streaming about 5 hours even prior. So let's just say it's going to be about 1:40 in the afternoon, Sunday afternoon for you, when we will start streaming. Whoa, there you see, finally, this is what I was waiting for. This is the prize. This is the prize before we end the stream. You know, we can't really be leaving the Haneda service. Hey, cool stuff. The call sign for Jetstar is JQ. So JQ is what they usually use before their flight numbers, JQ. And what we are going to see JQ47, which will be taking off shortly, actually. That flight will be taking off to Tokyo Haneda. Seoul Incheon. The flight we see on screen will be taking off to Tokyo Haneda, ANA, All Nippon Airways, the inspiration of Japan. That is what they say. So ANA says inspiration of Japan. Qantas says the spirit of Australia. I don't know what Virgin Australia says. I don't know what Jetstar says. Maybe Jetstar does say low fares all day, every day, something like that. Oh, so Grestin, you can't understand me. No problem. As long as you're enjoying the stream, as long as you enjoy the planes on our live stream, and you know, we appreciate your presence. No problem if you don't understand us, as long as you know you're enjoying each and everything that we bring about over here. That means a lot to us. And the fact that you're joining from Central America, I know a lot of you speak Spanish, and yeah, sadly we don't know Spanish, but we can just say hola. But yeah, apart from that, I don't know much, but I wish you all the best. I hope everything goes well for you on this weekend. Alrighty, cool stuff. 0183, we do see Jetstar. It's going to be on the runway soon. JQ47. Okay, Grestin says, I love the lives of airplanes. Yes, if you love the lives of airplanes, please subscribe to our channel, because our channel is all about aviation and we will be streaming regularly. We post aviation content regularly. So please stay with us. Hopefully you will like our channel. All right, and everyone, it's 6 hours since we started streaming, exactly 6 hours, which means we started streaming at 5:47. That's just 2 minutes after the first aircraft, Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner of British Airways, landed from Singapore. A lot of you all may be wondering, how did the plane land before 6? And even though the curfew is in effect, there are exceptions to certain planes, certain number of planes, but then they must only land and take off over the sea, and that is what we see right now. This is the very same runway that they've been using since morning. Yes, indeed, Christine. It's been a wonderful sunny day in Sydney. As you can see, there's quite a lot of cars. There would have been even much more, but a lot of people have gone out considering it is the long weekend in Sydney. But yes, we still expect a lot more crowd later in the day. So, hopefully we'll get to see a lot more people. But yeah, we will be ending the stream shortly after we have the Tokyo Haneda service on all Nippon Airways to close the stream. That is the prize, that is the apple of our eye before we close the stream today. Of course, I would want to thank everyone for joining us on the stream. It's not been short of anything. To have great, wonderful people come here, share things with us, talk to us. It's been really wonderful. JQ47 to Seoul Incheon. And yes, we have a bit of aircraft out there, a little bit of bunching, not much, but it should clear off very soon. Sydney to Prospering service on the Airbus A320 of Jetstar, again JQ840, registered as VHVGA. After that, aircraft will be Sydney to Tokyo Haneda service. All of you know how much we love Tokyo Haneda, and rightly so. The amount of love that we got, the amount of planes that we were able to spot, the variety of airlines, low cost, legacy, premium airlines. There's quite a lot to see out there in Japan, and that is obviously due to the geographical location of Japan, at where it is situated. It's more like the center of Asia, so there are planes coming in from the United States, Europe, South America, of course Asia, from Australia as well, and like we see this plane too, the ANA Boeing 787-9, inspiration of Japan. Let us hope someday we can travel on ANA. ANA is a Star Alliance member, which does help us go well quite a bit. Okay, Sydney to Prospering service. Let us capture that one, and maybe we should get a rotation quite early. I don't even know where Prospering is. I only got to know Prospering is a word, a place, once I started coming here to Sydney Airport and got to see quite a lot of these planes taking off and landing from Prospering. Not too sure if it's in Queensland, but if anyone knows, just comment and let me know about it. It's just going to be more for my knowledge. Oh yes, got that takeoff nice and clear. All right, before we get the Haneda service, we may have Rex that goes to Albury. Hello everyone, welcome to our live stream. We have been streaming since morning, since 5:47 a.m. and currently it's 11:52 a.m. 6 hours plus since we started streaming. And we will be streaming once again. For the most part, we are done with the departures and arrivals, the early morning arrivals, then departures as we reach about mid-morning, and the late morning departure peak is also ending. We do have one last heavy that is going to depart and we will be capturing that, and that's the Haneda service on NH890 All Nippon Airways. It is just about to line up on runway 34. There is LATAM Airlines as well, which will be departing, as I see on flight radar 24. It is just around the corner, pushing back, but I'm not too sure if we will be capturing that, considering this is all that we came for. But definitely we didn't want to end the stream without capturing the Tokyo Haneda service on All Nippon Airways. Japan has been an inspiration for us, and the logo, the tagline says for All Nippon Airways, inspiration of Japan. Japan has been an inspiration for us because when we went earlier this year to film out there, to live stream from Haneda's Terminal 3, people went bonkers, people went crazy. They just wanted to see more of the planes. There was a time in the night when we were at Tokyo Narita one night, and nothing else could be seen on the planes except for the lights and the well-lit tail of the plane, and people still wanted us to continue the stream. So that speaks volumes, that speaks a lot of other things for us, and that is the reason why we do this. That is why we bring the aviation adventures from here in Sydney as well as everywhere else. And once again, All Nippon Airways, have a great flight. We will miss you, and we will see you tomorrow, because we love all these flights from Tokyo Haneda. All Nippon Airways, Boeing 787-9. Have a safe flight. Wow, that was the prize. That was the prize of our live stream. We got so many A380s today. About 2 A380 arrivals of Qantas. We had 2 A380 arrivals of Singapore Airlines, 1 departure A380 of Qantas, 1 departure of an A380 of Singapore Airlines that we just saw about half an hour ago. So all of those planes were lovely, but for some reason today the prize of the show was what we just saw, NH890 All Nippon Airways to Tokyo Haneda. Alrighty, and as we speak we do see some planes taxiing here and there, and let us see how far Sydney to Santiago service is. Okay, we're just coming around the corner. But then I think, we will now see, this is the thing that I always say. I say that we will be ending the stream after a certain plane, and then there's a new one that keeps coming. But yeah, we wouldn't able to end the stream without capturing this 74th anniversary livery of Garuda Indonesia. How good is that? We did see it come this morning, and now we see it going back. So let us have this Garuda Indonesia too. It's a wonderful one. I'm not too sure if I mentioned, but if I mentioned Denpasar, then that's totally wrong, because flight radar says Jakarta. Yes, we did have Denpasar service on Garuda Indonesia earlier today. If you all have noticed it, there was no special livery to it. Not even the IO Pacau masker livery, no mask, just the 74th anniversary livery on this one. But then the other one was a plain regular Garuda Indonesia livery. So yes, this is the thing, and hopefully we get the Santiago service too. Okay, now I also see Sydney to Auckland service on the Boeing 777-300ER that is pushing back. So maybe we'll get a view of that too. So like I said, there's quite a bit that's coming once again. Yeah, and it's still 11:57. So in a way we are quite early if we have to end the stream. But then I think, yeah, let's just stay 6 hours and 10 minutes. We have literally done 8-hour streams during the summer period. So 6 hours is not much actually. Okay, meanwhile, let us capture this takeoff roll. And in the background, we also see a plane that has already taken off. Okay, time to turn our attention to the left because we will be getting LATAM Airlines. It's for its flight to Santiago. In fact, it is one of the planes that arrives quite early in the morning and then it departs so late in the departure schedule. It's like after almost everything else. It's like one of the last ones, in fact the second last one to depart. Okay, one human-made bird, which is the plane, and a natural bird that we see on the retaining wall. That's a seagull. Okay, and soon following LATAM Airlines will be a New Zealand Boeing 777-300. Hopefully we get it on this runway this side and they don't put it on to runway 34 right. Because usually I've seen it happening that way quite many times. Not always, but it does. Okay, let us have a look at Garuda Indonesia for now. Garuda Indonesia flight to Jakarta with the 74th anniversary livery. Okay, it's rotating. Yeah, I didn't get much of the rotation, but that's okay. Hey Grestin, you say you love the music and the fan. The Inks and Kylie Minogue. Yeah, that's a lovely choice, Grestin. I hope you're enjoying and maybe playing around some music as well. Air New Zealand, usually for our regular viewers, you all will know that Air New Zealand is not an airline that we usually are able to capture during the morning streams because as you see, this seems to be the last of the morning peak. Of course, the morning peak has passed, you know, this just seems to be the last of the international heavy departures as such. So Air New Zealand registered as ZKOKO, Boeing 777-300ER. I'm amazed, like, you know, you're using 777-300ER for a flight that is just about 3 hours long. I can totally understand. Maybe it is the capacity that's needed. Maybe that flight is pretty full. I know a lot of people travel between New Zealand and Australia about every other weekend because New Zealand is just around the corner, actually, like they say, across the ditch. But yes, I was a bit surprised, but we do have a lot of other A320s as well that come in off in New Zealand. Just yesterday we spotted the black livery A320. So it's nice to spot it. We aren't complaining, actually. We are always happy to spot more of these heavies as such. So the final two heavies for now. Inks. Oh, no problem. Grestin, no problem. Alrighty, the final two planes that will be taking off before we end the stream. I hope you all have had a wonderful time watching the stream in the first place. And if you all have enjoyed, there's two things I need you all to do. First thing, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Second thing, join us tomorrow for another live stream tomorrow morning. We will be starting to stream from just before 6 a.m. Sydney time. Of course, it's going to be dark because we get daylight quite late over here in Sydney now, considering the fact that we are not in daylight savings, we are just at standard time. Wow, just as we were speaking about the end of the heavies and all, we see a Guangzhou service coming in on China Southern Airlines. 8 hours and 59 minutes since it departed Guangzhou. CZ 8091. Yay! Nice and smooth landing. That's the Airbus A330-300. Today I have been checking the age of the aircraft, and this aircraft is 12 years old now. December of 2013 is when it was handed over to China Southern. Registered as B-5939. Okay, now it's time for LATAM Airlines. Sydney to Santiago, Chile on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, registered as CCBGN. It has begun its takeoff roll. We will be able to hear the engines spooling up. It's been an amazing morning, capturing all of the heavy departures and arrivals, and we plan to do it again tomorrow. Yeah, cool. We saw it rotating, not fully, but most of the aircraft around here is what they start rotating at. Maybe they achieve V1 speed at that place. Alrighty, we have CX-181. We did speak about the Cathay Pacific's Boeing 777-300ER. Finally, it's here, registered as BKPR. Hong Kong to Sydney service. It departed Hong Kong about 8 hours and 25 minutes ago. What a wonderful way to close the stream. We captured what we planned. Not what we planned, what we spoke about. So yes, but definitely it's always great capturing the Boeing 777. I do believe it's delayed because last Sunday I captured the 777 quite early as it arrived, but today seems to be a bit too late. Very nice. And finally, to end the stream, hopefully, is Air New Zealand's Boeing 777-300ER, registered as ZKOKO, Sydney to Auckland service. Its age is 15 years old, was first delivered or perhaps built in March of 2011. Wow. All right, and there you go for all of our New Zealand viewers. Here you are, the plane that we are sending wishes to you from. It's not going to be too long before this plane comes to you in New Zealand. And that is it. That is it with all the heavies for today. 12:09 p.m. here on 26th April 2026. What a wonderful day it has been. What a wonderful time. 6 hours and 22 minutes since we started streaming. We captured the first arrivals post curfew. We could have captured the arrival even before curfew, but we were not ready for it. Hopefully tomorrow we can be. Once again, thank you very much everyone for the love shown. We appreciate your presence. It is nothing short of extraordinary and spectacular what you do for us every single day. What you all do, you all just view. And when you all view, we are happy because that is what we want. We want to grow. We want people to enjoy what we do. And, you know, we live stream about every other weekend. Though we haven't streamed since the Tokyo Narita days until yesterday, Tokyo Narita and Tokyo Haneda days until yesterday. We plan to stream tomorrow. We plan to stream later next week, next Saturday, or maybe next Sunday. I believe Sunday is a better day. But at the same time, thank you very much everyone for joining us. We appreciate your presence out here. Just a friendly reminder. We may come tonight and have a live stream from Shep's Mound, but that's not guaranteed, you know, because it's going to be quite dark when we are streaming. But you know, we'll leave it as such. Okay, but just as we speak, we see China Eastern Airlines MU735 that will be coming in. Let's capture MU735 arrival, and then maybe we can go away. But as we speak, we see Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth getting ready, Airbus A380 of Qantas. So should we wait or should we, you know, just carry forward? I don't really know. Let us see how long it takes. Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth is quite far off, you know, those A380 gates, about gate number 18, 19 at Sydney Airport, which is next to the food court, and that is literally very far off. They have to taxi almost the entire length of the runway to come to runway 34 for a takeoff. If usually they will be taking off from runway 16, it's much more easier and closer for them, but from that side to come over here, it's going to be quite the distance. But we don't really mind if they're not going to take too long, or else, you know, we can end the stream. So it just depends. So let us see how everything works out. Like I said, seems to be China Eastern Airlines may approach the other runway. Yeah, it is on the other side, so that's not something we may get. So let us see if there's any progress in the taxiing of Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth service. I do see the ground speed at 6 knots. All right, you know what? Let's just wait and get the Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth service. Let's end it with an A380 with a homegrown carrier. We started off with a homegrown carrier that was Qantas when it arrived just a few seconds after the curfew at 6 in the morning today from Denpasar. And then maybe let's end the stream with Qantas once again with its flight to Dallas Fort Worth. And as we speak, we can actually see China Southern Airlines out there. we will able to see it taxiing past us. So that's a good thing. Even though they are using that runway, we should able to see it taxiing past us. Alright, and whilst we are at it, let us capture whatever we can. Sydney to Adelaide service, QF 737 on the Boeing 737-800. What a coincidence. So, flight 737, Boeing 737. Wonderful. Alright, don't see any more planes out here, but we just have two things to capture now. That is Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth service on QF7, which we should able to see shortly. It should be around here. And meanwhile, whilst we are waiting for planes, let us see what these guys up to. Yeah. They are having a time of their life on Sunday afternoon. So guys and girls and everyone watching us from all across the world, get ready for Qantas's Airbus A380, registered as VHOQJ, Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth. This Qantas A380 is 15 years old. We do believe that it's going to be in service for another, let's say, 7-8 years odd. And whilst we are waiting for Qantas, we already have China Eastern out here that's coming from Shanghai. Okay, here you are, the Airbus A380 VHOQJ of Qantas. You can see it very clearly saying Spirit of Australia. Okay, we see the face-off A380 versus A350 in the background. That's quite a huge difference. Look at the tail fin. The tail fin on the A350 will be so low compared to the A380 is so high. That's a massive difference. Of course, the A350 is much further away than us because it's on the taxiway on the other side. But still, you know, even if they both were just in front of each other, there would still be a massive difference. Maybe slightly lesser than what we saw on screen right now. And we'll come to the A380 because we will get a good look of it as it has its takeoff roll. But for now, we are looking at MU 735 Shanghai to Sydney service that arrived on runway 34 right. Okay, that is cleared. So now let us focus our attention on Qantas's service to Dallas Fort Worth, Texas. Okay, as we speak, I also see Sydney to Santiago service, Boeing 787-9, that is being pushed back off Qantas, the service to Santiago, and on the Boeing 787, like I mentioned. But I don't think we will be waiting for that one because it's going to get way too late for us then. So the A380 will be the final aircraft that we film, and after that we will be ending the stream. But don't worry, because we will be filming tomorrow morning yet again. We don't know about tonight, but at least for tomorrow morning we will be there. We will be capturing some action. Like you all know, there's not very many aircraft. There used to be Qatar Airways Airbus A380 departing later in the evening, Emirates, two of them departing in a span of just about 35 to 40 minutes. That's not there, and that is all because of the war. There's not much capacity as such. Not capacity, there's not much demand as such. Emirates has great capacity. All of their flights over here are the A380s. One arrives in the morning and another one in the evening. Then the Christchurch service, there's a departure. One arrives late at night, about 10 o'clock. So there's quite a lot of those services that we see. However, right now it's just one service, I believe, that arrived in the morning that we saw, and it made its onward journey to Christchurch, which I believe it would have already reached Christchurch by now, and it should be there for about some time before it departs again at 5 o'clock local time from there, and then reaches here about 6:40 local time in Sydney. So it's just about 6 hours and 20 more minutes before the Christchurch service of Emirates reaches here. And soon after that, about 8:40, 8:45 is when the flight will depart to Dubai International Airport. So that is the thing. So let us see, considering the fact that those double A380 services are not there, I don't know what we should be filming, but just for the vibe, just if you all want to enjoy it, we will bring that excitement and the journey to you all. So anyway, let's get ready for QF7, Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth. It's going to be a long journey, but the best part is you're going to get the whole day back. So you're going to leave from Sydney 12:21 p.m. and I think by the time you arrive in Dallas Fort Worth, it is going to be Sunday. Let's just say about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so you get the whole day to yourself. All right, here you all go, the last aircraft that we are filming for the stream right now. Qantas QF7, registered as VHOQJ, from Sydney, Australia to Dallas Fort Worth, United States of America. And that is it. What a wonderful one. What a wonderful one it has been. Super wonderful. All right, Sydney to Auckland service on DHL, that is what it is. However, we are done with most part of, in fact, all of the departures from this morning, departures, arrivals, the heavy departures and arrivals. So that is it. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. We appreciate your presence. If we do live stream tonight, please join us. I'm telling you once again, it's going to be dark. It's going to be very dark because it's not going to be bright, and we will not able to zoom in, because if we zoom in, then the aperture will be like quite high, which means we are going to get just a pretty pitch black dark image, and that is not what we want. We want to have a bit of that tail action as such. So please join us for that stream if we do. But if not tonight, then please join us tomorrow morning. We will be capturing the first arrival even before the curfew ends, and that is as per the curfew, I can't even get the word, the curfew exceptions All right, so thank you very much once again. We appreciate your help. Thank you everyone joining us from all across the world. This is Sydney Airport Aviation, where you'll see the best of aviation from Sydney. I am Sheldon and I hope to see you in the next stream soon. Hey Sanya, hopefully, yes, it's nice that you went to Roselands. I'm pretty sure Roselands would be quite crowded. I've been there many times and I hope your shopping went well. And thank you very much. We are done with the plane spotting for today because there's not very many international planes coming in now. There'll just be the usual Sydney to Adelaide, Sydney to Melbourne, Perth, Gold Coast services. So that is it. So we are getting done for today. But if we stream tonight, please join us then. So once again, thank you very much everyone for joining us. We appreciate your help.